What an incredible arrangement of the observatory theme. Oh my god. It really is the best one I've ever heard. We've had 2 decades of fan arrangements. And still this just like blows everything out of the water. Alright, let's get started. We have 2 rotations today. It's gonna be a classic 4-hour Salmon Run stream. I gotta fade it! I'm sorry! We good? Yeah, we're good. Welcome. Alright, why am I so zoomed in? Let me tell you. It's to make this a surprise, and the surprise is ruined, it's Explo. Explo's in the rotation today. It's real good. Look at that. It's glorious. There's not a single bad weapon in there. The mic is falling over! I didn't cheap out with this stand either. I think it's just kind of shit. I think that might just be the issue. Oh well. Give me just one more second to move it. You're gonna hear all the noises! Alright, let's get started. Forget about everything, it's Explo time. So, unlike most double rotation Salmon Run streams that we do, I may have already done this rotation a good bit. I wanted the chunks, what can I say? I am like fully bankrupt on chunks. The whole way. I'm all out. Luckily, I just finished every single fit that I've needed. All of them. I'll show off my fit collection in between this game and the next, but I'm feeling real good about it. I won't go into the specifics of each fit, but I just kind of want to show the whole thing is categorized and organized, and it makes me feel good. Mic is still falling. Streaming is impossible. We're good. It doesn't matter if I'm like AFK, this rotation's killer. We've got nothing to worry about. I might as well just talk about it for a little bit, this rotation, because, my god. First of all, Bone Rattle. The best map. Can I do the thing? Yeah! If you ever want to practice the cool little trick where you beat a missile man with 1 bomb, that's the best waste. That's the best place to do it. I tried to say way and place at the same time, and we got waste. What a waste. Of good language. The mic is still too far away. How did I even do this last time? What's wrong with me? Everyone's dead. I'm like too busy looking at the microphone. Alright, in between waves I'm gonna have to adjust it again. But I'm definitely quieter than I want to be. Quiet? Did I just say choir? Oh no! Falling apart already. The stream just started. Get away from me. I wonder if that's the shark that just gave up on hitting the one guy who was in the jetpack. I'm dead. Oh my god, he drifted into me. That was insane. Well, we still lose. Fine. It's a good first wave. I will say, that's kind of sad. Obviously, I wasn't doing so good. I was too busy focusing on my mic. I'm throwing. I'm the secret thrower. It was me. Here's why I'm, like, kind of shocked by that. I just need you to see this entire rotation. I got up to 4,400. And because I started at, plus 400 EVP, I kind of flew through it. Even so, I don't think I lost a single one. Yeah, not one. There was not one loss. It's just a really easy rotation. I'm kind of surprised that the second I get on stream, it all falls apart. Alright, give me just 1 second. I have to move the mic again. That made a funny noise, but I think it's all good. I think we're okay. Let me get it out of my face a little bit so I can still see. It's still too quiet. Oh no! This is the worst stream. This is the worst one. It's never been this bad. Alright, before I hit play again, I just want to show this off, because it feels so good to have this done. Ah, I forgot. I had to change my leader fit. Well, I guess it's not done. I guess I have a little bit more work to do. Anyways, here's the situation. We got all of the Splatfest stuff. I have a new aim training fit, which is just a bunch of Saber Main and Ink Recovery, so I can shoot a whole bunch in the practice room. All the Splatanas. Everything's color-coded, too. Splatanas are yellow, bows are pink. Brushes, orange. Rather, there's two different orange colors, I think. This is the darker one. Blasters are quote-unquote red. This still bothers me. There's not a red color in Splatoon 3. This is the closest you can get. It's orange. Don't lie to me. In the game files it says it's red. It's orange. Tents are blue. Tents. They're all tents. Everything's tent. All the way down. Dooley's teal. Green for splatlings. Yellow for sloshers. There's two different yellows. There's the yellow-purple yellow and the yellow-blue yellow. Which sounds like nonsense. But I promise there's some logic to that. Chargers are purple. Which is frustrating, because you can't be purple in solo recon mode. You have to get a friend and have them just, like, hang around. Shoutouts to Jadderkey for helping me out. Roller's orange, lime green for the shooters. It's clean. We got all the fits. I'm very, very happy about it. I think I might just make a video soon. A little live commentary of just, like... Why do I have all these fits? What are they? Why do they look the way they look? Why do they have the gear abilities they have? Anything to kind of get more uploads in the time between now and the time it takes for me to finish the Splatling video. I think the mic is falling again. God damn it! I sound like a completely different person when the mic is, like, in its proper place, versus when it falls down, like, 4 inches. It changes everything. I have to keep an eye on it. I'm scared now. This mic is freaking me out. So what I was saying is, I've got this video planned, right? I think I've been talking about it for a couple streams now. I want to make a video about Splatlings as a class, and the mic is falling again. What do I even do? It's as tight as it goes. But it's still falling. Do I need to prop it up? It makes me so sad to think about. This entire... You know what? Easy thumbnail. That's all I can say. Really easy thumbnail. So I had this video that I've been working on for a while, and I made the foolish mistake of taking it way too seriously. And I'll tell you why. The working title is I want you to play Splatlings. Because I want people to play Splatlings, because not enough people do. And it makes me sad. And I will admit, when I was playing Splatoon 1 and 2, I never even touched them. I think I played maybe 1 game in total with a Splatling, ever. And I didn't enjoy myself. And there were reasons for that, because I wasn't, like, running run speed. I didn't know what to expect. But that aside, I think Splatlings... Why did the eggs go all over the place instead of right here? That would have been so convenient. I think Splatlings are very fun, and not enough people even give them a chance. So I'm hoping to make a video that kind of articulates that point and hopefully gets some people to play the weapon. But here's the issue. I'm taking it a little seriously, because I'd like this to be a really good video that actually gets people to try the class. I've got all the information written down in the script that I need to convey my ideas and my thoughts, but there's an issue. Dumb idiot that I am, I started learning Blender, and I want to make, like, a big animation to start the video. Just, like, something massive. I've talked about this in the past. I'm very, very inspired by Lazy Purple's How It Meets. Fuck, no, that's not the title. How It Feels to Play TF2 series. It's definitely one of my, like, favorite video series on YouTube. If you know TF2 but don't know the series, I highly, highly recommend it. And the way he starts every video in that series is with an SFM recreation of a competitive match of TF2. And I'm kind of shocked on one hand that no one's done anything like that for Splatoon. Because you could make some really interesting videos out of it. But, my working theory, this is why I said I'm kind of shocked. Not that I'm shocked. SFM is not easy to learn, for one. But luckily, Source Filmmaker does have one thing going for it. Natively, everything from TF2, asterisk, works in the program. You can kind of just record yourself playing the game and have that take place in SFM. You don't really need too much work unless you decide you really want to make something crazy or interesting. And the reason I said asterisk is because, like, that may be applied to TF2 10 years ago. Things like Demo Man's charge particles, when he hits a shield and charges, those are not in SFM for whatever reason. People have to, like, hand animate that. A lot of... I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead! I got pincered by crappers. Yeah, Expo saved me! Okay. I'll take it. A lot of the cosmetics from more recent TF2 updates are not in the Source Filmmaker natively. So it's nice that there's a bunch of people in this community that kind of model new things and add a bunch of stuff into Source Filmmaker to make it easier. And you might, if you're familiar with a lot of Splatoon animation and the scene kind of revolving around it, there are a lot of Splatoon SFM videos out there. It's not impossible to make an SFM video about Splatoon and featuring, like, Inklings and Octolings and the locations that they exist in. However, you don't get that, like, ease of access that you do if you're making a TF2 video in Source Filmmaker, or a Half-Life 2 video in Source Filmmaker, or anything that works in the Source engine. As a result, there's not a lot of maps that are available that people have, like, custom modeled for SFM. That goes for, like, cosmetics as well. It's really, really hard to get, like, for instance, your Inkling as a model in SFM. It's a pretty tedious process. I still wanted to learn it, because I kind of wanted to do that kind of video. But... by the way, we're fully rambling about this, by the way. Double by the way. That's how you know it's real. But it's something I've been wanting to talk about for a while, so I'm gonna do it anyways. I've been learning SFM kind of off and on the last few weeks, and I kind of realized that doing Splatoon stuff that I want in SFM is a little bit unfeasible. Maybe even not so worth it. Doesn't mean I don't want to do these big animations, just that I don't think SFM is... I gotta move the mic again, god damn it. I don't think SFM's the way to do it. So, I picked up Blender. I've started learning Blender, and I think it might be so much more feasible to do these animations in Blender. Normal model files don't work in SFM. They have to be, like, edited in a certain way to make them function. Didn't kill Hazuna in the last rotation? Weird. They have to be, like, very, very modified to work in SFM. In Blender, on the other hand, SFM files work in Blender, normal model files work in Blender. Everything works in Blender. Your options are a lot, like, more thorough. Plus, it's so much easier than SFM. Oh my god. SFM is frustrating. It doesn't even work as it should most of the time. It's just a weird program. I still want to make these big animations, but I don't think SFM is going to be the way to do it. Jump, please, I need you to jump. I need to go this way. You were too late. We're good. So we're gonna use Blender, and hopefully we'll get these big animations going. I think that'll be neat. Stay posted. One of these days the Splatling video will come out, and it'll be great, I'm telling you. I don't care if like 5 people see it. I'll just be glad to have made it. I didn't get to talk about this, by the way. This is something slightly unrelated, but on topic. Give me just 1 second to drink my water. You're gonna move the mic again. Oh, it's falling. God damn it! This is the worst! How did this work so well for one stream? Oh, I am dumb. Let's just leave it at that. I figured out what's going on. We should be good now. Unless the mic falls down again. In which case, everything's over. It's ruined. The stream is over. Hopefully the mic sounds fine, by the way. I noticed something in the last stream. The Mario Kart stream. I actually had to, in the VOD... What would you call it? The mic stand's falling! What do I do? We're good. What was I talking about? In the, Mario Kart stream, I recorded in 2 places like I did today. I record, at the computer, and on the couch. That's my new setup. But I noticed something. In the last stream, I tried keeping my AC unit on. Ah, the mic is falling again. I'm getting depressed. I'm getting really upset about this. Everything is as... Every knob is as tight as it goes. And still this mic is falling. I'm getting very sad. I might just throw for a round so I can fix the mic. Can these guys do Cohawks alone? Let's hope! We good? We might be good. They might be giants. Oh, it's missiles. Oh, it's missiles. We're not good, by the way. The mic is still falling. This is the running theme of the stream. Mic fall, everybody dies. Alright, it should be a little more consistent now. I gave my life for this mic. It's okay. We'll see if it was a worthy trade. I'll talk about the rotation in just a little bit. First, I kinda want to talk about a couple more things. About videos. Here's the deal. This, Blender learning experience, as well as trying to make this Splatling video as good as possible. Really? No, don't lock me in the cannon! Oh, we almost lost because of that. It's terrifying. That's one of the things that I hate about the zip lines and the cannons in Salmon Run. You kind of just get stuck in them. Unwittingly. They've got like magnets. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. The Splatling video. It's gonna take me a while, because I have to, like, fully learn Blender, and then fully execute upon the idea that I have. That's gonna take some work. But I don't want to just, like, not make any Splatoon videos for 2 months. No, not like that. I want to not post I don't want to not post any Splatoon videos for 2 months. It makes me feel very sad. So I'm thinking about ways to bridge the gap. There are obviously some, like, easier videos that I can make. I've been thinking about doing live commentaries, and I do think, a thing that I would like to do, now that I've sorted all of my fits, I kind of touched on this for a second earlier, I didn't elaborate. I'd like to make a video where I just go over all the fits. It's gonna be a full ramble video, no script. Because I have fits for so many weapons. Oh, I got stuck. Sometimes it's for weapons that I don't really use all that much, but it's good to have a fit for them. Other times it's for a kit that I use constantly, and I want to talk about why I use the gear that I use. And something I've kind of noticed in this community, in Splatoon, people don't tend to talk about their fits all that much. The only time you ever catch people talking about, like, what gear they run, what abilities they run on their gear for their specific weapon, is in the depths of a weapon guide. Like, if you click on a slosher guide or a stamper guide, people are going to talk about why they run what they want. Well, they run what they run, and what they think people should be running. And that's a good place for that. But I think people should be talking about that kind of stuff a lot more than just in guide videos. I don't know why there's not as much dialogue around it. Because fits in this game can be so, like, interesting. Even with this gun alone, with Explo, there are two, like... In fact, there's a ton of different ways to build a fit with it. But for me, there's two kind of ideas that I stick with. Either I go a bunch of main saver to get 11 shots, and then try to still get the abilities that I need, like a bit of swim speed and the utility subs, or I run 10 shots, which gives me enough to get a couple other really, really useful subs, like bomb defense and special saver on CX-Flow. There's also, I mean, you could run SCU for your hat, or LDE to stay in the game a lot more of the game, to be in the game a lot longer. Or you could even run Comeback on CX-Flow, and I think there's viable reasons to run any of them. I think it'd be fun to have those discussions, and I might just put it all in one big video. I'll save a lot of the in-depth stuff on Splatling fits for the Splatling video, but I do think it'd be fun to talk about these things. I'm gonna die to the Venn diagram of rain now. Can't see too well with a mic like this. It's a struggle stream today, I'm realizing. Things are just not working as they should. I need to find out— I'm dead. I need to find a more consistent way to use this mic on. Because it's just not working out today. Part of it is that I don't think this mic arm was designed for a condenser mic. This mic is heavy. Like, at least 5 pounds. That's probably not true. More like 3 pounds. But even so, a mic arm that, like, extends for a foot, maybe a foot and a half, struggles to keep this up. I don't know. Anyways, I'm thinking about doing, like, a kind of one-take video about all the fits I have and why I have them set up the way that I have them set up. There we go. We got through the thought. Alright, give me, like, 10 seconds to fix this mic, so that we never have to talk about it for the rest of the stream. We good? We're not gonna sink anymore? We're gonna stay in the right spot? We're gonna be fine? Alright. At long last, the stream can begin in earnest. 30 minutes in. The mic arm saga has only just begun. It's falling again. I'm gonna cry. That time I know what knob was messing up. I guess it wasn't tightened all the way. The thing is, you might have heard it in my voice, I'm almost kind of shouting today. I'm having to get very loud. Because I can't bring the mic too close to me without extending the length of the mic arm, and if I extend it, it just falls over. Oh, it's really bugging me. What about right here? Is that good? Alright. I think we got it. I think we're golden. So, outside of the, just rambling about bits and the Splatling video, I've got some other Splatoon videos planned. There's a script that just kind of, like, half fell out of me. It's not done yet. Needs a little work. What is going on? Someone is, like, throwing planks of wood in my backyard right now. At least it's not picking up on the mic. They're getting at... Shit. I'm so distractible. The ADHD is, like, really not treating me well today. That throw is horrible. Can I do enough object damage to make this thing stop? Probably not. Might as well just contribute anyways. I like Mothership. I've probably lost a Mothership wave before, but it feels like almost a guaranteed win. 95% to 98% success rate is what I would guess. I can tell I'm too quiet, the mic is too far away. Oh, no. It should be a small adjustment this time, though. I will stop talking about the mic, so help me, in today's stream, in the next 5 minutes. We won't have to mention it ever again. I think I started saying this, but I completely abandoned it. I noticed that in the Mario Kart stream, I started the stream at the computer desk, and my audio was dog shit for some reason. But then when I sat down at the couch, it was fine. And the reason might surprise you. I live in Florida. That will not surprise you, if you've watched any of my streams so far. But when I stream, I typically keep the AC unit off, because I don't want to make you hear all these mechanical noises. It tends to, mess with... This is a waste of a bomb. Nice. It tends to mess with the quality of the mic when I have the AC unit on. But ever since I, like, started streaming from the couch, it's not been impacting the quality if I have the AC unit on, for whatever reason. I did the entire Mario Kart stream the other day, and the audio was just fine. Ever since I, like, sat down on the couch, it was great. Which is awesome for me, because it's been 95 degrees in every single stream that I've ever done. And the window that connects me to the outside world, a good 10% of it is not window, but is in fact just felt, so that my AC unit can breathe. Which makes it really easy to get just awful in here. For some of the longer streams that we've done, you have no idea the buckets of sweat that I've endured for this stream. That was a fat misinput. Oh, we're good. Are we gonna lose? Probably. It's alright. I've come to terms with it. I'm gonna move the mic again. Don't tell anybody. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm like this close to just propping the mic up on something. It's sinking. I can see it with my eyes. It's like, it's sinking down. I should have got a better mic arm. This was a waste of money. Oh, it makes me so sad. Are we sinking now, or are we good? I think we're good. The thing is, it's a good thing I'm streaming Splatoon, because Splatoon, you might not know this, is on the Switch. I know. Quite intriguing. What that means, for me, is that I get to see the audio levels on OBS while I stream the game. When I'm using a computer game, when I'm streaming a computer game, I use a one-monitor setup with a tablet on the side that is not connected to my computer setup. So, you know what that means. If I'm full screening the application, which I'm usually going to be doing, I can't really see the audio levels. So I have to, like, if it's a PC game, I usually have to set up the audio levels in advance. Which is fine, unless something really bad happens mid-stream and the audio gets really inconsistent. Which, Monster Hunter Wilds. If you watch the Monster Hunter Wilds streams, the audio of people talking, I kept it at the same audio level the whole time, right? The audio level of people talking was way too quiet, and the audio level of sounds happening, like you hitting a monster, was way too loud. But only some of the time. Other times, the voice volume was fine, and the sound volume was too low. I don't think that game's audio was balanced very well. Might just be me. I did what I could. Before we get too far away from the topic, some Splatoon videos. I had it on the tip of my tongue, but I think it's gone. So maybe we should just get away from the topic. Abandon it. Go for it. I'm thinking about it. Just making sure I can't remember at the last second. I mean, you probably don't come to the stream to, hear someone ramble about the project they're working on, the ideas that they have. And yet, here we are. I guess that's a sign for me to move on. Very well. Speaking of moving on, I would love to move on from this mic issue. But it's still present. It's still bugging me. Alright, let's move on. Here's something I want to talk about today. And who would have thought it's related to the game that I'm playing right now? It's this comp. I mentioned... That was weird. I mentioned at the start of the stream that I think this comp is insane. Like, one of the best I've ever seen. To such a degree that I haven't lost a single wave until I started streaming today. Which is... Oh no! The mic was in the way, I couldn't see where I was. I'm dumb. I'm not afraid to admit it. This comp is incredible. Genuinely. Every single weapon on this comp is the top of its class at something. Mini is the splatling that moves the best in Salmon Run, while still keeping pretty crazy DPS, which is one of the fortes of splatlings as a class in Salmon Run. Oh, that's the thing! I don't know how I forgot about this. I've still got to finish that video on, solo queue Salmon Run weapon viability. I didn't realize it, but that's going to be a really easy video to make. All I need to do is make one particularly good graphic, maybe two, that I can reuse throughout the whole thing. Go with different weapons to articulate a point better. We're good. We're alright. But I think that's a video that's worth making, because I've seen a lot of Salmon Run weapon tier lists over the years. Not one of them, I feel like, has adequately captured how weapons play when you're solo queued. And how they rank. The one that always comes to mind is 52 gal. 52 gal is really cool. It can do a lot of things. People rate it very highly. I think it's one of the, like, most mid weapons in terms of solo queue viability in all of Salmon Run. It takes 8 shots with the 52 gal to kill a single Kohawk, which takes about as long as it takes the Goo Tuber to use tap shots. That was some bad expo shooting. Try to ignore that. I think there's a lot of things like that that are worth articulating. And I've already got most of the data set up for the script. I just have to actually script it. So look forward to that probably before the Splatling video, because the Splatling video is going to take me a while. That's the bottom line here. There will be more videos, but it won't be the Splatling video like I said in the last one. And that was the final topic I wanted to get to. Okay, I recalled. It's come back to me. I mentioned how I'm comfortable with a video getting, like, 3 views when it comes out. Why did I immediately jump to such a low number? I spent a long time on that paint output video. Don't get me wrong, this is not belly aching, because there's a happy ending. It's okay. I'm well. I spent like a month, maybe a month and a half, working on that paint output video. In the first, like, 5 days of it being out, I got 3 views. That was so demoralizing, I can't even lie. I had to come to terms with, like... Oh, no, I'm out of ink. I had to come to terms with being out of ink. I'm over it now. I had to come to terms with, like... Sometimes you're gonna make a project that you're really proud of and no one's gonna see it. But I think that's just part of being a YouTube creator. I think you just have to get used to that shit. So I'm over it. And then, like, something happened. Now it's the most viewed video on any of my channels. It, like... Over the next week, it just kept climbing. That's cool. That makes me smile. It's one of the things that makes me want to just do bigger and better things on YouTube. Unfortunately, at the end of the video, I promised that the next video would be about splatlings. So... It turns out I am a liar at the end of the day. The one thing I tried not to be. But forget about that. Let's talk about this rotation. Check it out. Wellstring, Explo, Mini, Sploosh. Sploosh is one of the best weapons in Salmon Run. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It can't do it all. Not like some of the weapons can do. It's no Splatana Stamper. It can't literally do everything. But what it can do is 45 damage per shot at one of the highest fire rates in the game. Sploosh is genuinely insane in this mode. It always makes me happy when it's in the rotation. It's one of the best at shredding lessers, as well as just like DPSing something down, like big shots or anything for that matter. It can just kind of like click on someone and they're dead the next frame. It's kind of insane how good that weapon is in Salmon Run. And I feel like it gets overlooked because its range is really shitty, and that hurts it in a lot of matchups. Like, you can't really fight Fish Stick with Sploosh. But having, like, one particularly bad matchup is not a bad weapon, I think. Especially if it's obscenely good in 90% of its matchups. That's kind of how I view this game, by the way, in terms of balance, Salmon Run. I think a weapon's, like, viability in this mode is determined by the matchups. Sometimes you can have, like, a weaker matchup spread, but your weapon is still capable of some, like, really uniquely incredible things. Ink Rush has, like, no good matchups outside of this guy right here, the guy that's now dead, the Flipper Flopper. That is Ink Rush's only good matchup. The rest of them are really, really bad. And yet, the things that it can do with its roll, if there's a bunch of eggs around the basket and it's down to the wire, it can still get a lot done. Does that mean it's like a good weapon? No. But I guess it has a place. There's not a lot of weapons in this mode without a place. There are a few. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely a few weapons that I don't think work in this mode. Oh, it's right over here. So this rotation, we talked about Splatoon, and we talked about Mini. Let's talk about Wellstring. This thing can two-shot Cohawks with tap shots. It can one-shot Steelheads with its mid-charge. It can defeat... I don't know why I used defeat instead of kill there. It can kill Salmon lids from below, which is something that very few weapons in this mode can actually accomplish. It can also do this AoE stuff that unfortunately isn't very good in this mode. It's still a cool thing that the weapon can do. But it's really just incredible in this mode. It has so much that it can do, and it's really easy for it to paint for itself. It has no white ink frames, so it doesn't really... Oh god, I'm dying. We're good. It doesn't really tend to run out of ink. Unless you're just like tapping away with reckless abandon for minutes on end. But I think Wellstring's really, really good in this mode, obviously. So that's 3 good weapons. What's the 4th? Can I get it? Can I have it? Can I have my precious beloved Explosher? No! Give me that. 16 apples. You're gonna give me that weapon. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish there. Explo is insane in this mode, for obvious reasons. It doesn't have the highest DPS. Its very specific hitbox can struggle to do certain things like taking out fish sticks. If you get a really good angle on a fish stick, Explo can still, like, in 3 shots take out an entire fish stick. 4 shots at worst. But Explo is not balanced in this mode by its weak matchups. It's balanced via the obscene ability to kill flyfish without throwing bombs. There is not a single weapon in the game that is not a Grizzco weapon that can do that. And the Grizzco weapons that can do that are Grizzco Machine, which really, really struggles to have enough ink to do that regularly. That was cool, right? There was a Drizzler there, but I couldn't see him because the remains of a snake were just blocking everything. That was neat. The other weapons that can... Am I dead? I would like to not be dead. I didn't kill? Okay. I'm maybe a little bit locked in all of a sudden. I don't know if I've ever talked about this on stream. I've spent so many years thinking all of the sudden was the way that phrase worked. And it's actually all of a sudden. Things have never been the same. I'm a different man now. The harsh realities of life. They've taken root. Okay. Sorry, I got really bothered by the Drizzler landing on me like that. Don't do it, please. Don't you hate when, like, you die because Killer Whale or a Stinger is locking onto one of your teammates and you just perish because they're moving erratically? Isn't that great? Can I move, please? Thank you. So this weapon, Explo, is insane into Flyfish. It's also insane into Stinger, on account of explosion. It's also insane into Salmon Lid, because of its projectile arc, but I want to go up there this time, so I'm going up. Oh my god, this is hell! I'm in hell! I'm actually in hell! This is so sad. I go into a spot so I can take care of the Missile Man. And it spawns a Missile Man on the other side of the map. So I go over there, and then it spawns a Missile Man on the other side of the map. I needed to Reef Slider there or I was dead. There's another Missile Man somewhere else the second I get over here. Luckily, this weapon's really good at what it does. Unfortunately, we got some really, really unlucky enemy spawns. That was just sad, really. Even with a comp like that, it's not particularly feasible to expect everyone to be everywhere at once and get rid of all those missile men. Sometimes you just get bad spawns, whatever. No worry. So Explo has a lot of really good matchups, that's the bottom line. As you can see, into certain boss salmonids, like Zuna and Joe, it doesn't quite have the DPS to make much of an impact, and it usually compensates by being really good at handling the boss salmonids. Unfortunately, there was just too many. There was just too many that time. I love this gun. Just feels so good to use. So I have a theory that may or may not be, like, already known, or true, or incorrect. I don't know. We'll find out now. Oh, never mind. We'll find out later. I need Explo again. I'll go ahead and fill you in on the theory, though. I've always assumed that in Salmon Run, gear abilities, you just get nothing. Like, you start Salmon Run, you might as well be having literally no gear abilities, because that's how we balanced the mode. It's what I've always assumed. But for some reason I've started thinking lately, maybe that's not the case. Explode, please. Explode, please! He got it. Proud of him. This way. What's up? How's it going? I don't know if he meant to do that. Okay, here's the theory. I'm starting to think that in Salmon Run, you might just natively have some degree of gear abilities. Is he gonna die to that? Is he inside the scrapper and just fine? This has gotta be a lag thing. Or it's some sort of optical illusion. I'm dead. There was just rain everywhere. Oh no, and now it's missiles everywhere and stingers everywhere. This is not looking so good. I'm going. On my own, on an adventure. I didn't want to hold W into this area, but the waves forced me. Yeah. That's about right. To be fair, we are in like the 600 range where things get kind of chaotic. But it's fine. We're used to it. Even if the gameplay might not be showing that. It's fine. Don't judge me, please. I'm begging you. Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you, I still feel like the mic is too far away. I hope I'm loud enough. If I'm not loud enough this stream, I'm gonna be upset. Something I'm thinking about starting to do is recording game audio and my voice in separate tabs. Obviously, I'm going to be streaming with them both in the same OBS tab, but if I can have like a DAW open to capture my mic, I can probably figure out something else to capture the game audio separately. That might be pretty smart, I'm thinking. That way, if I do have like a particularly bad day of balancing, I can just fix it. Hell, hours ago of me recording and streaming this, I forgot to queue up. I forgot to do that hours ago as well. Hours ago, I re-uploaded the Pikmin stream. Because the old upload, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was bugging me. The old upload, my mic was way too loud. I asked a chat member, and they said it was fine, and they were lying. It was probably fine on their device. That's one of the... Oh, can't do that. That's one of the odd things about audio. Depending on what they're listening to it with, like if it's headphones, they'll have a really accurate sense of what's going on. If it's good headphones, it might just be bad headphones and it doesn't matter. Or it could be that their device's speakers are such that anything sounds good or anything sounds bad. I, for one, have an iPhone, which means everything sounds bad. That might sound like a gross generalization. I need to tell you what happened. I want to tell this story now. A long, long time ago, dinosaurs ruled the earth. And then a meteor. Bye-bye dinosaurs. I was listening to music months ago. Maybe even... No, not a year ago, but close. I have an iPhone, right? I've had it for a wee bit. And on this iPhone, I was listening to music. I had it propped up on something when gravity began to conspire against me. Lo and behold, iPhone succumbs to gravity's pull. It falls, it hits the ground. I pick it up, it's fine. Thank goodness. Hey, you're alive, it's fine. It's okay. No screen cracks, nothing to stress about. Until I started to listen closer. Suddenly, you know how it sounds when someone's like calling you on the phone? Oh, I had to check this, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Proof! Proof! Now you know! Now you know! In Salmon Run, you start with native gear abilities. In terms of main saver, it's at least 1.1. It might even be 1.3. I never would have thought that in Salmon Run you actually have gear abilities built into your gear. That's... Wow. That's a surprise. I like how I use enough Explo to know that it's... You only get so many shots with this thing without gear. And I know what amount gives you more shots. Play this weapon too much, even though it's not good. I still love it. Explo my beloved, that was not a joke. It's what I do. I play the Explo, even when it's not good. Oh, is that... That might have been one of the things I wanted to talk about in terms of Splatoon videos. I kind of just want to make a video where I ramble about the Explosion. Because I do love this weapon. I look at it from a balance perspective, and it's pretty obvious that it's not all that good. But that's just like overall balance in the meta, and there are reasons for that. Hi, how's it going? I hope I didn't miss that chat message for way too fucking long, because if no one's in your chat room for long enough, you start to get so wrapped up in talking to yourself that you forget to check the chat. Need help so bad, I'm stuck at like VP 70 to 90. With this rotation, you got nothing to fear. These guns are so good. This map. Oh, I'm gonna miss this rotation in like 52 minutes when it's gone forever. Wait, I can save it. I can save the rotation. I might save the rotation. Anyways, to fucking bookend my thought. I'm gonna make a video where I just fucking ramble about Explo for like 30 minutes, maybe longer. I love this weapon too much to not do that, and the script just kind of fell out of me one day. It must be done. I know, but nobody knows how to use them. That's real! Solo salmon run struggles. Oh god. That's too real. Well, I would offer to help you, but there's an issue. There's a big issue. I am EVP 600 right now. Things will be miserable. I could, like, demote myself 5 times, maybe. But I don't know if, doing that causes you to then... what am I thinking of? I don't know if demoting yourself causes you to be unable to just jump into the next Bone Rattle rotation at 400. This is one of the maps that I've done EVP 999. I do not want to do that again. No matter how much I love this map, I don't want to do another 999 push anytime soon. We did that on stream a while ago. No thank you. How long have you been playing Splatoon? In this stream? An hour and 5 minutes. Overall? Do me a favor and don't look at my friend code, okay? We promise we're not going to do that when I go to the next tab. You know what? No, I have a plan. I have a plan. It's alright. We're gonna find out how much Splatoon I've played. The answer is too much. I've got over 2,000 hours, but I don't know exactly where I'm at right now. And I've been playing a lot lately. Oh no. Alright, here's the plan. You ready? Bam. We're zoomed in. It's locked. I can't home out when it's locked. I gotta home out in advance. No. Alright. Yes! 60 hours in Mario Kart. Oh no, that's a lot of Splatoon. That's too much Splatoon. No, don't look! I fucking threw! God damn it! It's over! Don't look! Look away! It's fine. If you send me a friend request, I only fucking accept things from people I know in real life. I'm sorry. But I'm hitting a point where I start to get a few more than I'm comfortable with, so I'm trying not to show my friend code as often. Forgive me. I just started playing again after like 8 months. Good timing. All these new kits are so much fun. Not the greatest, but I've been playing since I was like young. I just started like a week ago. Welcome, welcome! Welcome to one of the best games to ever do it. If you like team-based hero shooters, this is one of the most interesting takes on the genre. There are so many fun weapons. There's so much fun to be had in Splatoon. I, for one, only got this game like a year or two ago. I owned Splatoon 1 for the Wii U because it was a bundle pack-in when I was buying Smash 4. I've been a Smash player for way too long. 2250 hours in Splatoon 3. Over 10,000 in Melee. We play a lot of Smash. Or we have, at least. thing is, I did not like Splatoon 1 one bit. I played it maybe 10 hours. And I just gave up. I got Splatoon 2 on a whim. Didn't like that either. I played it for like 40 hours. I think the issue is the games in that style aren't exactly for me when they're balanced the way that Splatoon 2 was. S2 was all about special balance. The main weapons were not strong enough to make me smile. I'm a TF2 player, is the thing. Since my hours in Splatoon have kind of overtaken my TF2 hours, but I've got over 2,000 in TF2, and I only picked this game up because I was watching somebody play it one day, and I was like, wait a minute, this is just TF2 with extra steps. Are we gonna lose? No way. Nah, we got this. Clean. So if you like TF2 style games, this is just more TF2. That's why I bought it, and it's exactly what I wanted. Oh man, it's so good. I've been playing since the release of 2, but I was like so clueless I was 8. That's real. That being said, you might be a little young for my streaming style. I hope you're okay with hearing a bunch of words that might be deemed profanity. I can't seem to, like, speak without becoming the profaned capital. Oh no. Oh, that was an ugly missile. We're gonna be okay. I feel like I'm like trapped in a corner. Yeah. We've already wasted 40 seconds and gotten 2 eggs. I'm beginning to think this lobby might not be all that chill. I didn't mean to pick that up, I'm sorry! You wanna see a neat trick? Oh, I only got 1 basket. Damn. If he's turned a little bit, you can get both baskets with a single bomb like that. It's probably nothing new. I started getting interested when I was... What? I can't read. Can't read. I started getting interested when, like, I was Zach Scott, played Splatoon 1 in 2016. Oh my god, that sentence makes 0 sense! Okay, I'm glad I'm not just not understanding it, because that is another streamer flaw of mine. Sometimes I just can't read. No, it's not you, I just can't spell. Very well. That makes 2 of us. Yeah, this lobby's fucked. It's fine. Can't win them all. Meant to put Saw, not was. Okay. I don't know who Zach Scott is, if I'm being completely honest. But in the age of content, there are too many creators to know them all, so it's a forgivable crime. at least by my metric. I needed a different game other than Monster Hunter and saw Splatoon. That is a crazy transition. Both very different franchises with so much to offer. God, you got me thinking about playing Monster Hunter again. I streamed a little bit of Monster Hunter Wilds when it came out, and it just wasn't doing it for me. I might stream one of the older Monster Hunter games. That could be good, but there's so many streams to do. I'm like halfway through a playthrough of Dark Souls 1 and RimWorld. I'm taking on too many games right now. He was the PvZ Garden Warfare guy. That is wild. That there's a PvZ Garden Warfare guy. Sorry, that probably sounds insane. I didn't know that game had enough to it that, people were able to make a name for themselves playing it. But from what I know about it, it does seem a lot like... It does seem... I mean, it is kind of hero shootery, which makes sense why someone who plays it would transition into Splatoon a little bit. Or at least give the game a shot. I meant My Hero Ultra Rumble. I'm an idiot! Sorry. I see MHU, I'm like, Monster Hunter. Ooh. Is MHU Rumble... Hold on. Is that a My Hero Academia team shooter? There's no way that exists, right? I think I've heard about this before through another chat member. Now this lobby can get it. Splatoon is like one of my favorite series. I have a lot of the amiibo and some of the manga. Correct. That's correct. I tend not to buy things if I can help it. But lately, I'm thinking about getting one of those NFC chips so I don't have to buy a bunch of amiibo, because I'm a cheap motherfucker, I'm not gonna lie to you. Am I gonna die to this one? No. Things got a little hectic that way. I need to go and cut the grass. Godspeed. I have to do that too, but I'm putting it off as long as I possibly can. Because the grass is real long, and it's gonna be like... It's gonna be one of those... You mow in halves, you know? You fight with MHA characters. That is interesting. I mean, if it is kind of team-based shooter with MHA characters, that's probably not so bad of a transition to come into Splatoon with that kind of background. There's definitely a few things that you'll probably have to learn, but... I mean, there's a lot of games that do something similar to this game. The TF2 I mentioned earlier, yeah, but Marvel Rivals, Valorant, even Overwatch. There's a lot of games that kind of capture a similar style to this. I mean, TF2 laid the groundwork. Now everything's a hero shooter. I'm pretty sure Lady Nagath will be added if you want a gun. Oh, I do say hero shooter, but that's just the genre. Like, Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, not everyone's a shooter, but I think the genre's been defined. Unless I'm, like, completely making up what the game is in my head, because I'm dead. Because I'm dead. Because I'm just guessing at it. Sick Reef Slider, bro. I need to use the spikes. He just punched me into the bomb! That was so mean! One of my toxic Salmon Run traits is this. I tend to just kind of hold on to my specials, especially when I'm streaming, because I don't think as much about what I'm doing in-game. Please! We did it! Huge. When I'm doing, like, solo queue off-stream, I can kind of, like, think a little bit more, even if I tend to avoid doing that thing. The Salmon Run is just so goddamn playable, you know? You don't really have to think too much. You kind of just play the game. I like that. I'm a big fan of games where you can just let your muscle memory do the thinking. And Salmon Run's pretty good for that. Oh, it's Mothership again? That's a free Wave 3, let's go. I don't know why I'm popping off so much about getting, the win in any given round of Salmon Run today. I'm already at the 4,000 and past it. It's not like I'm getting much. Although, I am very, very chunk hungry at the moment. I may have finished all my gear sets, but that doesn't mean I don't want chunks. I could very much use some more bomb defense, in fact. Man, that was one of the most depressing things to me when, certain weapons got really meta, like S-Blast. And suddenly everyone is using Burst Bomb. So if you're not running bomb defense on every single build, suddenly you don't win anymore. You just kind of struggle. It's become a utility sub in its own right now. Do we lose anyways? Yeah. Wow, I haven't lost a mothership wave in, like, ages. Oh well. I'm actually so slow, my dad was joking because there was one long blade. They don't make them like they used to. Get you a long blade mower. Mine is like falling apart, by the way. My mower makes like the loudest the loudest noise conceivable. It's one of those noises that's very concerning to hear. You boot up the mower, you boot it up like it's some sort of electronic. What is wrong with me? You start up the mower and it's like... It sounds like it's going to explode. But it's fine. It's been like this for months. I imagine people like walk by and they hear that and they're like, is this dude gonna be okay? Fuck mother shit, I hate... Why did I just read that as mother shit? I hate when it attaches at the end. The thing is, like... Mothership can be really easy if your team has a bit of object damage. Xplow's one weakness is that it really struggles to hurt the mothership. I could see this comp kind of struggling a bit in Mothership. I mean, it's got Sploosh, which has no range. It's got Mini, which is good, but the object damage is really low. Splatlings have, like, a 0.7 modifier to all of their object damage. Wellstring's really good, but it's also hard to hit things out of the sky, which means I'm the guy who should have been sitting here and hitting things out of the sky. So I was misplaying, I threw for my team. I'm glad we got there in the end. I'm glad we figured out what was wrong. Have you played the DLC and stuff? Yeah. That's a complicated topic, to be honest. I'm thinking about maybe streaming all of the weapons in a side order one day. Just like one run per weapon, clearing it. I might be able to do that in one stream. It takes like half an hour to 40 minutes to clear the thing. I think that would give me a good opportunity to talk about my thoughts on side order itself. But to give a brief summary, it's fun. Hell, I actually got this game around when side order came out. Because the idea of Splatoon mechanics in a roguelite is one that really resonated with me. I thought that was going to be really cool. And to be fair, I would say side order kind of feels like a tech demo for that idea. It's getting really hellish and I'm out of ink. But we're still in it. I would say side order feels a lot like a tech demo, because it's really light on content. There being just 3 bosses can be very frustrating. Especially because, like, one of them is just not fun. Is he gonna make it? He threw his hearts. I live. He saved the run. And now we're gonna lose anyways? What's been going on with these lobbies lately? I might just be dumb. I might be, like, relaxing. Have you played Octo Expansion? Because you said you really didn't play 2. I love Octo Expansion. I only played it in the last couple of months. I love it. Oh my god, it puts this game's single player and side order to shame. Genuinely, some of the most fun... No, the most fun I've ever had in Splatoon 2. Hands down. There are a lot of things I don't like about Splatoon 2. It is hard to notice them when Octo Expansion is as fun as it is. What's the worst boss to deal with, in your opinion? I don't like the round guy. I don't like the ball. I don't like when he bounces around. He bugs me. I like Parallel Cannon because it gives me an opportunity to work on my aim against slightly more unpredictable targets than the ones that are in the training dummy room. And the spinning guy is a complete pushover when you realize you can just stand under him when he's doing things like shooting killer whales everywhere. You can just stand under him and jump over Wavebreaker, it's easy. Can I launch, please? Let me launch. I didn't launch, I failed. That feels like a gamble every time I go for it. I have not fully finished it, honestly. I just never had the motivation. I only recently, again, like a month or two ago, was like, I kind of just want to work on my aim a little bit in a single-player environment, where I can kind of take it easy and get some new challenges thrown at me. Octo Expansion was perfect for that approach. I ended up 100%ing it over like 4 different sittings. It's just fun. It's just real fun. I was like 9 or 10 when it came out. Fair. It's a little difficult. There were definitely some challenges that frustrated me to no end in that, so I struggled. Yeah. I could completely understand that. The ones that come to mind immediately are like when you have to carve an octopus out of boxes, but you're using the Rapid Blaster Pro. That was one of the worst things in any Splatoon game. But you don't have to do it unless you're doing 100%. And then there was Ink Brush on the stage where it's just boxes for the floor, and if you roll with the ink brush, you break the box instantly. And if you flick with the ink brush, you break the box instantly. I fucking hated that! I had such a bad time with that level that I googled it. I was like, surely other people are hating this too. No, it's just me. Alright, I need to adjust. I'm realizing it. I am not doing a good enough job at hunting bosses. I'm kind of taking it easy and just focusing on putting eggs in basket. And I think that might be bad. I think that might be a bad thing. I'm gonna switch into boss hunting mode. Usually when I play this mode, I am like fully boss hunter. It's all I do. Like, I think every other stream of Salmon Run, that was my flaw. I spend too much time hunting bosses and not enough time... Just broke, I'm sorry. Not enough time, putting egg in basket. I gotta go have a nice stream. Thanks for stopping by! I will. Thank you. I'm gonna play this rotation for 30 more minutes, and then the next rotation's gonna start, and I'm gonna play it for 2 hours. It's gonna be a good one. Because the weapons are all good today. I think. Hold on. Is there a bad weapon in the next rotation? No! I guess Flingza is kind of weird, but... what it brings to the table is going to make it really nice to play Glowflies and such. Honestly, I'd want to go back, but I think I'm in a lot of debt. I wouldn't blame you for either restarting it or playing it on a fresh file, because, like... I can totally see how making a couple mistakes in Octo Expansion early on would completely, like, destroy the options you have. I'm gonna go back to Octo Expansion until the next rotation. There. Although the next one's on a slightly worse map. The weapons are all nice, but the map... I'm not a fan of Salmon and Smokeyard. 2 Salmon Run streams ago, we got to EVP 999 on that map. Did it take... It took 10 hours, god damn it. It was a 10-hour stream. I was miserable. I actually had to enlist another Salmon Run YouTuber. They just texted in my chat. Texted? They sent a chat message. They said, like, we could join you if you need help. I'm like, yes, please! They got me from 600 to 800. And when you get to 800, if you're going to 999, it's breezy from there. 600 to 800 is the worst. It was a golden rotation, so it was a little easier, but still. Doing EVP 999 without a golden rotation, you would need some sort of insanely fun rotation. Something with, like, Explode, or Wellspring, or Sploosh-O-Matic, and Mini Splatling. I'm not gonna restart because I don't know how, so I'm just gonna have to struggle. You know what? I'm actually right there with you. I don't... The only idea I have would be to, create a new profile on my Switch and try that, but then there's a chance that it's like, sorry, your profile does not have the DLC. Good day. It's happy, like it's a Professor Layton game. I'm doing it again. I'm just putting eggs in basket. This is messed up, man. I gotta switch people that I am. I gotta become a new man. I'm chasing this Grizzler down. He's my new target. Oh, but there's a missile man now. Oh, someone tri-striked it. We're good. We do this. We do this easy. I guess that's it. Never. I want the cool hairpin on my main one, even though I'm never gonna play it again. Real. Is there a term for, like, in Monster Hunter, where you, okay, in Monster Hunter, if you pick an actively worse piece of gear because it looks better, they call it Fashion Hunter. In Dark Souls, I'm gonna explode all over this missile map, but it's great. In Dark Souls, if you do the same thing, you pick worse gear because it looks better, they call it Fashion Souls. Do they have that for Splatoon? I mean, obviously I've lived it. Obviously, it's something I do a lot of. I wonder if there's like an accepted name for it. Fashion Splatoon. Fashion by David Bowie. I'm sure there's an easy name that I'm completely missing. Did you know that Gelfonso has a fuck you shirt? I don't know why that's where my brain goes when I think of fashion in Splatoon. But one of the really, really good translators of this game... Oh, I'm not gonna forget their name, am I? Rassicus on YouTube. They translated the Splatoon font and Gelfonso's shirt in Squidwards. Ignore that I just said Squidward, but in Squidwards, it says, fuck you, which is really cool. Splatoon fashion has never been better. Oh, it's not looking so hot right now. We got it anyways. Jesus, the lineup on S2 is vile right now. It's Roller, Splattershot Jr., and Bamboozler. I hated that game. To give a bit of backstory, S2, first of all, the weapons are really weak. Ink Armor makes it so, like, you can't secure kills by playing around your weapon's win condition. Because, like, if you're a charger, your one-shot is now a two-shot. If you're, a blaster, the same thing. If you're a 52 gal, you have to three-shot instead of two-shot. Armor kind of gets in the way of main weapons as a whole. But outside of armor, the main weapons aren't as strong as the specials. Spamming, like, Stingray and missiles in S2. The kind of value you and your team get from that is just a whole different level to if you're just really good at fighting with your main gun. That game disagreed with me. Although I wasn't really helping my case, because, like, being newer to Splatoon, I didn't know what weapons to pick. So I picked the ones that looked either interesting or funny, which means I used the bathtub. Me, a TF2 player who likes to fight with guns and pull off crazy multi-kills, was using the most passive weapon in the game. It's weird. It's definitely a little bit my fault that I didn't like Splatoon 2 so much. Rip to the 3 Splatoon 2 players. They're stuck in endgame S2 meta. They can never leave. It's quad shooter all day, every day. Ah! I made a mistake. S2, what I did is all main power up and Bamboozler just to unleash hell. Yeah. 99.9 damage just hits different. MPU Bamboo is insane. I stopped playing the game before they added MPU. And I'm really, really glad I did. I miss main power up. I hope if they do bring it back, it's changed radically. Because I don't want damage numbers being affected by it. It wouldn't feel good to know, like, your opponent's win con, and then have them just, like, surprise, they were running more MPU than you expected. So their win con is better than you thought. So you're playing around the wrong perception of the win con. I do not like that. But I do think there are things that it would be nice if we had the ability to change them. Like if we could make certain weapons better at painting, if we could make the RNG on certain weapons better, I'm sure MPU would see a lot more reasonable use. I need to re-download Octo Expansion, what the heck? Yeah. Yeah. That's real. It's been so long since I've touched Splatoon 2 that, like, or rather, at least until I had reinstalled Octo Expansion, I wouldn't even think about it being installed on my device. I think the last time I played Splatoon 2 until like a couple months ago when I dove deep into Octo Expansion, it was either 2017 or 2018. It has been ages, genuinely. And I haven't played a single match in S2 since that time. No regrets. Look at him go! He spin! Yeah! It's gonna be a good one. The bottom line about S2 for me is that I'm really glad I didn't go very hard on that game, because I would have been miserable. It just isn't for me, the way that game is balanced. One of the reasons that I did get this game when I watched a stream of it is that, like, it was very, very obvious that the crux of combat in Splatoon 3 is about fighting with the main weapons. Since the recent, like, kit edition, it's become a little bit more about special use and kit use. But I think still the core of, like, the game is about fighting with the guns. That makes me happy. That's what I want in a video game that, wears the coat of a team-based shooter. I accidentally am downloading Animal Crossing. I sold my copy of Animal Crossing. What is going on? That's how they get you. They're gonna get you to repurchase it. Watch out. Forever Cracked by Combo. It was about fighting with main weapons until Gold Arrow Spray got added. If you don't know me, that is my favorite gun to shit on in the entire game. I've made a couple Splatoon videos at this point, only a couple. But somehow in every video, in every script I make, I find an excuse to shit on the Gold Arrow Spray. If you want to see Splatoon videos by me, ad. Hashtag ad. The channel is mumph.ink. That's it. Ink with a K. I really like extensions. I don't know why. I have .vod, I have .ink. I like the idea. I get Splatfest flashbacks from it. I will say, yeah, that's pretty miserable when you queue up for a Splatfest and you're against a team of 4 Gold Arrow Sprays. That is, like, some of the most miserable you can be. However, at this point, there are weapons that just outclass it in every regard. I mean, now that we have new reflux, it's just the same weapon, but now, A, it can kill, B, it has a torpedo instead of a sprinkler. Oh no! I committed to a bad idea. All gold arrow sprays with SCU. Yeah. Oh, it might not be good, but boy is it menacing. At first, I would get frustrated when I fought that kind of team. Now, I get frustrated when I'm on that team. Because I know that, like, oh lordy, I'm gonna be fighting a 1v4 the whole game, aren't I? And it always happens. It does every time. It's always true. I made an entire video about, like... You know what? Actually, the first video I made on Splatoon was specifically to tackle the idea of, I don't think gold arrow spray is the best option when it comes to painting. That was the thesis statement. It ended up being a video, like, about paint effectiveness and how good your weapon is at actually, like, putting its maximum output of paint in positions where it's relevant. This gun's DPS is fucking insane in Salmon. Oh my god. As someone that comes from TF2 and team-based shooters where, like, you don't paint the floor. You can't paint the floor. I tend to think about paint a lot. And I think aerospray is a trap, kind of, you know? It's like, wait, this weapon paints an insane amount. But it has no range and it can't fight. So it can't actually get itself into positions where it can paint a bunch. And it ends up, like, especially against players that are pretty good at the game, or even decent, it ends up just being functionally useless. Which brings up that old adage of, like, a team that you'd be beating with gold aerospray is a team that you would be beating anyways, you know? It's not good enough to win against good players, is the thing. My favorite thing from S2 was when the big zapfish would just fly around. He did that? I did not know about this. Thank God these guys clutched up while I read the chat. I almost, like, threw. Sometimes it would just disappear from the tower and it would fly around. Look at these guys. Is that Sissel? Hold on. No way that's Sissel. It's spelt wrong, but if that's Sissel, I'm staying in this lobby. It's Sixel. That's close. I just played Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, and it's one of the best video games I think I've ever played. Genuinely. In its style, at least. Man, I have a clip somewhere in this, like... What time is it? 15 minutes. Nice. I didn't want this rotation to end just yet. How many of these do I have? Can I check? 432 pictures and videos of Splatoon 3 on this console. Granted, a good 100 of them is just me organizing all my fits, because, I mean, this is a lot of fits. I can't fit this in 5 freshest fits slots. I just can't do that. I need more room. So I save it here. There's a video somewhere in that, like, stockpile of a really particularly laggy aerospray. Who just, like... He was on Mahi Mahi. I was fighting... And he started backing away, and then he flew up into the sky, and started walking around like 40 feet into the air. Slipping and sliding all over the sky. And then I would die to him. Like, several seconds after he was floating miles away from me. It's one of the most beautiful lag clips I've ever seen. Wait, it wasn't Mahi Mahi. No, it was. I meant to say umami earlier, instead of mahi mahi. But I misspoke and ended up correcting my statement. How does this virtual game card work? It won't let me re-download Octo Expansion. If you have Splatoon Online, I think you can get it for free. Oh, I see what you're saying. Switch to virtual game cards. Huh. That's a good question. I think if you go through this little thing, the Nintendo Switch Online app in the bottom left-hand corner, I think you might be able to go into the, like, online tab and pick it up. At least that's how it was, like, last time I checked. No, I'm on, like, a normal OLED Switch. I really don't like the idea of virtual game cards, because, like, as is evident from the conversation we're having, it just brings an unnecessary level of, like, complication to this kind of shit. Explo is dead. I'm gonna have to do his job. And then I'll... The bomb bounced out. The bomb bounced out. I just wasted my time. And someone came to visit as well. Alright, it hit that time. There was a time when I got, like... So many times would I throw a bomb at the Missile Man and it just bounced out of him. By the way, I call him Missile Man because I'm chronically incapable of calling things by the right name. And Missile Man rolls off the tongue real clean. Flyfish isn't quite do it for me. I had so many clips of just bullshit getting in the way of me getting a bomb in the Flyfish. Or it would just bounce out because of funny physics. I was once collecting those clips and then I realized that it's effervescent. It happens to everyone. It's just programmed that way. I'm gonna do a splashdown once I'm brought back. It's gonna be great. Might even do two, thinking about it. Nice! I'm glad this guy's fucked up. Octo expansion is in the expansion pack one. Good. That, like, that would be the only idea I have to download it if it's not just re-downloading it. Re-downloading automatically. Just, clicking on it in that menu and hoping that it brings me to the right page. I bought it at release. Comedy. I paid for this game, I would like to re-download it. Sorry! We're having trouble processing your request. That bomb throw was horrible, I gotta try again. Oh no, the Expo's over there. Oh. Let's see. I'm gonna go after this UFO. I think I need to kind of like stop just doing whatever I want and start focusing on the threats, you know? The throwing arc ends here. Yeah, the throwing arc has once again begun. I'm like, what do you want? I'm like, I am screaming. You can't just walk up and start screaming. You can't do that. I'm busy. I will say, now that I'm streaming from a couch instead of a computer desk, the odds of my cat jumping up and muting the stream audio, or turning off and on the stream, have gone down. I am very thankful for that. You know what? That's not even it. I forgot. There was a time where... Oh, I'm up in the sky! Did the jump. There was a time where she straight up found a new hotkey in default OBS and muted the game audio while I was full screen in a computer game. And the rest of the stream was done with... Not the rest of the stream. Until I figured it out. It was Monster Hunter Wilds. There was just no game audio. This cat hates streaming. She hates it. The very idea Meg, it's okay. You're gonna be alright. You know what? I'll admit, while this is like my favorite rotation that I've had in ages, I am kind of over it. I already played like the normal length of a rotation, which is getting to 4,000. And now I've streamed it for another 2 hours. I'm a little over it, even if Explo is here. You know what? I'm not over Explo. I think I'm just over this map right now, which is weird. It's my favorite map in Salmon Run. I guess everything gets old. I got a job to do. I did it. I had to eject it and put it back in... Wait. What? You had to eject and put back in the virtual game card. Nintendo's really going for realism. Their virtual game card. It's just like the real thing. Sometimes it doesn't work until you take it out and put it back in. It's fine. It's normal. What is this actual rage bait? Yeah. That's beyond frustrating is what that is. Can I just DPS the Kawazuna? I think I can. Oh, this gun's insane. Look at him flipping through the map. That's why we love him. That's why we love Zuna. How does the game share actually work? Nobody knows. It seems the only thing that I know about the game share is all the ways it doesn't work. Can we get 30 seconds? Nice! Big Zuna win. Very big Zuna win. Let's all explode together. Yippee! That's the best kind of lobby. Everybody die at the end. Oh, I have some really sad news to inform about. It's not related to anything I've talked about so far today. Can I just play anything ever? I put my Switch... Can I just play anything I ever put in my Switch? What are all of these virtual game cards? It's endlessly convoluted. And no. You can never play the games you bought. They're ours now. Sincerely, Bowser. I think about this a lot when Donkey made a video about Reggie. He's like, no, Reggie! You gave the company to Bowser! No! I don't know why I think about that so much. Splatoon 2 re-release demo is on here? What? What? Why is that not gone? Alright, my sad tale. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the GameStop and got a DS Lite. To the beat of Black Parade by My Chemical Romance, for some reason, this thought has surfaced. I don't know why that's how my brain chose to deliver that, but that's where we're at. I got a DS Lite that I have treasured for the longest time. Now that I'm an adult, I can, like, drive wherever I want, but when I was a kid, my father was kind of estranged from my family a little bit. I didn't get to spend much time with him at all. So getting to spend a little bit of time with him and get this cool thing to take home that was also a Nintendo DS with some of the best things I've ever played on it meant a lot to me. And lately, I have a Three Tears poster right next to my window. Hell yeah! I'll admit, I haven't gone particularly deep into that band. The thing is, like, there's so much music out there. You know? I only got into, music that wasn't jazz or video game music like 3 or 4 years ago. Every once in a while, I'll get a bug in my brain, like, you know what? I haven't really listened to everything this band's put out. And I'll just go, like, and listen to every single thing the Rolling Stones did in it. And I'll have a really good time. Anyways, shit. I got a story. My father got me a DS Lite, black shell with a navy blue top, like it's an outfit. I treasure the thing. I cherish it. It is my favorite Nintendo DS I've ever owned. And I've got some pretty, like, weird DSs. I've got one of those, like... How do I even describe this? Limited edition, like, Mario decal-covered 3DSs, new 3DSs, that I got in college with a bunch of roommates. I've owned a lot of DSs over the years, but this one's my favorite. I like it visually. I like that it plays Game Boy games and DS games. The DS Lite, it's peak DS, IMO. Here's the thing. I've been playing a lot of DS games lately. And I mean a lot of DS games lately. Specifically, for some reason I'm back in an RPG mood. And I'm playing like... How many? Oh god. I'm playing like 3 monotype runs right now. I just beat the Elite Four in a Pokemon Platinum ground monotype run. And I'm at the 8th gym with a Heart Gold Soul Silver normal monotype run. And I'm after the 8th gym with a Heart Gold Soul Silver flying monotype run. Don't ask how this happened. Things just kind of played out this way. We're playing 3 monotype runs at once. And I was using that DS for it. Today I woke up. I started playing that DS. I opened it up. And instead of locking into the position it normally locks in, it opened fully. The thing that normally stops it, the hinge that lets it open at just the right angle, is broken. It no longer works like it should. It makes me so sad. I've had this thing for like over a decade, and now there are so many missile men on the screen that I might just cry. I have to pop jetpack now or I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Why am I tap-shotting? I'm using mini. What's going on with it? Anyways. Normally, this is not the death knell of a Nintendo DS. At least if you live in a world pre, like, 2021, where people still have DS Lite parts. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be fixed on its own unless I get a new shell of a DS Lite, which means I'm gonna have to find a way to get it. It's probably overly expensive now. If it even is accessible. Which frightens me into thinking this DS is dead. It's over for this DS. That makes me very, very sad. That is my sad tale. I really fucking hate planned obsolescence. I really, really hate it. New rotation's gonna start and I'm still not on Octo expansion. He spent the whole rotation figuring out Nintendo's stupid virtual game cards thing. I don't know what the idea was. You hear a thing like virtual game cards and you think, are they trying to make it more intuitive? It seems like this just makes things needlessly complicated. And turns out it also makes them dysfunctional. Who'd have guessed? I'm getting second-hand frustration. I think that's what it is. Speaking of planned obsolescence thing, you're on it? Hell yeah, you made it. Just in the nick of time. Oh, never mind, the rotation's over. I told a little, what's the word for it? There's a really good word for a little story that I'm, like, broken in my brain and I can't get out of my head. Anecdote! I told a little anecdote! About how, I dropped my iPhone and it was fine, except for one thing. The speakers now sound as though everything is being played through a phone call. Everything sounds like shit in the speakers now. And having that occur, I was like, man, maybe like when it fell just a couple feet, maybe that was like happenstance. That the thing just like fell apart. So I did some searching on the internet. And I found out that they're designed in such a way to be intentionally fragile. So that like the slightest bit of knocking about on an iPhone will just fuck the speakers, so you have to buy a new one. Or, God forbid, buy a new speaker. Really the worst option. I have 11,030 debt. I didn't know you could go into debt in Octo Expansion. That's wacky. I imagined that they'd just, like, hold you back and say, no, you gotta do something else. Luckily, most of the stages in Octo Expansion are very, very fun. So it shouldn't cause too much mental anguish to do some of them again. There's just so much fun to be had. To bookend, planned obsolescence is like one of my least favorite things. Just ever. I hate that everything I know and love will fall apart at one point. I have 600 credits and I did a 500 credit level. I have 3 shots at this or I'm cooked. Oh no! All you gotta do is A, win that one. Don't fuck it up, you know? B, find a stage that you can, like, easily do over and over again. I think you can, like, repeatedly farm credits in Octo Expansion. I think. I didn't have to, because I was a little weird, and I did every single, like, level with every weapon. Like, you get a new level in Octo Expansion, and your name is Mumph. You just play every variation in that level immediately. It's sort of like how if I'm, like, playing Mario 64, I like to, get every star before I move on from a level, you know? I start on Battlefield, I get every single star that you can feasibly get. And then I move on to, like, Whomp's Fortress. It's just how I go about 100%ing games. I'm sure there's a more effective way to do it, but it keeps me sane doing it in the order I do. Who knows, maybe I'm making a big deal out of nothing. Maybe this is like what everyone does. They're 100%ing a game. They do it that way. I gotta go get this steak. You know, this rotation might be a little rougher than I expected. I might as well talk about these weapons, because, like, I'm in the rain, actually, I didn't even notice. I tend to talk about the weapons of any rotation I'm on. Oh god. While I'm on it. That's a snake right there. No! I am in hell. Are we gonna win, though? We might just. Yeah. Cool. So, every weapon in this rotation is good. Or something. Some of them are less good at everything than others. Reflux, for instance, it has no AoE, so it can struggle in certain fights. But the DPS on Reflux is a contender for the highest in all of Salmon Run. Reflux tap shots, it's just insane, the DPS of that. Unfortunately, it's single target, so if you're swarmed by lessers, it's not gonna feel very good. Flings is a little weird, because, I mean, when you're using a roller in Salmon Run, you don't want to have to go through this slow animation every time. In multiplayer, if you're using Flingza and you're not doing the fling animation, you're automatically on my shit list. But in Salmon Run, you're kind of disincentivized to use the fling. The fling is the better button because, like, obviously getting more range and crazy paint is a great thing. But in Salmon Run, it's almost better to just go for, like, horizontals and rolls with this gun. And even then, obviously the hitbox on horizontal is a lot smaller than it is on most rollers. Oh no. So it can feel kind of odd to use this in this mode. Luckily, it's a roller in Salmon Run, and it's not the carbon roller, which means it is insanely good in glowflies. And at fighting Big Shot, it brings a lot to the table. That's the bottom line. Oh no. Despite having some, like, oddities to it, it's still quite good. It still brings a lot to the table. If it's not going to be useful in waves like this, the sheer strength of it in glowflies compensates for that entirely to me. Because this thing is genuinely insane. Any roller that isn't carbon is insane for glowflies. You know what? Even carbon isn't so bad in glowflies. I forget. Carbon is still weak, but it can still one-shot one of the chums on a rush wave. And then there's Ballpoint. This gun is insane in this mode. Genuinely, this is some of the most fun out of any weapon in the entire game. It's really fun in PvP, but in this mode, you basically got a Sploosh-O-Matic stapled to a Jet Squelcher. I'm going to die, I can't. No! You have to win, it all rides on this! So, Splatlings have some issues. Goes without saying. There isn't a weapon in the game, a weapon class in this mode that is more upsetting to have in your hands when you're being chased by a steel eel. If things go really bad, by the way, in your, I fell off the map. No! If you're locked out of progress, you might have to Google search, what do I even do? Can I restart? You might have to Google search that. Oh god, I think we lose. Yeah, there's just no time. No time! Fine. I will say, we're starting out at EVP 400, because the EVP 999 stream was on this map. Which means the only people in my lobbies have also reached EVP 999. And I need to mute for a second. BRB? We're good. Oh god. Did I just knock the mic down? I think we're okay. Yep, mic is good. Life good. Alright, I've had my water. I can speak again. Ballpoint. Splatling. Feels really, really good to use. It's kind of hard to get used to if you're not used to it. But getting access to, like... Oh, I'm not ballpoint anymore. The long-range mode is amazing for, things like steelheads and fish stick and stingray. And the short-range mode is good for pretty much everything else. Splatlings do get bullied a little bit by Snake, because if the snake is chasing you, you can't paint the map with enough, like, distance to let you swim away. Snake bullies Splatlings, and it can feel really, really bad when you're running away from Snake and no one's helping you. I have to get to the goal with no damage. Why? Never done this level in my life. I will say, those levels can be some of the most fun, and they can also be some of the most infuriating. As long as you're not doing the one where, you're jumping on the bounce pad, and they're hurling, like, blobs at you, and you have to not get hit once. You know, even so, some of the don't get hit once are, like... They're like puzzle boxes. You kind of have to slowly learn through repeated deaths to figure out what to do. I want to be ballpoint again. Bring me ballpoint. I missed this gun. I did that one for no reason other than I was bored. It took so long. Oh no. That one's real rough. I kind of like Splatoon 3's version of that level a little better. Oh no. Streamer career is over. Streamer has cracked the voice. Everybody unfollow. Everybody leave the stream. The stream end... Damn it, I can't do the joke where I, like, turn off the capture and the screen goes black and I say I end the stream. I can't do that anymore. My buttons are too far away. This is awful. Give me Flingza again. I still haven't gotten to use Rapid Blaster. Give me the weapon. So, I think Ballpoint might be one of the best Splatlings in this mode. All uh-oh, that's a lot of missiles. All Splatlings in this mode have some crazy DPS that distinguishes them from, like, every other weapon in the game. I'm dead. Oh my god. That was horrible. There's no other weapon class that can kind of just, like, shoot at Kohazuna and Megalodon. Why did I call him Megalodon that time? That's Joe. He has a name. There's so many fish flying. Fuck! Why did I call him fish fly? There's so many fly fish. I'm falling apart. There's too many missiles in the field. I don't know. I'll just bookend by saying I like Splatlings in this mode a lot, even if they have a couple issues that make them kind of tough to use in most situations. I didn't get him? Yeah, it's about right. That's fine. This map can kind of get crazy. Since I still haven't gotten the Rapid Blaster, I might as well complain about something else in this rotation. I'm not a fan of this map. It's bottom 3 for me. If I was to make a tier list of every Salmon Run map, this would be in the second to last tier. Bottom tier is easy. You know the maps. You don't even need me to say, like, it's Marooner's Bay and Spawning Grounds. Spawning Grounds being the absolute worst. You don't need me to say that. It goes without saying. This thing's kill time is insane. Wait a minute, there's a roller! I can do the thing. Juno, would you like to see the coolest tech you've ever seen in Splatoon 3? If you use the roller and you stand right here and you hit this guy and then stay in roll mode, you bounce around. You are now unstoppable. You can't be beaten in Salmon Run. You know the best tech in the game. It's overpowered. They should really nerf the roller bounce glitch. Not even a glitch. It's just a funny little thing you can... I love it. Every chance I get to show somebody that, I take. More people must know. Still don't get the Rapid Blaster. One day we'll talk about the Rapid Blaster. But to bookend me complaining about this stage, it's not always bad. I like the low tide, which is weird because normally that's like what makes and breaks a stage for me is the low tide. The low tide's actually pretty good. The problem with this stage is the high tide. The medium tide is not too fun because, as you can see, the missile men will just kind of set up in these far-off corners that you have to go way out of your way to get to them. And that's frustrating. Not very fun having to deal with that. And at the rate that missile men can sometimes spawn in, which is to say, they can... Oh, I'm dead. Which is to say they can spawn in way too much, way too quickly. This stage can get very frustrating. At least on mid-tide, like this, you can just kind of swim over there. We just killed this guy. He's back already. Am I dead? I would like to not be dead. It's good day to be not dead. We lose anyways. Oh, I gave my life. My heart and soul to the cause. I got rid of every fly fish. But nobody cares. So that's the thing about this map. Fish stick is not the mob I'm meaning to mention. That's unfortunate. Fly fish will set up in the corner, and somebody has to go over there and take him out. Which means that somebody cannot contribute to putting eggs in the basket. And because I'm doing solo queue right now, there's a certain philosophy that I want to drill into people's heads when I do the solo queue Salmon Run tier list. If you're in a solo queue environment, and something needs doing, like there's a fly fish far away, or a stingray, or there's a fish stick in a really bad spot, even if you're a weapon that's really bad at dealing with that situation, nobody is going to do it, and it will remain a problem for the rest of the wave unless you take care of it. That is the unfortunate reality of solo queue Salmon Run. You have to play the game as though your teammates are all AFK and holding forward into the basket like this, spinning around and stuff. You have to play the game as though that's the case. Because if you don't do it, nobody will. I still like solo queue a lot, on account of you run into some really fucking funny characters. I feel like that's never been better evidenced than it was in our EVP 999 stream. We found some of the best characters in all of Salmon Run. We found Boy Yuri. I think the stream peaked at Boy Yuri. Which is a sentence I never thought I would say. Oh! Jump scared by the big grill. things you have to say, though. I like solo queue salmon run a lot. That's the reason that this is like the 15th solo queue salmon run in a stream I've done. It's just fun for me. I could take the time and queue up with a bunch of friends every single stream. But then I wouldn't be able to see characters like Ink Link. And we're gonna lose this wave, no matter what we do. No, throw it! No, he picked up the egg and didn't throw it! We could've won! Was he out of ink? And just got ahead of himself and picked up the egg anyways? Oh, that's so sad. This guy's name is Sorceriz. God damn it! That's a really good one. That's one of the best. I hope he didn't throw the game. I'll have to VOD review my salmon run footage. So I feel like this game is a little bit different when you're doing solo queue. I think the balance is very, very different. And one of the reasons that I'm like so motivated to make the solo queue salmon run weapon tier list video is specifically that. This game is so different in this mode. There are tier lists made by overfishers of what weapons are the best. There are tier lists made by like people that queue up in groups of which weapons are the best. And I feel like things are completely different in solo queue. Because if you're queuing with friends, and you have like an Explosher on your team, you can be like, hey man, go kill the flyfish. And we will profit. But if you're in solo queue, and your teammate has the Explo, he's hanging out in the corner, trying to do like a thing where he bounces off the basket, even though the basket's already up. He doesn't know how to play the game. He doesn't even know that the Explosion can hit the baskets of the flyfish. He doesn't know. You've got to do it. It's the cold, hard reality of solo queue salmon run. We finally got the Rapid Blaster! I can finally conclude talking about this rotation, at long last. This is one of my favorite weapons in PvP, because it's so much like Explo. It's a backline AoE weapon that can't one-shot, but it's exceptionally good in PvP. Or in player fights, rather. Even if its kits haven't been historically that good. In this mode, it's a little weirder. I would hesitate to say it's bad, because of what it can do to fish sticks and Stingray. Like, I can just like laser down this fish stick and then it's over for him. And I can do it from a mile away too. This weapon has a niche. Like a lot of blasters, it's really good in the fish stick and Stingray, and some other as well. Some other matchups. I can speak. What it really can't paint is so it kind of struggles as a solo weapon. I would still say it's more towards the middle. What is that? What did I just see? Haha! Shoutouts to Twitch Automon for working most of the time quite well. I'm getting pretty decent at catching bots before and after they send their messages. This time it was a before, which means Automon is doing very well. We're at a point now where, like, in the in the age of content. That's where we're at as a society. We're in the age of content. And in the age of content, bots are fucking everywhere. That is 4 wave breakers. That does not bode well. It just means there's 2 big men. Okay. I hope someone handles that, because I am a little preoccupied with the missiles. Oh, this is looking bad. There's a fish stick too. This is a deadly combo. What's going on here? I'm gonna take care of the fish stick while this guy ruins my only chance to stay safe. Anyways, we're at a point with this stream where, like, we recognize bots when they're in the chat, and we just make fun of them, we just laugh. We see the bot message, we think, how pathetic. We see the streamer lose a round of Salmon, and we think, how pathetic. I'm doing the brush level you were telling me about? No! That's the worst one! Don't pick Ink Brush. Do not. Octobrush, I think, is not horrible, but it's not fun. Pick Tent. You can do that level with Tent. Easy. Ink Brush is not fun at all. Unfortunately, with Tent, you can't really use the Tent shield, but it's still a Tent umbrella, you know? You still get a big-ass projectile. With good damage. It's Tenta, Luna, Blaster, and Brush. Luna, okay. Luna's not so bad on that stage. It's not great. It still, explodes the terrain just by trying to fire at people. I just did Luna because it's one of my favorite. Hell yeah. It should still work out, as long as you don't have to, like, destroy the ground to exist. I just picked Brush. No! Don't do it! Log out! That is actually, like, out of all of Octo Expansion, that's the combo that I hated the most. Ink Brush on that stage is the least amount of fun you can have while playing Octo Expansion. And I say this having beaten the stage where you use boxes to carve out an octopus. Octopus, why did I say it like that? You carve out an octopus with Rapid Blaster Pro. Having beaten that stage, I hate this one more. Ink Brush on boxes. They just spawned 2 missile men at once! On high tide! I don't like this. This is not such a bad rotation, but I would have enjoyed it a lot more if it was on, like, Sakai Station or something. I fell 2 times. If I had to put an estimate to how many times I fell on that before actually beating it... By the way, that was some killer ballpoint gameplay. just did some things and I'm happy about it. If I had to put a number... Now you're at 3? It's between 20 and 30. 4, I died now. No! For me, it was between 20 and 30 times. It was just not fun. I hated that, like, that combo. One of the worst map weapon combos, and I think they did it on purpose too, you know? Like, they probably had the idea for the stage, and then were like, wait a minute. Ink Brush sucks here. What if? I'm just gonna do it with Luna over and over till I can play my... till I can pay my debt. Oh no. I'm so sorry. There's gotta be a better level out there. Don't make me open up Octo Expansion. Then again, I'm kind of, like, stupid. The levels that I have the most fun doing are levels where it's like, you can only beat this level if your aim is good. Those are my favorite levels, because I enjoy, like, kind of working on my aim and trying to do better than I did the last time. My favorite level in Splatoon 3, and I play it regularly because it helps me with my tracking a little bit, is still, Island 4, I think it's Islands. Stage 4-6. The weapons are Nautilus, Dapples, and, Squipper. It's a little mini-game where they throw targets at you, and you have to hit them out of the sky. I fucking love that. I've probably said this before on stream, but I watched someone play that stage, and it was one of the reasons I bought Splatoon 3. I was like, they got Osu in this game? Damn, okay. Built-in target practice is always a really cool thing to have in games like this. What's our team? We have Zaya. I gotta read the names. I've been forgetting to do that today. Red Gum. Wait, no, that's Red Rum! The R is backwards. That's pretty good. And that guy is dead. Check it out. Oh, it's real! I've been talking about it this whole stream. No, this whole rotation. How Flings is really, really good at glowflies. And my team is doing the wall exploit. If you don't know, as long as you hold forward very slowly, you won't run out of ink very fast, and they'll all just run into you. If my team can stop dicking around in random spots. If your team doesn't know about this, and you're trying to do it, it can get very frustrating as they, like, split everybody up. But other than that, they'll just, like, run into you, and you won't lose ink if you're walking this slow. Any roller just gets so much value from doing this. I'm already sick of this, I'm doing Salmon again. You set yourself up for failure with that one. I'm gonna do the stage where I fall through the boxes until I'm free of debt. That's me playing Pikmin 2. Setting yourself up for failure. Thing is that... are we gonna lose? I gotta dig these guys out of a trench because they don't know how to play when they've got a Flings on it too. I'm literally carrying the wave and they're not working with me. I'm so sad. No! Oh, I've become what I hate. I'm doing the thing. One of the things that's like really hard to avoid when you play a team-based shooter. It's hard to avoid blaming your teammates when things go wrong. It's something I try to, like, keep myself in check on. Because it's really easy to just be like, I'm doing my part, and we're still losing, so it's probably the team that's not playing the game right. Luckily, I have 2,200 hours in Salmon Run, and the thing that just happened tells me that they didn't know that I can just sit there shredding all of the glowflies while they throw eggs in the basket. So, I think I did my job correctly. But to win that stage with that team, I think I needed to realize sooner than later that this team doesn't know that we get glowflies for free as long as we let the roller do his thing. I needed to realize that earlier and start playing differently. I think that's what went wrong. I get that, like, on Overwatch. It's so easy in any, like, team game to blame your team. So easy. But it's rare that, like... It's rare that there isn't something you could have done better that might have swung things. There is one exception to that rule for me in this game. If you're playing Tricolor Turf War and you're on one of the attacking teams and the other attacking team starts painting over your ink and throwing the game, then it's 100% okay to blame the other team, because the game has been out for 3 years and they still don't know how to play it. That is frustrating. That is like, oh my god, that sucks. I tend to stream Salmon Run a lot. And lately I've been like doing a ranked grind, where I want to kind of stream some of the ranked games that I've been playing. Because I've gotten pretty good at not blaming my teammates for those losses. I'm still learning the game, obviously. Like, I've got 2,000 hours in the game, yes. But I want to play this game in some competitive form, you know? I want to get quite good at it, join a comp team, and win a tournament. I want to do that. That sounds like fun, you know? So I constantly find myself kind of reflecting on my actions, and I find that as long as I'm reflecting on what I'm doing in-game, it's easier for me to blame myself for my losses. And definitely, even if my team is doing things horribly wrong, oh, I'm dead. I notice that if I start blaming my team, I end up just getting frustrated. Way more frustrated than I should be. Oh no, I can't speak! If I can avoid getting frustrated, then I can avoid tilting. And if I can avoid tilting, I can avoid playing worse. Healthy mindset. It's the only way to keep me from falling apart. Fuck Tricolor Turf War, though. I hate that fucking code. I've streamed a lot of Salmon Run. I've yet to stream a lot of Ranked. But the one time I streamed PvP was in a Splatfest. And I've talked about this recording multiple times in these Salmon Run streams. But this was the first time on stream, and the only time it was relative to another human person that I got really, really upset. And started kind of yelling at the game, like, what the fuck are you doing? That kind of shit. And I realized something. I've talked about this VOD a couple times now. Because it was, to be fair, exactly what I described. We were playing Tricolor Turf War, and the other attacking team got the Ultra Signal, and I was protecting his friend. But his friend still died with the Ultra Signal. And so his friend decided, I'm just gonna kill the other attacking team anyways. And we lost. And then the other time a fucking Octobrush, you know what, no. I'm not gonna relive this experience. What I will say is I've talked about this this stream a bunch of times, and I was like, if you want to see me genuinely upset, it's on the VOD channel. You can see it. But I realized something today. This is why I went in this whole spiel, by the way. I realized it is not, in fact, on the VOD channel. I don't know how this happened, but I forgot to upload it. Which is weird. So far, I've uploaded every single stream I've done. It makes me smile to archive these things. It's something I care about. I don't entirely understand why. But I've got a couple reasons that I do understand, like, VODs are my, like, preferred method of content to watch. I watch a lot of stream VODs, and you make what you love. You make what you know, you make what you love. An elephant never pushed when he shoved. I'm so sorry. Sometimes a thing just comes out of my mouth that I'm like... If I could go back in time, I would tell myself not to say that. But we're too late! I scream at the game all the time, but I feel like part of it is that I'm 14. That's fair. It's... I did just go on a spiel saying it's very helpful to be able to turn that into something productive. But at the same time, that is not a skill I had when I was 14. My Switch died. You're having a bad one, dude. This is not your day. I'm so sorry. Hell, when I was like in my early 20s, I was still like... I played ranked Overwatch 1. I don't like to talk about it a lot. I was there, man. I know the frustration. At times, I have been one to kind of disparage my teammates and be like, this is fucking stupid. Why am I doing this? I hate this. We just got overran round 2 on High Tide. That's a blame the game kind of moment. Like, fuck this map on High Tide. Should not be in the game. Fuck ranked Overwatch. My all-time high is Silver 2. If you're solo queuing it, especially, moving up is nearly impossible. There's an old adage by... we lose anyway. There's an old adage I hear a lot in team-based shooters, where to consistently win in a ranked environment, you can't be the one getting carried by your team, you have to be the one carrying your team. And for me, that's an easy thing to, if I'm doing just alright and we lose, it's an easy thing for me to say, well, I needed to be carrying, I needed to be doing way better. I played the game with like 1 or 2 friends sometime, but they're also booty. That's fair. Here's a question for you. Were you playing it on console or PC? Because those are wildly different experiences. Console. For one, the skill of players is a little lower than it is on PC. But it's also harder to improve at console Overwatch, because you can't really improve your aim so much with twin-stick aiming. This game solves that by having the ability to, like, flick between targets with gyro. I spend a lot of time these days just practicing my aim with gyro controls, which is why I'm missing all these targets right now. But before gyro controls, you were basically incapable of hitting your targets if the game didn't have some form of aim assist. This is why Halo and Overwatch, even on console, could still see a competitive scene exist. Because they do this funny little thing where, say I'm aiming at this guy, but I'm aiming slightly to the right of him, the bullet will just kind of follow what I'm doing and just go like this, and then right into him. It'll just magnetize to him. They call it aim assist. Without it, a console game, you cannot aim. That's it. Gyro controls is a lot closer to keyboard and mouse. I still somehow have a gold weapon. Hell yeah! Even I didn't get rid of those. To be fair though, I played ranked really, really early. It was like season 4, I think. I didn't play it enough to decide I wanted a gold medal, so I mean a gold weapon, shit. I played a lot of console shooters in my years. And I will say, getting better at a console shooter before motion controls did not feel like getting better at a console shooter. It didn't feel like getting better at anything. It just felt like doing it more gave you more opportunities to roll the dice to have something cool happen. I'm sure there was skill to be had in twin-stick aiming? No, dual-stick aiming in a shooter game. But the skill ceiling with gyro and with mouse, it's just a whole different beast. The kind of improvement you can have with this kind of setup, God, it feels so fucking good to improve at. Mouse aiming, especially for me, was a huge turning point in wanting to play games competitively. I have one for the cowboy dude. Woo! McCree, who is now not named McCree. It makes me smile when I hear him do a voice line and I'm like, yep, that's our guy. That's Matt Mercer. That's every character in every single thing. Levi in Attack on Titan, Jotaro in JoJo's. He's everywhere. He's every voice in Hearthstone. That's our guy. I will say, I was not good at aiming with a mouse before I got Overwatch on PC, and I got a bug in my brain that I wanted to play a lot of ranked. So I learned a couple things that really changed my life with mouse. And I know that sounds like an overstatement, but it really was a huge difference and ended up giving me a mindset of I want to improve at this thing. And getting steady improvement on something and being able to reflect on where you were and where you are now is one of the best feelings a human being can have, whether it's like improving at art or improving at aiming in a video game. It always feels good to improve at something. I am stuck on the snake. And the snake is stuck on me. I have to waste jetpack to survive. Luckily, there's a bunch of these guys around, so I still get value. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. We're not gonna be okay. Everyone is dead. Now I am too. I suck at aiming too, but sometimes I just get lucky. That's consolating for you. But if you learn gyro, it's all in your hands. You can hit those shots. And you'll never stop improving. So good. God damn it. It's all dopamine. That's one of the reasons that I just play this game so much. It's just so playable with gyro. It blows my mind. If you ever want to do like a mouse aiming game, a PC game, why did I phrase it like that? If you ever want to do a game where you aim with your mouse, to begin even, you have to get a big mouse pad, at least 2 feet long, and you have to lower your sensitivity. That's the starting point. The next step is you have to learn how to move a mouse without your wrist sitting on the mouse pad. Once you get those 2 things down, it starts to feel like the sky is the limit with how much you can improve. IDK of Overwatch has gyro because I'm awesome at aiming on S3. I can't imagine that Overwatch would have gyro on console. If they do, that's awesome. I think more games should use gyro. I used to because I used to kick ass with chargers. Then I picked Splatoon back up the other day and died so badly. Chargers are brutal in this game. It's the thing I've heard from charger mains. It takes 2 months of consistent regular practice to even be passable with them. Why'd the mic die? To even be passable with chargers. 2 months. Insane. It has it on Switch, I know, but IDK if it's like that on Xbox. That's really good. I'm glad it at least has gyro. I hope it has one of these buttons where, like, you can press Y and it'll like, center your aim. Because some games just don't have that, and it hurts me. I imagine if you look at the top 500 players of Overwatch on console, a good 90% of them are using gyro controls. As someone who's gone like really deep on aiming with the mouse, I will say gyro is about as comparable as it gets. Mouse is probably still better. Some of the things you can do are just a lot more consistent on a mouse. But gyro is a close second that can do certain things that a mouse can't do. For instance, like if you have low DPI and low sensitivity, which is what you kind of need to be good at aiming with a mouse, you'll have to lift up your hand a lot. which can slow you down in certain instances. Part of learning how to be good with mouse aiming is learning how to not let those instances get in the way of your game. Am I getting a Charlie horse in my leg? Nope, we're good, just a spasm. God damn it, dude! This is awful. These fucking leukemia medication side effects. New things just pop up. I can get a Charlie horse while sitting completely still now, and it terrifies me. I feel like that isn't entirely true, because once I picked up a charger and then after a few hours I was doing very well. Personally, if that were me, I would call that a fluke. But there's always a chance it's destiny. You never know. You never know. If you're just God's gift to chargers. It could be you. It couldn't be me. It could be you. I wonder if I have old clips. I will say, so I don't play a lot of chargers in this game because I'm bad with them. I needed to record some charger footage for a video I did recently, but that's not really here nor there. I will say every once in a while I did kind of well. But how many days ago was it? No, wait, that was today. Oops. At about, let's see, it is 12:54. It's an hour past noon. About 10 hours ago, so 2 AM Eastern Standard Time. I was playing Splatoon. I'm still awake, I haven't gone to sleep since then. This is how you fix your sleep schedule. I'll hear nothing on it. So, I had to fix my E-liter outfit, because I noticed that I was running too much main saver, and so my fit was not optimal. I was running one more tick than I needed, and that upset me. So I had to play a game and gamble on getting a good chunk for the right ability, because I was out of chunks. And I got it in one game. But that game, I had some of the, like, filthiest picks I've ever gotten in Splatoon 3 with the leader. I don't know how it happened. I went insane. That game was crazy. I might have saved it. Did I show it? That's a waste of time. I'm not gonna do that. I'm back from Montreal. Welcome back! How did the speed cubing go? Did you... What was I about to say? Did you speed the cube? Did you cube quickly? I think that's what was about to come out of my mouth. That's one of the worst ways to articulate that. I'm doing Griller and I'm Rapid Blaster Pro. I gave my life for honor. I found a nice clip. Do you have a Discord I can send it to? Unfortunately, I do not. But links are allowed in my chat room. So if you can find a way to send it or upload it somewhere, even YouTube, I will be glad to watch it. One of the things I'm trying to get better at is I'm trying to, it's something I tend to do if someone sends me a clip, is I don't show it on the stream. I just kind of watch it in my own, and then I describe it. Because it's risky, obviously, clicking on a link and then showing it to somebody. You never know when you're gonna get, like, copyrighted music or something like that. At the same time, if I've already watched it once and I know that it's fine, why am I not showing it to the chat? What the fuck is wrong with me? We're gonna lose this, but it's okay. I still feel good about myself. And that's the real victory. Didn't make it into any second rounds slash finals, but I got the best official times slash averages. That's insane. As far as I'm concerned, that means you won. But the way you worded that has told me something that I did not expect. So I, obviously, anything competitive, for me, has been video games. That's like my entire experience with anything competitive is video games related. I've played in tournaments for VGC, I've played in Smash tournaments. Never played a shooter tournament, but one of these days. Oh no, I can speak. One of these days. Personal best, okay. I had no idea that speed cubing had rounds and finals. And I'm probably imagining it, but when I hear that, I imagine like 1v1 speed cubing with like a bracket. Which, I mean, there's no way that's what it is, but that would be fucking hilarious. That would be so fucking funny. Oh, I'm not queued. Good. I was about to unqueue. Capwing? That's a menacing link. Alright, let me get up. I have to, like... I'm 5 feet away from my keyboard. Give me just one moment. Do you want us to, like, review and judge your gameplay together? Very well! Alright, you're gonna get flashbanged. You hear me? You're gonna get flashbanged by the OBS UI. Watch out, it's coming. Avert thine gaze. Ah. Hiddens, I know. Oh, shit. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I've never even heard of Capwing until now. This is like, I'm discovering something. Clean. Ooh! That was some tracking. That poor guy. Oh no. Ah, get this out of here. Ow! Oh no, I knocked the mic down. We're back in the mic is falling apart arc. Okay. I will say, that tracking clip was fucking insane. Good shit. That's not easy. You perfectly tracked to that guy. I feel really bad for the Nautilus at the end of the clip. Because it seemed like he didn't know how to move. I'm glad you punished him for it. If it were me, I would have missed him despite him standing still. Because I'm not good with chargers. But those were some good picks. I got the nastiest pick earlier today. God damn it, now I want to show my clips. What have you done? There was the... Wait, I'm cute? Yeah. There was the unofficial Canada Cup, which was 3v3 with people from different regions of Canada. What? Didn't see it yet, though, but the entire competition was streamed, so I'll check it out. 3v3? How does that work? I got another one of me executing the Nautilus at the end. I feel so bad for that guy. Like, he was 100% in his own ink. If the dude pushed the left trigger, he could have lived. Man forgot to run speed and dropped his controller. Poor guy. I am the Splatling main. Pretty soon I will have a video out where I try to get everyone in the world to play Splatlings. I want you to play Splatlings. That's the working title. The Nautilus is one of the most mobile Splatlings in the game. But that poor guy didn't get it. He forgot. Although I like the wording on that, you executed him. That's pretty clean. You know, I don't remember, was that scoped charger or unscoped? Since I learned TF2, before I learned Splatoon... Uh-oh. Obviously, we've talked a lot about mouse aiming. But... if you play TF2 for enough hours, you might feel like, I should probably play Sniper. I should probably at least try it out. It was definitely my least favorite, not least favorite, least played class at one point. Probably my least favorite too, for other reasons. But I didn't play a lot of Sniper. One day I got a bug in my brain that, like, I like to improve at this game and other games, you know? And I see a lot of people play Sniper and they start kind of bad and they gradually get good with practice. I kind of want to try that. I kind of want to go through that little arc. So I did it. And by the end of it, I got pretty damn good with quickscoping. Which is kind of the art of Sniper in that game. It feels really fucking good to just instantly scope, flick, headshot. Thank God someone put it in the basket. I abandoned it. I want me to play Splatlings too, Mumph. Good. We could form an army. Maybe one day. maybe one day in one tournament, I'll be able to convince a group to run 4 Splatlings. I'm sure we can make a team out of that. Nautilus, edit, either some sort of backline. Probably not Hydra, maybe Bubble Hydra would be pretty good. Sorry, Nautilus, edit, Mini, and either Bubble Hydra, Ballpoint, or V-Heavy. I think that could function as a team. Would it be good? I mean, no. But it could function, and I would love that. I would love to do a full Splatling team. Splatling is better when the rest of your teammates aren't Splatlings, obviously. But I love Splatling. I wanna do the shitpost team. Anyways, the Sniper story. I practiced Sniper a lot, and I got pretty damn good at quickscoping. And here's how I know I got pretty good. The biggest trophy you can get that tells you you did it. You learned how to play Sniper and you're pretty damn good at it in TF2 is if the other team comes to a consensus that you are cheating when you know you're not. There is no more validating feeling with TF2 Sniper than when the entire enemy team puts in the text chat, can we kick Mumph? He's cheating. Mumph has aimbot. Can we kick Mumph? And then you get kicked from the game. Normally getting kicked feels bad. That is the exception. It feels great knowing that you destroyed someone emotionally just by being good at the video game. The menacing Link is back. I'll have to click it after this one. Although I might have to put a content warning if it's gonna be the Nautilus getting executed. To bookend the Sniper story. Thing is, I got pretty damn good with Sniper. My muscle memory is really comfortable with quickly putting a scope on a target and then deleting them. So, when I bought Splatoon 3, I thought, maybe I'm gonna be a Charger player, you know? I like to snipe. I had a really fucking bad time, and I gave up. And then one day, I had to record for a video. And I don't know what I was thinking, but I was like, maybe if I put a scope on the Charger, it'll feel more like TF2, and more of my muscle memory will, like, function. Sure enough, I had a blast. Now I can only play scoped Chargers. By the way, remember how I said High Tide fucking sucks on this map? There is one thing worse than High Tide on a map like this. Fog. Now, if there's a missile man halfway across the screen, halfway across the level rather, I don't know he exists. This is bad. This is not fun. This is one of the maps that... One of the, like, only maps, I would say, that I wish there was less Nightwave options. I would rather not have fog on this stage. Because this sucks. Luckily my team clutched up for me, I didn't have to play the game. I hate fog. It's so weird to me. Yeah, fog is no fun because Missile Men and, I almost called the Stingray a Snipe Rider. I'm falling apart. Missile Man and Stingray will just camp you from a million miles away, and you'll have no idea they exist. You'll get lasered by a Stingray, and you'll be like, I'm gonna follow this laser and hopefully find the guy. You follow it, turns out you were following it the wrong way. I do not like it. I do not like fog. However, if you ask an overfisher, fog is one of the best possible results. I think food is here, but I want to see what you think of the clip. Very well. Stream, forgive me for what I'm about to do. I'm about to flashbang you again. Look away! Look away, chat! Alright. Oh, shit, I gotta mute something again. Unmute, rather. You know what? I already missed it. I'm restarting. I went to sit down and I ruined it. Alright, you can hear me again now. Isn't that nice? Authentic backline experience. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I was like, the Rainmaker jumped off. I forgot that was optimal. Oh my god. Are we playing Guitar Hero? No, that was a sick flick. Now we're playing Guitar Hero. That was clean. Oh no, it's still going. So I muted the audio capture. You can't hear it, but I can still hear the clip playing. I gotta go and eat now. I'll be back hopefully. Well, regardless, thank you for stopping by. It is very much appreciated. But I do have to say, playing Guitar Hero, if you don't know what that is, it's one of my favorite concepts in Splatoon. In any shooter. It's if you put your reticle somewhere, because you know they're gonna cross the reticle, and you just wait until they do. That's playing Guitar Hero. You can track with your aiming, which is more reliable, but if you know what they're gonna do, playing Guitar Hero is a great way to secure a kill. Plus, it's really fun to call it playing Guitar Hero. So I do. I don't know if the Splatoon community knows that it's called that in other video games. I hope to spread the good word. There's a couple things that I learned from TF2 that I wish more people in Splatoon just kind of intuitively understood. The one that... There's a Stingray somewhere. There he is. I'm gonna go get him. With the funny spin move. The one that comes to mind immediately. Spawn camping. I've probably said this before on stream. A lot of Splatoon players hate spawn camping and being spawn camped. For various reasons. And obviously, like, it doesn't feel good to lose. And it feels worse to lose very badly and get pushed all the way into your spawn. But here's what you gotta understand about spawn camping. Spawn camping is your reward for a job well done. It's what you get for destroying the enemy team, thoroughly. It's a gift from you to you, as a reward for your good play. So obviously, yeah, it doesn't feel too good getting spawn camped. And it can feel bad getting... or it can feel bad spawn camping Because you might start to feel pity as you've locked someone in place for 2 minutes straight. But it's earned. And what's more than that, I've said this before on stream, but there's one thing I haven't said. Spawn camping in this game, if you're getting spawn camped for like several minutes at a time, it's the fault of one of two things. Either you're not playing too hot, or you're playing the wrong weapon. I'll admit, even when I'm playing really well, if I'm, like, playing Octobrush Nouveau and getting spawn camped, there's not a lot I can do to get out of that. Like, I can't really do much. But if I'm playing, like, dualies, and I'm getting spawn camped, if I just play a little bit patiently, throw a couple bombs, get a crab, I can wipe the entire enemy team. Because when they're pushing your spawn, yeah, you might feel vulnerable. There is no cover with them. On, like, any map, if you're spawn camping, you don't have a lot of cover. Crab destroys everybody. And it's not the only special with that kind of effect. Hell, even Kraken can buy your team out of a bind like that. Am I gonna die? Am I dead? Yeah. Yeah, we did. But those are my thoughts on spawn camping. I see a lot of people complain about spawn camping, but not, like, usually not good players. Usually, I did say I see a lot of people say it. It's because I've seen so many, like, posts in Splatnet, in the overworld, where people say that shit. Stop spawn camping me. And it reminds me that people don't just understand. Spawn camping is your reward. You've earned it, big boy. Way to go. I have to mute the audio. Give me 1 second. We're good. You know, there's one, like, quirk of this mic that I don't know how I feel about. It's probably more of a quirk of me, like, making very specific settings on it. I have a very particular noise gate, a very, very particular compression value that I set. Some EQ, some other things. There's a lot of things I put on this mic, software-wise. On top of that, I'm still using 2 pop filters. We're still in the double pop filter arc. Why am I saying this? This mic is really, really good at not picking up ancillary noise. Nope, that's ancillary. I think I just combined ancillary with auxiliary. Forget I said it. This mic is really, like, good at avoiding picking up miscellaneous sounds, you know? You wouldn't believe it. I've got my AC unit on right now. I can hear the gentle hum of it. It's pretty fucking loud. But with all the, what are they called? My brain just broke. With all the virtual audio modifications in the software that I have going, it makes it pretty good at not picking that shit up. However, this is a double-edged sword. If I move, like, even a foot away from the microphone, I become almost inaudible. Oh, that's really bad. Someone's gonna... Yeah. I become almost completely inaudible if I'm, like, a slight bit away from the mic. If you hear me and I sound like I'm far away, one of two things is true. Either I am like a foot away, or I'm like 5 to 6 feet away and I'm shouting. Because if I don't, you can't hear me. Truthfully, I do like these settings the way they are, even if they're a little odd. Because it brings me a lot of peace of mind to know that, like, someone can throw a plank of wood in my backyard and have it slam against the wall of my house and you won't hear anything. A thing that happened an hour or two ago on this very stream. You didn't hear it. How do I know? I saw the audio levels. I know for a fact. I'm glad we reached this point, though. I will say. It took me a couple months to figure out how I could get this mic to do the things I wanted it to. It's one of the reasons that I had to re-upload the Pikmin stream the other day. Because goddammit, it was not doing so good. It took a lot of very particular settings. We're lucky that now the only issue related to the mic that I'm having is that sometimes it droops because the mic arm was cheap. That's it. I'm happy with that. Honestly, I think the mic sounds really nice. That means I've done a good job, and I'm very thankful that you said that. Because I won't lie to you. I'm dead. Because I won't lie to you, this entire stream, I've been a little nervous. Like I mentioned, I can hear the AC unit. That shit ain't quiet. But if it's not picking up on the mic, I mean, it wasn't during the Mario Kart stream. I was able to go back and check. It seems that I can keep the AC unit on while I'm streaming now. Which is fucking incredible. That makes me so goddamn happy. I can finally, like, stream Splatoon for 10 hours without melting in a puddle of my own sweat. That EVP 999 10-hour stream changed me. It ruined me. You know, I was just looking over the map. I'm like, oh no, there's a snake here, there's a missile man there, another snake, a UFO, and yet I've got this, like, dopey grin on my face because I'm using the ballpoint splashlight. That's how you know it's true love. I hope this thing gets a really cool third kit. I'm gonna brainstorm right now. Ideal. New... I'm dead! Ideal new ballpoint splatling kit. Look at this snake! He's bunching up. He's fully there. That's beautiful. I think Beacon is a given. This thing has needed Beacon for a fucking eternity at this point. It really liked it in S2. From what I can tell, as someone who didn't play too much S2, people seem to really like this thing with Beacon, and I can see the synergy. Splatoon X Bic collab. Oh no. They put capitalism in my Splatoon game. Corporate America exists in the Splatoon universe. It's canon. You know what? They could actually make that work. They could do the, Bic was once a company before the fall of humanity, and it looks like real crunchy and crusty. The Nintendo stuff aged perfectly, because Nintendo likes to pretend that they don't do planned obsolescence. But the Bic ballpoint Splatling is just like covered in rust and grime. Let's see. Beacons would be alright. Corporate Splat America. Corporate Splamerica. This game becomes like Fallout. Every new game, there's a new real-world country that has its, like, DNA preserved and put into this game in some shape. Let's see. Subs. Knowing what I know about Splatling, a couple things are obvious. A lethal bomb is probably a bad idea with this gun. If you don't know, Splatlings hate throwing bombs. They hate throwing their subs in general, but bombs especially are a huge ink cost, which hurts your uptime on a weapon that already tends to struggle with its uptime a little bit. Ballpoint doesn't feel that as bad as most, but still, if I throw a bomb, I still have to charge up from nothing. Even if this weapon's pretty good with its uptime because it can, like, cycle its charges like the Nautilus, it still feels having thrown a bomb. Agent in the next story mode will be Luigi Mangione. That's terrifying. He's Luigi Mangione coded, but it's Little Judd. Now they could do that. They could pull that off. Let's see. I think Burst Bomb would be pretty cool on this thing. It's already obviously like really cool on Mini. The things that Mini can do with a Burst Bomb are very fun. Ah! You know what? I would like Burst Bomb on this. Little Judd versus the CEOs. The war is over. Mr. Grizz is dead. Little Judd has control. I can win this. I can still win this. I can't win this one. I won this! I can't believe it. So, for Splatlings, one of two things has to be true if it's going to be a sub that works well with your weapon. It has to be either cheap, or have an activation time that lasts a lot longer than you placing the actual sub. It's one of the reasons that Ink Mine on Ballpoint is actually really fucking cool. Even if it's got a vacuum stapled to it, it's still really cool. What? GG? I've heard way too many people theorize that Splatoon 4 is gonna be about Little Judd's takeover. So many that I almost, like, believe it. That it's inevitable. They're leakers. Gotta go over there and kill the flyfish. But everyone on my team is dead, so I gotta go back. I missed. Oh well. So, I would not want point sensor. Beacons would be okay, but if I'm being honest, I don't really particularly want it. I believe that it could be good for this weapon, but I think there'd be more fun. I think there'd be more fun options out there. You know what? No. Easy money. Number one sub for this gun would be Torp. You could get a lot of value out of rolled Torp. You could get a lot of value out of thrown Torp with the location utility and with just the ability to throw a thing that bothers people. And it's not too expensive. I think Torp would be incredible with ballpoint. And we don't have a Torp on any Splatoon. For some fucking reason. That'd be awesome. And then the special. Crab Tank would be really cool. Because it could play off the long-range damage. And because you can farm a shit ton of them with ballpoint's paint. Honestly, a little Judd-related story mode only special could be really cool. You just summon Ultra Judd. Ultra Judd?! Is that a blind spot in my Splatoon knowledge? Is Ultra Judd canon? I'm out of here. I do think it would be really, really cool. It would play off of things really well. Plus, I mean, he has been representing the bad guys in every Splatoon game. Man, that was rough. No, I made it up. Donovan breaks. Give it up, everybody. Nope. We made it up. It was false. We created it. This is looking really ugly, and it's kind of my fault for not taking out this fish stick sooner. But I don't have the paint to really do anything here, so I think I'm gonna die. I give my life. Not for honor. But for you. Still in a dream. What else? Torp Crab would be really fucking cool. It's a kit that's not in the game. That'd be awesome. But what else? God damn it, that kit alone, even without ballpoint, location utility of Torp with Crab would be awesome. It'd be like Torp on Explo. That'd be incredible. I don't want Zuka. Get that out of the way. Wait a minute, there's no Splatling with strikes. That would be broken. Torp strikes? On ballpoint? Could you imagine? That would be insane. Honestly, if the past won Grand Fest, maybe we'll see pre-apocalypse stuff or something related to the Great Turf War. That's what I was imagining. Frankly, when I saw, like, oh, Team Past won, that means the next Splatoon game is gonna take place in the past. That doesn't work for me. I like the idea, though, of... I mean, the timeline continuing, obviously, but the events of the past become incredibly relevant. I like that idea. I'd be really sad if in the next Splatoon game every single idol group was just like fetus, non-existent, and the only returning characters are Sheldon and Captain Cuttlefish. I would not be particularly happy about that. It probably wouldn't be horrible, but I don't think it would be particularly fun either. Maybe it could be executed well, I don't know. Before I get too far away from ballpoint kits, I just want to find a special that isn't busted to put on it as an option. Reef Slider would be fucking dog shit. I would be so mad if ballpoint got Reef Slider. Splashdown is unnecessary. I'm just trying to think of something. I don't know why I'm so fixated on this. I guess because now I know that, like, third kits are possible, you know? Ah, mid-air sniped by a missile. Pretty cool. Ah. Of course! It's been looking me in the eyes this whole time! Tenta-missiles! That'd be so fucking sick! Oh no, they're pushing each other. That's horrible. Tenta-missile ballpoint with torpedo. Oh my god. Top 5 weapon. I think I've used my special, like, twice all stream. Am I throwing? Is this throwing? Alright, I'll postpone this thought until after this run. That way I can look in the menu and just look at all the specials and, like, knock it out real quick. Maybe they add a mode with, like, 20v20. They better not. In this game, even 5v5 would be frustrating. I think what works about 4v4 is that it's very, very personal, your interactions. You can keep track of everyone on the team, and it doesn't really feel like there's an overabundance of specials and subs flying all over the place unless you're fighting like Quad Junior. Even a 5th player would be way too many specials and subs flying fucking everywhere. Well. Now solo queue won't be the only queue to take 10 minutes. They got big team battle in Splatoon. It's time for big team battle. I'm about to use Booyah Bomb out of frustration. I haven't been in my color ink for what feels like a full minute now. I'm glad I'm dead. I'm glad. Oh my god, I'm so flustered. That was awful. It's kind of interesting, though, that Splatoon has that kind of problem. I think it says a lot about the power of the weapons in this game. Because, like, in Overwatch, 6v6 felt pretty balanced, but now that it's 5v5, it seems that no one character has all that power. No one character has enough to really swing a match anymore. Things are way too ineffective, from what I hear, from what I observe. I don't play that game, but any game I hear anyone talk about, I like to think long and hard about the balance. And I don't know why. This is just the way I am. Kinda wondering if the Grand Fest result might affect Splatoon Raiders as well. That's, honestly, I think so. It'd be really easy for that guy's gonna die to the small fry. Damn it! I wanted to let it happen. I think it'd be really easy for them to be like, they crash landed on this strange place, on this strange place, and it's a relic to the past. Full of mysteries. Raiding ruins of the past or something, IDK. Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be very easy for them to do that. It's gonna be over there, isn't it? I'm so sick of the spawns being all the way over here. I'm dead. They just appear out of thin air and now I got pushed off a cliff. We're gonna lose. Yeah, there's no winning this, actually. We just got unlucky spawns too many times. I can't hold that against my team. The thing is, yeah, he spawned over there 3 times. We could have won if all 4 of us were over there every single time. Unfortunately, that's wishful thinking. Because if no one is by the basket, for one, no one can put eggs in the basket, but for another, the basket's gonna be crawling with lessers, so when eventually we do get to the basket, we're fucked. Okay. Did you see how my cursor went to leave and then moved? That's a sign that this controller is aging. It's not doing so good. Speaking of which, I was recording something earlier, and I noticed something startling. It happened a bit during the Mario Kart World stream as well, where I would put the controller down, and the stick would be moving like this. But in Mario Kart World, the sensitivity is very, very fast. Fast? The sensitivity is very, very high, in that if your controller is even slightly outside of the very middle of itself, your cursor moves like crazy, you can't do a charge trick. Both of those things are true. That was scary. I was recording something today for personal use in a video. I did this, and the screen kind of moved like this. That scared me. The controller was not in my hands. Thank you. Thanks for checking on me. The controller was not in my hands. Why does that scare me so much? I've spent a good amount of time this stream talking about how much I like improving in a game. How it feels really rewarding to practice a thing and get better at it. That does not hold true if your hardware fucking sucks. This isn't music. You can't take, like, a bad model of an instrument and still make something impressive with it, sound-wise. Hell, one of my trombone instructors literally used a beginner model. He owned really, really, like, professional, high-level models of trombone. But the dude liked his sound better on a beginner model, so he used it. That's interesting. Unfortunately, if your controller has stick drift, it is fucked. That is, you can't just learn to play with that. It's random, it'll get in the way of things constantly. So that's scary. But here's the real kicker. A Switch 1 Pro controller is 85 bucks. A Switch 2 Pro controller is more. I do not want to spend any money on those things. Hence the fear. Please live, Reflux. You have to survive. You have to do it. Earlier this stream, we've also talked about how if I can save money, I will. I will just not buy something. To, like, further drive that home, I haven't gotten a haircut since fucking November, okay? I am as frugal as humanly possible. If I can save money on something, I'm gonna fucking do it. So, a situation popping up where I have to suddenly just drop 90 bucks. I don't like that. That hurts my soul a little bit. I hope that doesn't, like, destroy anyone's opinion of me. Oh my god, this guy hasn't gotten a fucking haircut in 8 months? I promise there's a method to the madness. You gotta believe me. That's a lot of sharks in the same spot. I'm feeling pretty locked in place right now, I'm not gonna lie. Unbelievable. See, here's the deal. At a lot of points in my past, I've decided I would like to get my hair as long as possible. Typically, I'm in a position where I have to show up to places very frequently. I am getting moved all over the place by random collision, and I am sick of it. I am so sick of it. We're gonna lose anyways. I'm just gonna jump into the water. Okay. I couldn't even do that. Here's the deal. I've wanted to try long hair in a lot of different instances. But when you're growing your hair out and you're a dude, you probably want to get pretty regular haircuts or it gets kind of fucked up. Months like 3 to 5, you just look like a mess. Luckily, if you're strategic, you can just stuff all your hair into a hat and you're golden. But here's the deal. For the longest fucking time, I have wanted to be able to put my hair in a ponytail. I haven't gotten a haircut in months either. Legitimate. I have wanted to try doing a ponytail for fucking years. That might sound stupid. And it is. I've talked before about how I have like a huge fascination for character design. My favorite hairstyle that I see on any character is a ponytail. I do not know why. I think it's dope as hell. It communicates a lot about the character. It can also be done in so many different ways. I wanted to try that shit myself, okay? Like, judge me all you want. It's what I wanted. It's what I do. And we are finally at that length of hair. And I learned something distressing. If you worn a ponytail before, you no doubt know this. See, I had a reason I went into this. I was going somewhere, alright? I'm not just talking about long hair for long hair's sake. Can I have this egg? Thank you. It took like 3 seconds. I learned something. When you put a ponytail on, you can't just, like, slap it on there, you know? You've gotta, like, twist it, wrap it around again. Twist it, wrap it around again. Twist it, wrap it around again. Like 4 times. When you do that, and your hair is all pulled back by the tightest ponytail to ever exist, you feel like your scalp is being... Oh god, how do I even describe this? You feel like you're being held in the air by your hair. You know? Like some fucking massive monster of a man grabbed your hair and picked you up that way. That's what it feels like having a ponytail that tight. It may be a little bit destroyed my preconceived notion of what it would be like. But you get used to it, it's fine. I just wanted to share that. This is where we're at, hair-wise. He has hair. I'm a floating ball of gas. He has hair. I don't know why that's what I'm thinking right now. I hope when people, like, think of me visually, they just see, like, a floating ball of gas with 2 yellow eyes. That's my goal. I'm not particularly shy when it comes to sharing things about, like, me personally. So that might ruin that vision a little bit. Pretty much, yeah. See, that's the idea. That's it. That's all it is. That's what it's about. Obviously, when you start streaming, you have the option to do you have the option to scream into the microphone. You have the option to do a face cam. And kind of make your brand your face. I don't think that's for me. I just don't think that does it for me. I can't think of a single stream... Uh-oh. We're good. I can't think of a single streamer I've ever watched where I'm like, knowing what this guy's face looks like, I'm dead again, has improved my experience of watching the stream. I would like to live, actually. I can't save him! I'm gonna die again! This is horrible! Can they win for me? Nope, if I'd only thrown the egg. I use this word a lot when I'm talking about things that I like to avoid. Superfluous. That's what a face cam is to me. Obviously, there are things you can do with a face cam that I'm missing out on by kind of committing to not using it. And I don't really care if people know what I look like, but I just don't want to, like, have a face cam on 24/7. Keep it real with you. I don't particularly want to be watched in that way. Especially when I feel like it doesn't really add anything. I don't know. A part of, like, making a stream and a Twitch channel is that you have to stay true to what you believe about content creation. You have to do things the way you would like them to be done. And as is evidenced, I don't really care about facecam. I don't think I'll ever change my mind on that. Who knows? Maybe one day, in the, like, the far future, we'll do a stupid facecam stream. If I do it, there has to be, like, a reason, you know? Like, if I'm playing a horror game or something, maybe. Probably not, though. But it's not really something I care about. I'm happy to just be, like, a floating ball of gas with, like, yellow-tinted glasses. That's all I ever wanted to be. That's me. Of course, there's a lot of benefits to not having your face attached to something as well. You can be anonymous, and that's very fun. I've mentioned this before, but not as much lately. One of the goals with this channel is I wanted to not really tell anybody in my personal life about this thing. Just kind of wanted to do it. The only person from my personal life that knows that I stream is my best friend, who occasionally pops up in the chat, and is probably going to be on the stream at some point soon. We were playing Donkey Kong Country the other day, co-op, and I was just like, dude, we gotta stream this, this would be awesome. Look forward to that. I think that'd be fun. But that's it. Huh. Am I gonna die now? I couldn't do anything! Or just milk it for content and go, I'll reveal my face when I get 20 trillion subscribers, not clickbait gone wrong. I could easily milk it. Billions of subs. I think if I ever was to reveal my face, I will not make a big deal out of it whatsoever. I'll just be like, hey, today I've got my face. Hello. But I don't see myself doing that anytime soon. Or ever, for that matter. Yeah, same. If I keep making content, I just don't want to tell anyone unless I need to. I will say, this has been an experiment, obviously. No one from my personal life besides my best friend knows that I do this. And even so, some people do come by the stream every once in a while. It might have taken a few months, but we're no longer consistently streaming for 0 viewers every day. So it's at least possible to, you know, move beyond that point without telling anyone. The grand experiment of this channel is to see how far you can go with that kind of situation. I know, it's very like me to, run even my passion project as some sort of fucking experiment. One of the funny little side effects of this... Oh, that was an awful leg throw. Ew. Can I live? I want to revive this man. Okay. One of the odd little side effects of this is that I do have friends that are public about their streams. Or friends that I went to college with. And they have no idea I'm me. Inevitably, they will be live at some point when I will be about to raid, and I will raid them, and they will have no idea who I am, and I will be so fucking happy about it, it's gonna be great. No, the fish! The fish must die! I will say, there's a dude that I was really close with in college that I haven't really kept up with. Just like, I mean, life gets in the way. Life makes things, like, keeping up with people kind of difficult unless you put a concerted amount of effort into it. And I'm the kind of person who tends to get overwhelmed from just barely managing a daily schedule. It's one of the reasons that I disappeared for so long. For like a couple weeks without a stream. Because, like, some things went down, and it just kind of took it all out of me. It's, one of the things I don't think I've talked about before, but when I have a job, I tend to be so exhausted before and after it that it kind of runs my life, and I can't... Like, if I have a full-time job, rather. I tend to be completely unable to just do any of the things that I want to do outside of just surviving, you know? That's why, like, contract work and part-time stuff really, like, works a lot better for me. Going to school is not as bad as well. I just got, like... I just got golf balled. I was putted into the shark's mouth. I tend to get overwhelmed really easily, so certain things kind of happen like that. This friend that I haven't kept up with in a while. I checked in on him recently. This dude is now the #1 ranked player in Power Stone. I cannot tell you how fucking shocked I was to hear this. Worldwide. Dude is now the #1. He won EVO the last 2 years in a row. This shit blows my mind. He was a college roommate of mine. And every single year, we would play Smash a whole bunch. And he'd be like, dude, you've gotta play Power Stone. And we would play it, and find that there's, like, no competitive scene. And I would try to get him into other competitive games, because I'm very esports minded. Things that are like Power Stone. Smash is up there. Little did I know, him and a couple others, like, resurrected the scene for Power Stone, and he is now the #1 ranked player. Dude is cracked. We're gonna be raiding him one of these days, when he's live. He doesn't stream often enough for me to say it'll happen soon. God damn, I'm so happy for him. Why did I go on this spiel? I don't know. To be honest, I kinda just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I think it's really fucking cool. I guess it's a teaser for one of these days, when he's live and I'm ending a stream and I can raid him. Uh-oh. I'm probably gonna have to go soon, so bye, Mumph. See you next stream. No worries. Thanks for coming by. Seriously. You appearing regularly is a fucking blessing. Means a ton. But lucky for you, I guess you're probably not gonna miss much, because I've realized it. We've been live almost 4 hours. You can probably tell the second I go silent for more than, let's say, 5 seconds, I tend to just not shut the fuck up when I stream. Me going silent for about 5 seconds is a sign that one of two things is happening. Either I am fully locked into the game, or I think I've run out of things to say. There was something I wanted to talk about, wait. Oh god, what was it? Oh no, that's another thing that shuts me up for way too fucking long. If I had a thought I wanted to get out and I can't recall it, that shit destroys me. Oh no! Mumph. Competitive yapper. I can out-yap the best of them. It's all those months of streaming to 0 viewers. It's prepared me. I can't be out-yapped. You know, that's something I should talk about. It's kind of weird to me. Yapping has become kind of an insult. I know a lot of people wear it with pride. Myself included. But I've also heard people use it as an insult. Like, this dude's yapping. I am a proud yapper. It's the way it should be. Good to see you, K9, by the way. I hope your jazz journey is going quite well. And if it is, listen to the Mario Kart World soundtrack. Holy shit! Big band music is back in style! I'm a proud yapper as well. It's not an insult if I ignore the insult part. Real. The reason I'm bringing this up, yapping I've seen used as an insult. Yeah, it's incredible. Hell yeah, that soundtrack. It took me 3 days to get through the whole fucking thing. It's such a big-ass soundtrack. So yapping, right? There's also, if you're complimenting the homies, this dude is glazing. There's another example, and I can't fucking remember it because I'm beef-brained right now. It's got me worried that people of the world, as the years tick by, are starting to see talking as a negative. Yapping was the first indicative bit of that. I've heard so many good guitar solos in that game. It's insane. I'm not gonna lie, one of the things that makes me sad as a streamer is that I can't just put on a bunch of old jazz records and listen to a bunch of killer solos and talk about them. I now have an excuse to fucking force people to listen to big band music. I am so goddamn happy. I'm incredibly nerdy, so yapping is just part of the package. Talk about something... I found the third thing. Talk about something personal or uncouth. Cringe. People do not like it when people talk. They've got to find a word to put them down with. The phrase. My coined phrase comes back into relevance. Be the cringe you want to see in the world. My final message. I don't think yapping is the first iteration. Definitely right. Jazz journey's going well. Been studying harmony for a month and I feel like I understand songs on another level again. Let's fucking go! People don't talk about harmony enough. I will say, I've got this sort of hyper-fixation on harmonic progression, which, if you need me to demystify that for you because you're not a musician, I will tell you, all it means, chords. Chords progressing from one chord to another. The term for that is harmonic progression. That has always been my, like, biggest fascination with music. I think I've mentioned before, I went to music college specifically because I wanted to know why people choose the chords they choose, and why do some chords sound good going into others. I needed to know. I had a point I was gonna make, and I got lost in the sauce. It's over for me. I'm jumping. Okay, I think I'm back on track. The really cool thing about being able to kind of understand what you're hearing. You get better at recognizing things you've heard before. And when something new comes along, it fucking floors you. It knocks you down onto the ground. I was, as I tend to do, I was listening to the Mother 3 soundtrack again. Classic Mumph behavior. And I heard a song that went from one chord to a chord that has no place coming after. No place coming after the chord it came after. And yet it worked, and it kept going. New chord structure unlocked. God damn, it was incredible. I might pull up the song. I might do. If I remember after this run. It's so fucking good. That soundtrack is... We just talked about the Mario Kart World soundtrack, and the Mario Kart World soundtrack is fantastic. Mother 3 still has my favorite soundtrack of all time. There's just no beating it. The thing about Mario Kart World's soundtrack that kinda holds it back a little bit, granted, they do a really good job of countering this, this setback with all the new ideas they put into their music. All of the music in Mario Kart World that isn't a new track theme is a rearrangement of something that's already been made. I think I'm gonna play through the Mother series soon. Yeah! I would not recommend Mother 1. It's good! It's a good game. It's just not fun to play, is the issue. It's funny, which is what you want out of a Mother game, but it can be very frustrating. Everyone has said that. Yeah. Ideal order, if you ask me. Mother 3, Earthbound, Mother. Earthbound is my favorite to play. As such, I will probably be streaming it pretty soon, now that I'm back in an RPG phase. Mother 3, did I say Earthbound that time? Because that was my intent. I can skip the grindy parts with cheats, so I can experience the story and most of the game without the worst bits. Fair? I'll be honest though. You're a Splatoon player, you have Nintendo Online. With Earthbound, you don't need to grind at all. As long as you have one feature. The Switch's rewind feature. It can be fun learning the game, like Earthbound, by, you know, trial and error. You run into a new boss that you don't know how to beat, you die, you have to go all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon, go through the dungeon again, get another crack at the boss. It adds a lot of tension to the fight. But I will say, it's a lot of wasted time, and it's not particularly fun going through that feedback loop. It's rewarding, finishing the feedback loop and being like, I now know how to beat the boss, I have a tactic. It's like solving a puzzle, you know? I will say, the rewind feature, when something that you could not have known would happen, happens. The boss pulls some shit out of its ass, which is great phrasing. And suddenly you lose because something that, like, you could not have foreseen comes up. That can be a little frustrating. Having the Switch's rewind feature solves that problem forthwith. Which is the word of the day. I think I've used it 3 times today. Forthwith. It's, especially as someone who hasn't beaten Earthbound, I think playing it through with the rewind feature solves all the problems inherent to that kind of game. Except for, what do I do next? No, not like this! I gave my life for honor. No, we died anyways. Earthbound's so fucking good. Oh, god damn it. I've said it before, the biggest barrier to entry that's keeping me from streaming that game is that I'll have to read out every line of dialogue. It's gonna be so long! Only problem with the Switch's emulator is the borders, and it says P1 in the corner. I find it harder to immerse. I have a tactic for you. It's not a good tactic, but it's a tactic. It's one that I use when I stream a Switch Online game. OBS. If you capture the game, and you put black bars like here, and here, you can cover all that shit up. Just as well, I'll be honest, I don't tend to notice when I'm playing myself. I played myself. I'm dying. I don't tend to notice the overlay with the bars too much. But if I had to guess, it's probably because I get tunnel vision very easily. I sort of forget everything that's happening around me when I get locked into a game. But if you can run it through OBS, you can just, like, skip the whole thing. Just put the bars up, you'll be fine. If you can't, you might have to suffer. You might just have to suffer. But it does play really, really well on Switch. The only thing that kind of sucks with the Switch port, I mean, besides the borders, which you should be able to disable, let's be real, you should probably be able to disable those. But the only thing that I don't like about it, personally, is, for whatever reason, the way they've chosen to emulate it removed one of my favorite glitches. You see, I'm dead. It should 100% be an option. It's pretty classy Nintendo. Classy. Pretty classic Nintendo to just not give us the option to play our games how we want to. What's that? You really like Manta Maria? Ooh. You know? 3 days from now, we'll have a Splat Zone's Manta Maria rotation for 2 hours. That solves your problem, right? You can make it. You're not busy, are you? Oh, you're busy? Alright, the next one's in 2 weeks. I'm dead. Again. I could have jetpacked and survived. I'm a fool. I should have. I could have saved the run. Damn it. And that's not even mentioning the fucking Mario Kart World fiasco, where they just kind of said, no. No 3-lap tracks. No. Not online. You're gonna have to go into like a Discord group if you want to do that. Not on our online system. Oh fuck, I forgot to finish my thought. The thing that makes me sad about the new Earthbound port. So, you might not know about Earthbound. It came from a particular time where you had to be very economical with how you put things on a cartridge, especially with a longer game like Earthbound with tons of different assets and characters. So, the entire map is on one image. You can look it up right now. Earthbound's map, the entire thing is on one image. Every cave, every room, every city, it's all just in different locations on one image. And you get locked into different areas depending on, obviously, where you enter your area from and what exits there are around you. But, in a tent in the third city, named Freed, comedy gold. In a tent, if you wedge yourself into the wall and click A, you see, this tent just happens to be in the bottom right of that map file. And when you investigate with the check command, in that corner, and it grabs data from off of the map, the game freaks out. It does not know what to do, because it's fetching junk data. It gets a bunch of numbers, and it shows up in a text box. The text box will, fly by, spamming the same numbers and letters over and over again, rapid fire. And you might just get warped to a random point in the game where things are glitched beyond belief. The tent glitch is one of my favorite parts of Earthbound. It's not really part of the game per se, but it makes me smile every time I do it. I like it a lot. It doesn't really work the same way in the Switch version. You can get it to kind of fetch junk data, but every time it works, it always does the exact same, spams a bunch of 7s, really, really fast, for 20 seconds, and then the text box just has a period in it, and you can't move for another 20 seconds, and then it ends. That's it. Why is everyone always dying? It's a good thing I've been practicing my craft. But that's tent glitch. If you want to see funny tent glitch things, the video that comes to mind, I know Chugga Conroy has a full video dedicated to him just fetching tent data. And it's a good showcase of the glitch, because it can't really be performed in the Switch version. I know I'm harping on, the most negligible of things that a port can possibly have. But it matters to me, damn it. It took away some of the funny of one of the funniest games to do it. But I do hope you give Earthbound a shot, because it genuinely... It's a moving experience, that game. I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating. It's not as emotionally, heart-wrenching as Mother 3 is. That game makes me feel emotions like no other piece of media has. But Earthbound, it makes you feel emotions. It does good. It's a really, really good RPG. The connection is unstable. I am dropping 0 frames. This is on Nintendo's side. That's so cool. I hope I get banned for 10 minutes. Oh, 2 disconnects! Okay. Can we do 2-man salmon run? Can I live? You can't save me. I can't move. It's poor guy! He doesn't know! Oh my god, he's clutching up though! I can move again! Thank you so much! You saved me! We're gonna win this, you and me. One more wave. This is one of the most interesting things that ever happened to me at Salmon, but I'm not gonna lie. I've never had a two-man. I gotta save him. I couldn't make it into the pond. This is insane. We're gonna do this. You and me. Flings are rapid. Okay, 15 eggs. EVP 400. One player left, literal. You got it, right? Yeah. I knew he was good. I knew I could trust him to bomb that. Now he has to trust me to take on the UFO. And maybe crab for the missiles. Okay. Okay, the tactic there? No! No, we didn't save him! Yes! Oh, he made it to the bomb. Oh my god. This guy's crazy. Thank you! There are... I can't move, by the way. There are 4 flyfish now. I couldn't get out of there. That's so sad. The strategy I was talking about that I, like, couldn't finish because things got really, really hellish. Unknownic, you are the fucking man, and I'm sorry I let you down. So, one of my favorite little, like, quirks that Splatoon has. If you can get an enemy to stand still, it will block the way for everyone else. He's gone. Unknownic is left. Gonna miss him. So I was gonna use those scrappers to block everybody else, but that didn't give me— He's here! He's gone. That didn't give me a lot of space to work with. So when the missiles fell, I couldn't cut it. The strategy did pay off though, to some degree, even if we still lost. It blocked all of the Quahogs. And that was the intent. It's not always that useful because it requires a scrapper, but if you're in side order, there's a couple stages where you can do that with the roller dude. The dude who's a spinning top. If you, splat. The top that he leaves behind has collision, and no one can move past it. You can use it to completely seal yourself off from the enemy. It's really fun. It's a neat little tactic that you can do. This game is just so chock full of interesting, neat little interactions. I fucking love it. I wish I'd done a better job of compiling all of the interesting little things that you can do. Oh, I'm falling apart. All of the interesting little things that you can do in this game. Roller, can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it? He can do it! I'm so proud of him! He's not doing it! I had to put my faith in the roller. I don't think he knows what he's doing. He had it for a second. I don't think he realized, though. Maybe he's just getting pushed around. I'm gonna stand right here until the roller comes back. Roller's dead. Get back up here, soldier. It's all you. No, he's got a Japanese name. Surely he knows. They just flew up here from the ground. That was insane. I knew they could jump if you're holding onto a wall for too long. But that was crazy. I've never seen them platform like that. This game has been getting very interesting in the last, like, few minutes. The mother of all disconnects into glowflies getting new tactics. It's going good. Oh, I should have mentioned this. Because my brain is still stuck on Mother. If I get started thinking about something that I, like, adore, I have a hard time pushing it away. I will say, if you do end up playing it, K9, listen very, very carefully to the music. It does a lot of interesting things, yes, but the musical references are fucking insane. The music in Earthbound uses samples from the Beatles, from a bunch of classical music, and if you listen very closely, you'll recognize them. Some of them have been warped to a degree that it's almost hard to recognize them if you don't know the exact sound of the Beatles songs that they're referencing. And it's well disguised enough that American copyright law hasn't fucked it in the ass, which is really cool. However, it's one of the reasons that Mother 3 isn't gonna release in America anytime soon. The references in Mother 3 isn't just they sampled a song and played it backwards and pitched it down a little bit. In Mother 3, they use the exact motives of songs that exist. The Godzilla theme. Back in the USSR, they have... God damn it. And they're so creative with it, too. Like, if they're gonna use Back in the USSR, I'm dead. They don't just, like, make a song that sounds like Back in the USSR. They take the motive from Back in the USSR, the main melody, and they put it into a completely different genre of a song that sounds nothing like it, but fits the melody really interestingly. If you want to hear that specific example, it's just Thomas's Bazaar in Mother 3. That is always the example I point to in that game. God damn it, it's such a good soundtrack. I can never stop thinking about it. It's too good! It's the best one. You know, I think I'm stupid. Shit! It's taken me months of streaming, genuinely, to realize that when someone puts an emote in the chat that I A, don't recognize, and B, can't exactly make out what it is, I can just fucking tap on it and it tells me everything I need to know and zooms it in a little bit. That was an option the whole time. I was just too stupid to realize it. I'm gonna go in the shame corner. I've got some self-reflecting to do. Copyright protects the company, not artists anyways. Yeah! Oh no. It's never good for the artists. Hell, if you played some song by an artist on your stream that's lesser known, even if they are known, I'm sure they're glad their music is getting exposed to more people. However, the company sees that, they do not care. They see that someone used our song. We gotta kill him. I'm still a little bit pissed about the Xenoblade streams. Xenoblade X is one of my favorite games of all time. It's very flawed, but the things that it does well, it does really fucking well. Unfortunately, when you beat the game, in the new remake, the singer from the new arrangements and recordings of the songs decided that she was going to give her, I guess, the rights to her voice to a copyright company. Which is a really non-correct way of putting that, by the way. That, I guess, shows a lot of my understanding of this. I can only understand things I have myself experienced in terms of copyright. Well, the VOD got claimed for just playing the video game. And I'm still bitter. I've heard that streaming Final Fantasy is a real bitch these days. Because the soundtracks just get copyrighted the whole time. Get the entire thing. I mean, weirdly enough, in the first, like, the first 6 streams of the game, that singer was not present. So I didn't get any claims. But in the 7th VOD, yeah, copyright claim. The whole thing. Because they appeared for 2 minutes, because they sing the end credits theme, and I fucking beat the game. Luckily, when you start playing the DLC, the same thing happens. I'm not bitter. I'm fine. I'm okay. It's just a game I really fucking like, and would like to be able to stream comfortably without feeling like my videos are gonna disappear. Luckily, it wasn't a copyright takedown. If you don't upload too many things to YouTube, I guess this warrants explaining. For anyone in that kind of situation. There are 2 kinds of copyright claims. One is like, hey, you used my thing, fuck you. All the money that video makes is now my money. And that's not the artist, that's the copyright claimant. Sometimes it's not even authentic. In this case it was, but I've seen like, I've seen Mario 64 music get claimed by someone that used Mario 64 music as a backing track for their rap album. We live in a really, really fucked up world. If every content creator unionized, it would be insane. So the kind of claim I got was a copyright claim, not a takedown. Which means my video can stay up as long as I'm comfortable making no money on it. Lucky for me, I wasn't making any money on that video anyways. I don't lose any sleep over it. After all, I've said this before, I don't stream and upload YouTube videos because I hope I'll make money with it. I stream and upload YouTube videos because I fucking want to. It doesn't matter to me if I'm told that, like, you're not gonna make any money on this. Unless otherwise there would be a lot of money that then gets sent to a copyright claimant who is, like, either falsifying it or just claiming it because their song is in a video game I played. That would irk me a little bit. Just because I don't... I mean, that's against my moral compass. Fucking obviously. That's an upsetting thing to even conceive of. However, copyright takedowns are also a thing. Where someone has their song in the copyright system, and it's in your video, and they don't just not like that. They hate that. And they hate you. And your video must go down. Not to say every instance of copyright is like... Every instance where that happens, not to say it's always a, like, undeserved bullshit thing. Usually with music, it's pretty undeserved. I don't even want to imagine how many Silvagunner videos have gotten that treatment over the years. I imagine it's in the quadruple digits. At minimum, honestly. It could even be in the 5 digits. But I have seen a time where, like, genuinely, plagiarism just fucking deserves to get the video taken down. Taked down. I could speak. I couldn't jump, though. This stream was awful. The one that I always think of, because it really stuck with me, was the Man in Cave video. Quote-unquote by Internet Historian. If you know the story, you know it. But if a couple years ago you saw a video about a guy in Nutty Putty Cave who, got stuck in a cave and they tried to rescue him, and it was like an hour-by-hour coverage of things that happened, and you don't know, the entire script was basically word for word ripped from someone's article on the thing. The video got taken down in one of the only instances where a copyright claim and takedown was deserved, because it just used the entire script and passed it off as its own, which is not new to YouTube, unfortunately. That shit keeps happening. YouTubers fucking stop plagiarizing challenge. Someone's gone! And I didn't notice, but it's rambling about plagiarism. But I imagine this is an old story at this point. People probably know about this. It's still kind of fucked up to think about. Especially because the people that did it never admitted their wrongdoing. Which is another fucking staple of plagiarism. For whatever reason, every time a plagiarist gets called out for something on YouTube, they come back with, well, what I was doing wasn't really wrong. How hard is it to write your own shit? I don't know. These people have yet to understand the joy of writing a good essay. And to be fair, it took me like 24 years to discover that joy, but it is a fucking beaut of a thing. We've talked a lot about this stream, or on this stream, about how good it feels to get good at something with practice. Writing is the same exact way. Is this the infamous Mumph dropping frames dot? That's my middle name, don't wear it out. But not today. 2 streams in a row now. 0 dropped frames. Let's fucking go. You wanna know what I did to fix it? Absolutely nothing. Let's fucking go. Why is this the way the world works? Luckily, I can say I've gotten a lot more comfortable with the idea of dropping a shit ton of frames. You know? I've got a plan now. Plan is, drop frames, continue stream the next day. Easy. Then I just combine the 2 into one VOD, then I'm golden. Sometimes that could get a little frustrating though, because, especially now, if I like have that happen in the next 4 days, I'm gonna be very, very sad. Because I have such plans for this world. In the next 4 days, a lot of streams are going to happen. And by a lot, I mean 2. It's a lot for me. No, that should be normal for me, but things have been kind of rough lately. We're getting back on the horse. Good to see you, by the way, NCF. I am kind of getting towards ending today's stream. It's been a long one. Even if I'm very, very comfortable with this this rotation, it's not so bad. Although we're gonna lose this round. Call that a prediction. That's a lot compared to the past month, at least. Yeah! If you didn't know, I got sick fucking twice in a row. And then I got really sad. That's the shorthand of it. In that order. I got sick, then I got sad, then I got sick again, and then I got really, really sad, and that affected me for a while. We're good now, though. We're doing better. In 4 days is another Salmon on stream that I really fucking want to do. Gonna lurk for the remainder of the stream while I make curry. Godspeed. I hope your curry turns out fantastic, and I'm dead. I will say, I think if I get sick again, I'm gonna try to... I'm falling apart! If I get sick again, I'm gonna try to make sure something comes out while I... Please don't. Okay. I'm gonna try to make sure I'm putting something out, even if I'm unable to stream. The thing is, I've been working on... Oh, yeah, hey! My prediction! Yeah, I knew it. Take a lot of confidence in losing a game because you predicted it. That's the ultimate strategy to never let a loss upset you. Yeah, I knew we were gonna lose. All in a day's work. Not a challenge for a mind like mine. I hate this character. Fuck. If I get sick again, I'm gonna make sure I put out a lot more things during that time. Because it's not impossible for me to make things in that time. Luckily, a couple things have happened while I was sick. I learned Blender. I put this... well... I put this squid character into fucking Blender, dude. I figured it out. I'm gonna have a big animation. It's gonna be great. I'm working on a video that I'm hoping to call... I might change the title. It's a working title. I want you to play Splatlings. That's the title. Because I want people to play Splatlings. That's it. And I'm thinking about starting it out with an SFM-like animation. Because god damn it, How It Feels to Play TF2 is one of my favorite YouTube series of all time. And I'm surprised no one has done it. You've also played a buttload of RimWorld, right? Right? I have been putting it off, but I will not let that colony fade into obscurity. I refuse. They've made it so far. And by made it so far, I mean they've, like, treaded water for 4 streams. I'm so happy for them. Thing is, I think next stream, we're gonna try to finish Dark Souls in 2 days. Another Salmon run stream comes up in 4 days. There's a Triumvirate run that I need to do. Because it looks really fun. And it would get me footage with, like, random weapons in the game, which would be very helpful for another video I'm working on. In another 2 days after that, who knows, the sky is the limit. If Dark Souls is done, we're going right back into RimWorld. I do love RimWorld, and it makes me sad to abandon the file in the way that I have. But it's never abandoned for good. It's kind of unfortunate that, like, I bite off more than I can chew. I put too many games on the menu at once. RimWorld has been suffering for that reason, and I'm dead. And Risk of Rain 2 has been suffering for that reason too. Anyways, I keep starting a thought and then not bookending it. One of the things that's been keeping me from making things, or posting things rather, while I'm sick, has been because I made a stupid decision and made a promise that it's not that I can't keep, but that I shouldn't keep. When I finished the last Splatoon video, I said the next video would be about Splatlings. But the scope of this Splatling video has increased to such a degree that I'm learning Blender. That should tell you everything you need to know. I'm putting way too much effort into this because it's what I want, damn it. I want it to be everything I'm imagining it to be, you know? Please, he has to survive! Stop hiding behind the steelhead! Throw the egg in! Thank you! That was awful, he didn't trust me! I know exactly how that feels. It's too real! You just get caught up in, like, this project, and it takes so much, but you gotta get it right. Because it's what you want. You're not gonna half-ass it if it means that much to you. Anyways, as a result, the scope of this video has turned into something that's probably gonna take me like 2 months. The script is mostly done, at least, I can say. But there's still so much I need to do to finish it. So, I've came to a conclusion. I think it's okay if I post things that aren't the Splatling video next, so long as when the Splatling video comes out, I am happy. Which is easy, because I know if I'm posting it, I will know if I'm happy. And if I'm not happy with it, I can just wait. Win-win. For saving me. I appreciate you, Edit. That's a ballpoint. I'm an idiot. Wait, can I do this? No need. So, in the meantime, I'm gonna post a couple easier-to-make videos. I've got some ideas for live commentary-style videos. Things I just want to talk about with the camera on. That I think could and should probably be posted in a place, instead of just a VOD. That elevator moving incited panic within me. Incited. Instilled. For good. We know English words. So I've got a couple Splatoon videos that will be out. Probably before the Splatling video. Just as well, I have some non-Splatoon videos that I'm suddenly getting passionate about again. That I'm wanting to make. We talked a lot about harmonic progression today, and by a lot I actually mean a little, because I'm really fucking bad at using the right words at the right times. We talked a little bit about harmonic progression today. And every time I think about harmonic progression, that is 3 missile men that spawned in the first 10 seconds of the round. Do I hate Salmon Run? Thumbnail. I thought I had crab! What's wrong with me? I'm playing like shit! At least I got the missile man with that, like, god-awful reef slider. Anyways, when I think about harmonic progression, I think about Pokemon's soundtracks. I think about them a lot. Because if there's one thing that... Did I just say if there's one things? I think I need to end the stream soon. The rate of, like, fuck-ups per second, per minute, per moment, has reached, like, a critical high point. So... I've been thinking about this video for, like, years at this point. Is he stuck on the pole because he's coming after me? Because it doesn't matter. Oh. I want to talk about Pokemon music. It's one of those things that, as Pokemon has, like, continued as a franchise, it's something that just really, really bothers me. I feel like Pokemon's music has completely lost its identity. And the identity that it used to have is so much more than people gave it credit for. And the thing about that is the most curious is that I don't think a single person at this point even knows who's responsible for those soundtracks besides me. I did my research. I know the facts. And I feel like that's a very conceited thing to say. But however, if you look into people talking about Pokemon composers, no one ever fucking mentions Go Ichinase, and I'm sick of it. To the point that it, like, physically wounds me. He did it all. If you've played any amount of Pokemon games, the entire Gold and Silver soundtrack, the entire Emerald soundtrack, besides the fight music. Masuda has been the fight music guy for as long as Go Ichinase was making the themes and the everything else. All of the Gen 4 music and the Heart Gold Soul Silver remake, it's all the same guy. He really fucking established a musical identity for this franchise. And then slowly, as the sequels came out, they abandoned it. They got other composers, and some of them did kinda well. But typically, the composition team for a newer Pokemon game is so many people that it loses any sense of cohesion. And the songs that really scratch the same itch, hell, the songs that do anything harmonically interesting, are few and far between. In every single generation after Gen 5. Go Ichinase was not really a part of Gen 5, but because it was so close to his games and his reign, People kind of knew what to go for when they were making new Pokemon music, which is why, like, even listening to Gen 5 now, people fucking adore that soundtrack. It is so hit and miss. Some of the songs are really fucking, like, amazing. I won't lie. But those are the ones that kind of evoke his style. We're in full rant mode now, aren't we? I need to, like, tone it back. You can tell I've been thinking about this a lot lately. It gets me really, really emotionally heated. Because it's something I fucking care about. You go to college for music, certain video games have a huge musical impact on you, and people don't know? You gotta talk about it. I'm kinda glad I didn't grow up with Pokemon. You know what? I feel like in today's world, feels like there's only been disappointment for the last 20 years. I wouldn't say only, but the rate of disappointment to, like, not disappointment, which is not even to say, like, something good, that rate's too damn high. I feel like in today's world, not growing up with Pokemon is like not having grown up being a fan of Star Wars. You're better off. That's the bottom line. If you didn't grow up with Star Wars, you probably don't feel constant pain over the state that franchise is in. You know what? I think that's incredibly apt, actually. They're the same. We're the same, you and I. It's like an Ash voice. I can't do an Ash. That was awful. He's looking at, like, Anakin Skywalker. His baseball cap is turned backwards. Anakin is upset by the proposition. Though I will say, I did start by saying not everything has been a disappointment. There have been a couple things that I've really fucking enjoyed from Pokemon in the last couple of years. The unfortunate thing is that the only one that immediately comes to mind is a remake that they didn't do like any other remake. The fucking Mystery Dungeon remake, goddammit. They made it like a picture book. That art style is glorious. It's a beautiful reimagining of the 2D art in 3D. If you have Switch Online and you want to see the original art of that game, it's free on the GBA Virtual Console. I wouldn't call it a glow-up, but I would call it, like, perfectly evocative of the original. And the gameplay is much better than the original did. That was one of my childhood favorite games. Thinking about streaming it one day. Unfortunately, outside of that, what has Pokemon done that's been good recently? This is such a cop-out answer, but it's all I can think of. ROM hacks! That's it! It's a pretty good Pokemon ROM hacks! I still haven't played Legends Arceus, and people tell me that that's a pretty good one. I might stream it one day. Who knows? I have the game, but I've never played it. Because like, 4 years ago when I bought it, I decided I was gonna save it for a stream one day. And then my internet started going out every 5 minutes. We live in a different world now. I can stream with regularity. Asterisk. Look at these fools. I say and then I miss the basket and get one-shot by a missile! I am the fools. I will say, the cool thing about Pokemon is this. You don't have to play any of the new games. Wow. Some of my most played games of all time are the Gen 3 and 4 Pokemon games. I play them very regularly. I'm playing them right now. I mean, not right now, but... Hell, 2 hours before the stream started, I was playing a mono-type run of Soul Silver. With all normal types. And I'm having a really good time, because I think the game is really fun. If you ever end up wanting to see if Pokemon can be for you and enjoyable, just download a ROM of Pokemon Emerald. That's all it ever was, you know? You will have a great fucking time, because that game is a good game. It's just... somehow, after Gen 5, they stopped going for any sort of cohesion in the Pokemon designs, and the music, and the art style. It lost its sense of identity. That's it. But if you can completely ignore everything that's come out in the last 20 years, you can have a pretty good time with the Pokemon franchise. I recommend it all the time to people who've never, like, tried Pokemon before. But the earlier Pokemon games hold up tremendously well. Gen 1, I'm kinda not the biggest fan of because I didn't grow up with it, so it's a little harder to appreciate that. But I've introduced... this is a story I've probably talked about twice on stream before. Back when I was an elementary school teacher, I had a kid in my classroom. All his, I was about to call them teammates because I'm Splatoon full as fuck. All of his classmates would talk about Pokemon in the corner, and he'd walk up to me and he'd be like, I'm so sick of this. All of my friends are talking about Pokemon and I hate Pokemon. I'm like, I mean, that's fine to know what you like and what you don't like, but tell me, why do you hate Pokemon? Because I own a game. And I hate it. It's not fun. It's not interesting. I don't like it. Well, what game is that? It says Pokemon DX. And me being a fucking moron, I'm like, oh, maybe that's the GameCube version, Pokemon XD? Maybe that's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX, the remake. I like that one. No. This dude was in the 4th grade, and when he asked for a Pokemon game, his family got him Pokken Tag Tournament DX. A fucking Tekken game with a Pokemon skin. It is no mystery why he didn't end up enjoying that. So, I got the kid, this is probably like uncouth for the wrong person to hear. I got the kid a ROM of Pokemon Emerald. And after school, he would play it. And I would be hanging out after school because it's free money. In quotes. And this kid would just be playing Pokemon with the biggest, stupidest fucking grin on his face. And he would get one of the most fucking beautiful things that you can see from a kid that's playing Pokemon, which doesn't really happen in the newer games because every Pokemon is broken in the single player and it's way too fucking easy. He'd go to the first gym, it's like a rock-type gym. Suddenly he can't do any damage, because that's the way the game is balanced. It's to teach you about types. He's doing all his normal attacks and they're not working, and he's really confused, and he starts getting upset. Mr. Mumph. That's me. This game is annoying me. This game is frustrating me. And then he tries his grass-type move and he one-shots the thing, and he is fucking beaming. Beautiful. That shit was glorious. that's the kind of shit that makes you want to have a kid and introduce them to the coolest thing. I will say, what that proved to me was this. The new Pokemon games are kind of hit and miss, but the old ones hold up so well that even in 2025, with their old graphical style, kids fucking adore them. That's not saying much about whether, like, fully grown-ass men, such as us, would enjoy the game too much. But I think it does say something worth saying about the game. Did he just put it through the ground? Okay. I can also say, as an adult, I do tend to play through that game quite regularly. It is one of my most played video games of all time. I have done like about 50 run-throughs of Pokemon Emerald over the years. It's just fun. It's just plain fucking fun. That's it. But the other thing about Pokemon that you know, I think I talked a little bit about this in the Mario Kart stream. I think you have to be in the mood for it. If you're in the mood for, like, fast action, maybe you want a fighting game or a racing game, and trying to force someone in that kind of mood to play Pokemon, in that kind of phase, that is not a good idea. They're not gonna have a good time, they're gonna want to put it down immediately. But I think if you're in the mood for, like, more methodical stuff, where you take your time, make and execute plans, and see how those plans play out, that's the time when you'd want to, like, recommend someone RPGs. And I think we all go through, like, phases like this. I don't think any one person can remain forever in a state where they only play one genre of game. We all have our favorite games that we can play pretty much at any time. No matter what, like, mood for a genre that we, like, are feeling at the moment. We all have our games that we can play regardless. Splatoon is one for me. Pokemon is another for me, just because, like, I started playing it at, like, age 4, goddammit. This game taught me English, you know? But I do think, even with those more transient individual games, I think we as human beings tend to kind of transition between game genres on some sort of time basis. In the Mario Kart video, I don't know my terminology anymore. I'm falling apart. It's been 5 hours. Please, cut me some slack. I'm begging you. In the Mario Kart VOD stream, I talked a little bit about this, how these phases, I don't know if there's anything concrete to be gleaned for when people are going through these phases, when these phases change. I've wanted to make a video on this for a while, but the thing that's kept me from it is that, like, I can't seem to find anything concrete in terms of when these phases change. At first I thought maybe it was annually, you know? Different times of year, maybe people are in the mood for different games. It would explain why, like, all the farming sims tend to release around the same time of year. It could explain some things. But I don't think that's true, unfortunately. I think we're a little bit more transient than, like, man, it's winter, I'm so fucking pumped! I'm in the racing game mood! I don't think it's as easy as, like, every year it's seasonally consistent. I don't think it's as easy as that. I also, unfortunately, don't think it's as easy as, like, there being an order to things. By the way, we're just talking, like, full theory at this point, because it's something I think about a lot. I don't think there's an order to it, either. I don't think it's like, alright, I just spent a month and a half playing RPGs, and boy, I could use a little bit more action. So I'm gonna go into fighting games now. Or I'm gonna go into, like, Metroidvanias. I don't think it's always that way. I think it could just as easily be like, well, this time, I'm kind of in the mood for racing games now that I'm done with all these RPGs and I'm not really enjoying them as much. I don't really know what defines when we change these phases. But I do believe we all go through these phases. And I think the key to, like, enjoying a game that you don't already have a big familiarity with. I think a big key to that is knowing what phase you're in, and what games will fit that style that you're wanting to play. I think that's the bottom line. That is like massive theoretical gaming. The Mumph theory, as it was coined last stream. Who knows if there's anything to it? I doubt it will ever be proven to any degree. Every 9th of February, everyone in the Pacific Northwest plays roguelikes. It's real. I was there last year. I remember. Balatro came out then. It and Hades 2 swept the world. Stream's not crashed, right? That's just my capture device. Yep. It's fine. But I do think there's something to that conversation. But I also simultaneously doubt we'll ever hear something concrete about it. But thanks for letting me ramble about it. What is the point of streams if I can't ramble about a theory I've had for years? Although I will say, if you ever see someone say that they've figured it out, and concretely, this is the order of phases, or at this time of year people are more in the mood for this kind of game, I think they might be talking out their ass and trying to, get clicks, waste your time, and make money. Is that the definition of grifting? I don't think I understand the definition of grifter. That's my, like, perception of what it means. Someone whose only goal was to get clicks and make money. A wishy-washy individual. I will say, the other day, and by the other day I mean like 8 hours ago today. What the hell of a transmission. I clicked on a video that I saw in my recommended because it was really stupid, and lucky for the creator of that video, it was my exact brand of stupid. It was, could the trainers in Elite 4 of Fire Red actually have beaten the gyms with their team? Is it even possible? It was a 2-hour video by someone I'd never heard of. If you know me, you know that I don't like to use the recommended tab, because typically it doesn't help me find things that I actually want to see. It typically helps me find things that I want nothing to do with and will actively waste my time. Nonetheless, I clicked on this video and I really fucking enjoyed it. Unfortunately, now every single video in my recommended tab is some degree of a time waster that says nothing and exists only to get clicks and hold your attention, because that's how YouTube operates. It's like Netflix. It doesn't care about giving you good content or the right content for you. It cares about keeping your attention for as long as possible so they can make big money. But that's nothing new. We already knew that's how it was. I will say, I've maintained this. If you want to have a good time on YouTube, know what you're looking for. Know the exact kind of people that make the things you like, which is hard to do if you can't use the recommended tab in the first place. But it helps a lot to prevent you from wasting your time. The platform is just kind of overrun with people whose only goal is to make money. Hence all the plagiarism, the vacuous essays that just say nothing and put stock footage in front of your face for 2 hours. It's a weird fucking time for YouTube. And it makes me feel kind of lucky that back when the recommended tab actually fucking functioned, I was able to find a healthy number of creators that I really enjoyed that still make things. My favorite YouTube red flag at this point is a sponsorship from Honey. It's my favorite one. NordVPN is another easy red flag. When you see someone take a sponsorship from these companies, the old favorite red flag was Raid Shadow Legends. If you see someone doing one of these ad reads, it pretty much clearly indicates they do not quite care about the things they are saying, and they just want that bag. And that's fine if you're really struggling and this is the only way you can think of to make money, even if that's not particularly wise to be doing. And it can be done well, but especially when the company turns out to be a scam company, it gets really ugly. I talked a little bit about Lazy Purple's How It Feels to Play TF2 series earlier, which is, again, it's one of my favorite YouTube series. Genuinely, I fucking adore it. But because the videos take so long to make for him, or took, rather, when there was so much time in between them, and YouTube does not like that, they don't tend to make a lot of money. He made it affordable by taking sponsorships, and by getting a Patreon. But the thing that still hurts, I've mentioned before, I like to rewatch things that I really enjoyed, especially if I can wait like a year or two in between them, so I can forget most of the things that made me smile and re-experience them all over again. The thing is, this guy wanted to take sponsored deals from Honey, but he's a creative. If he's doing a Honey brand deal, he's gonna do it funny. He's gonna make jokes out of it. He's gonna make a whole skit. Those skits do not hit the same. Now that we know Honey was like a massive fucking scam that exists with their business model designed to poach affiliate links, not give you actual coupons, occasionally make up coupons altogether, it hits different watching any video by any creator of any sort of, like, what's the word? Weight to them? Anyone that you have, like, a soft spot for, let's say. It hurts a lot seeing them kind of get toyed around with by a company like that. Having their reputation kind of dragged through the mud a little bit. Makes you feel like they let their guard down a little bit and were taken advantage of by corporate America. the classic. But it very much hits different now. I do feel like, I think I've said this before too, I feel like we're kind of transitioning a little bit outside of grab that bag culture. A little bit. Some people are still very fully spec'd into it. But I feel like it might just be the kind of, like, creators that I watch. I don't tend to see a lot of really, really ugly sponsorships anymore by companies that are, like, provably dangerous. Again, it might just be that I watch a lot of creators that A, don't take sponsorships to begin with, and B, screen their sponsorships like it's their one fucking job. And I respect that kind of shit one hell of a lot. Especially people that don't take sponsorships. God damn it. I'm blown away that this kind of person even exists in today's internet. And it makes me hope that more people will do that kind of shit. I know, it probably just means we're all gonna be poor. Oh wait, the economy's going right now. I think that might just be an inevitability. Am I dead? I'm probably... There's some slick platforming. Oh my god. That went quite well. Sometimes I feel like Mumph is an entirely different person to me. I just start thinking about something, and if it matters to me, I can't shut the fuck up. And I'll get overly verbose. No! I got missile sniped. It's over for me. I think that might You know what? That's probably just a part of me. That's probably just who I am. There might not be a way to outrun this quality of me. I shouldn't have thrown that. I could have bombed the shark. We could have gotten 3 more eggs. If we lose by 3 eggs, it's my fault. We just lost by 3 eggs and it's my fault. No! I threw the game. I threw the game. Damn it, there was one more thing that I genuinely wanted to talk about. It's a lot less serious. I gotta get off of these fucking serious topics, because, like, it just gets me sad when I talk about something that actually matters. There was something that didn't matter whatsoever that I really wanted to talk about, and I can't remember it now that I'm live. This is the worst. You know what, if you missed the very beginning of the stream, I can't show you now, we're gonna have to wait. I have a little thing that I like to do for these Salmon Run streams lately, if I remember it, which I usually do, but not always. I like to make a Salmonid parody album of an album that I really like. And today I did, you see the title of the stream. It's Blues for Salmon. Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah. It was a very simple edit, but it came out quite well. I'll show it once this, run is done. And hopefully before then I can think of what the fuck I wanted to talk about. Perfect bomb. Perfect bomb. It was beautiful. We're doing it again. I've got, like, at this point, 5 toxic streamer traits. Gets caught up in trying to remember something, so I go silent for like a full half a minute. That's one of them. Hyperfixates on the microphone. That's another one. I'll get like a list. I'll put a command in chat. No, that bomb sucked! The shark just stole the bomb from that missile man. The worst day. I'll make a list. Exclamation point toxic traits. We'll have a shorthand for it. We do this 100%. Thank you! God damn it, I love this weapon! I'm sorry. Sometimes I just get caught up in the fact that I'm using the ballpoint splatling and it makes me smile. That's not even the first time it's happened on today's stream. Why are there so many weapons that I love? You just sacrificed me to the salmon. How do you feel, Zay? This is your fault. Yeah, I think, I might have a problem. The thing about that particular toxic screamer trait, I get really fucking stuck. Even when I know I need to just move past whatever thought I'm stuck on, I find myself wholly incapable of doing that with consistency. I just kind of get stuck. It's a good thing this gun is so good that I can just kind of, like, forget about everything and smile. I'm hoping for the day when Nintendo realizes that releasing games on PC as well will make them so much more money. Oh man, what a world we would live in. Everyone would dance arm in arm while playing ARMS. God damn it, it'll never happen, will it? This company is like way too up its own ass, especially right now that they've had so many successes in a row. They are like in full anti-consumer mode. The Nintendo of the Switch's launch is dead. Long live the Bowser era. Oh? Thank you, Sharkman. You know, I will say, as far as RimWorld goes... Oh! How did I get up here? One thing I'm a little nervous about... Obviously, we've talked a lot of it on this stream about how I do not like to spend money if I can help it, because... the spending is for the birds. And I'm dead. I worry that when I finish my RimWorld vanilla playthrough, that I'm gonna be like, man, I want to do a DLC playthrough. And if I get stuck on that mentality, it's over for me. All the DLCs combined is well over $100 at this point. And I do not think I have it in me to do that kind of thing again. Buying a shit ton of DLCs. The last time I did that was with Stellaris. Even now I regret it. And I liked Stellaris too. What I needed to realize before buying the DLC of Stellaris, if anyone ever gets into the game and happens to hear this before buying all the DLC, listen. Listen close. If you feel like you've gotten all that there is to get out of the base game and would like the DLC to spice up the game a little bit, it's too late. It's not gonna be enough. It won't change a thing. The game is already over. You've done it. You don't have to keep playing it. Play something else. It's okay. Don't spend all the money. All the DLC for Stellaris together is like $200. It's fucked. It's actually completely fucked. I wish more games were like either free to play or, you know, everything was there when you bought the game. I'm so sick of this like microtransaction world that we live in. Good thing there are workarounds to play DLC for games. Wait. What if I was to... I'm trying to word this in a way that sounds like a steamed hams rip, but I don't think I can. What if I was to find the DLCs online and disguise them as my own purchase? I did that for Total Warhammer 3. Sorry, that choked me up a little bit. I don't know why. I've thought about pirating games in the past, and I mean, I'm cheap. And I like, again, I'm one of those staunch emulation supporters. But I've never like straight up pirated a full-ass game, I don't think. I don't know if I have it in me. Here's the deal, here's the deal. It's not that it's against my moral compass, but what is against my moral compass, it's a little bit too far for me, is to then stream that game. If I was to pirate its DLC, I could not bring myself to stream a game after pirating its DLC. It would not feel right. 300 bucks with all the DLC, still hell of expensive when on sale. I hate that so much. That is like so emblematic of where games are right now. Are we like foreseeing a market crash for video games? I would like to make one of the most obvious predictions. Definitely no one's ever made this prediction before. Original concept. I think no one's gonna buy games anymore. Okay, maybe not like that. I think maybe people are gonna, like, put their foot down. You know what? Think is a strong word. I hope people put their foot down at a certain fucking point and just say, no! No thanks. I'm gonna go download Dolphin and just play all the best GameCube games for the next several years until you guys get your foots out of your own asses. Foots, heads. I'm so sick of things being so expensive. But, I mean, obviously, I'm sick of it. I'm complaining about it. Yeah. The thing is, it's getting way too much at this point. Video games. They're just going way too far. And that's obvious. That goes without saying. But I think there's an end to this. Because in the direction it's going, whether or not people will want to keep buying these games, they will inevitably not be able to afford it. The economy's not doing so well. And with games just being on the up and up in terms of price, it just gets more and more apparent. It's a luxury. It's not something you need, and if you can only afford the things you need, you're one less consumer to buy the thing. At a certain point, that has to reach some sort of transitory point, where things are suddenly cheaper. Call it wishful thinking. It's gotta be the case, right? It wouldn't make sense otherwise. At least it's not The Sims. Sims 4 is close to 1,500. At least the base game is free. Why am I not surprised? Man, I feel so bad for... what is his name? Will... oh god, who's the guy that made The Sims? And Spore, and all those incredible concepts that got turned to dog shit by EA. I feel so bad for all these creatives that had these incredible ideas for video games that EA just saw as like an easy cash cow that they could then split off and repackage the individual elements of the game. The thing that like fucked with me recently, I'm exploding. The thing that really fucked with me recently is I saw a pack for The Sims 3 called the Diversity Pack. There's no way that does what I think it does. There's no fucking way that they locked diversity behind a fucking paywall. There's no way! That doesn't make sense! That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard! Games as a service really is doo-doo. Yeah. We're gonna reach a tipping point. There's just no other way. I'm convinced of it. 30 years later. I was wrong. I really do hope it changes, because there's so much cool about video games. There's so much fun that they provide. They can do so much for people. I mentioned earlier, I learned, like, a good amount of my grasp on the English language from getting Pokemon at age 4. and everyone wants to be the next Fortnite. That really is a big part of it too. Especially when you're an exec at one of these big companies like EA, and you're like, well, they made a lot of money without spending a lot of money. We could do that. Everyone wants their golden goose. This is what you just saw on the screen? Pretend it didn't happen? Novice streamer attempts to read the chat while playing a video game. Dies hilariously. Tell no one what you saw. There is a lot of solace to be, like, taken in certain things about— You've killed me! In certain things about video games in the modern, world. In the modern sense. In the modern warfare. There are certain things that are really nice to think about. I will say, before we get too far away from me learning English from Pokemon, I swear to you, I was over, like, 12 when I realized a critical hit with an apostrophe between A and critical was not a word. That is how influential reading that game was to me. You know, it's like a hit that's like really effective. A critical hit. I didn't get it. Took me a while. I'm still very sad they scrapped the original Fortnite for a Battle Royale mode instead. I think we would be in a very different world right now if the actual original Fortnite came out. To be fair, it probably wouldn't have been very successful because tower defense games were like on their way out when that was happening. And it didn't look like Fortnite brought anything particularly interesting and new to the table outside of its building mechanics, which is almost just an iteration on other games. To be fair, I don't think Fortnite has done anything outside of iterate on things that already exist. There's not really anything that is new that Fortnite does. But it does it all for quote-unquote free, so it gets away with it. Thing is, I don't think it's just the video game industry. The markets aren't isolated, it's the everything pricing crisis. You're right, you're definitely very, very correct on that aspect of it. But I do think, with everything going up in price the way it is, I think there are games out there that prove that they don't have to fall victim to becoming obscenely expensive. I hope people eventually stand up to everything. The things that give me faith: Shovel Knight, Lethal Company, games made by small teams. Oh, what's that game? It's called Star of Providence right now. It used to be called Monolith. There are so many games made by small teams that only sell for like 10 to 20 bucks. Peak! That's the one I wanted to say. Peak. There are so many games like this that offer experiences competitive with AAA games. Sometimes even significantly outdoing them. Terraria. I'm gonna keep thinking of like several of them over the next few minutes. These games are not only cheap, they're also frequently on sale. And I can't be the first person to have said this. In fact, I think I've heard this idea before. The better that indie games do, the more AAA games are going to hurt and be forced to change. Forced with a hard T. And you know I'm into it. That's how you know I'm into what I'm saying. Syllables develop a new kind of articulation when you care. I'm gonna get him. I should have just thrown the egg. I'm stupid. I wanted to shoot. I'm like, I'm Rapid Blaster Pro. I shoot. Yes. Very good. I feel like between emulation and indie games, gamers who do not want to spend money can still eat well, so long as they know what to get. That's the other thing, especially for younger audiences. They don't... Younger audiences? What the fuck? That's the wrong term. For younger players of video games. I feel like it becomes, difficult to know what games are old and still worth playing, because there's such an abundance of them. It's why I think it's really useful to be able to be like, these GBA games are fucking amazing, and if you're a kid and you figured out how to emulate, first of all, congrats. Second of all, get this one. What company was it that basically said we can't keep selling our games for 60 to 70 bucks, so we're increasing it to 80? Was it Ubisoft? Probably, but it's not just Ubisoft either. The one that comes to mind still makes me laugh. I've complained about the man, the myth, the monster, Randy from Gearbox, on this stream so much that it's become a recurring gag. Fucking weeks after Mario Kart 8 was revealed to be 80 bucks. Randy the Mandy himself put out an ad. Borderlands 4 will be costing $80. If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to afford it. I don't think I've ever heard someone so out of touch in my fucking life. Alright, give me 1 second. I have to show the album art. It's Blues for Salmon by the Grateful Dead. Probably my favorite Grateful Dead album. Definitely give Blues for All a listen if you haven't already. Frankly, I don't know if it's a good bit yet. I keep making these, like, parody albums of albums or bands or fucking songs, singles, I don't know. Any, like, music that I really, really enjoy and I think I could make a nice Salmon Run parody of them. I tend to just do it. It makes me smile. It might be stupid. The Outer Wilds 2. AA game. First one was 60 and subpar, now they want this new one to be 80. God damn it. I've heard so many good things about the Outer Wilds. But for some fucking reason, I've always associated it with like a $25 price tag. Didn't know it was 60. And it definitely shouldn't be 80. Oh, that's ugly. Outer Worlds. Oh! They're making a sequel to the Outer Worlds! That game fucking sucked! Who asked for this? No. Oh my god, you just fucking killed me. It's over for me. That's the stupidest thing I've heard all year. No way, they're doing that. That is one of the most deflating purchases I've ever gotten, by the way. I almost threw an egg like it the fucking Kawazun around. That game, as someone who fucking loves Fallout New Vegas, and isn't a big fan of most other things that Bethesda has done, even if Bethesda did just kind of slap their name on Fallout New Vegas, because they own the property. Am I dead? Yeah. I was very, very excited for the Outer Worlds. It's just Outer Worlds? It doesn't matter, it sucked. The concept was fantastic. The idea that Obsidian would be making a new thing was really exciting. I am dead. But the issue is, it's obvious. When you think about it, the people that worked at Obsidian when New Vegas came out, the team, I can't imagine there being more than like 10% of the people that worked on New Vegas still working at Obsidian and making the Outer Worlds. This one also looks like they increased the dumb slapstick humor to 1000. It sounds like Obsidian in fucking today. It's almost like the best part of New Vegas was how seriously it took things, and how it felt like even the slightest of joke decisions that you would make had a serious impact on the world around you. Who cared? That game is in my top 20. And you know that fucking means a lot for me, because I'm someone who constantly prunes my list of top 50 games. The top 10 at this point is almost immobile. But they made a parody of themselves. Yeah. It's the same thing as Rareware. You really have to, like, keep in mind, if they're using the company that they are named as a selling point, and it's been years since the last thing they made was something that you really, really liked, odds are there are, like, little to no people still working at that company. So you're not gonna get something made by the people that made things that you love. You're just not. I like Sea of Thieves. It's alright. I don't love it. It's got a lot of things that I hate about it. There was a time when I was smitten with it. But that was before I kind of noticed the things that were subtly eating away at me about the game. But now that I, like, know that game a lot better, it's very, very impossible for me to ignore that this is not the same Rareware. This is a completely different group. I think I've heard someone say that there is literally not a single person from the Rareware that made Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong Country on the Rareware that made Sea of Thieves. It's hard to trust companies even when they've earned your trust in the past. And that's a lesson that's, for me, it's been a hard one to learn. One negative perk they showed off was, like, bad knees. Sorry! Okay, there's more to this chat message. That just defeated me. When you stand up from crouching, your knees crack, alerting people with that sound. That is the least interesting gameplay mechanic I've heard about in years! It's so bad! Don't you want to pick the bad knees perk? It'll be good for the roleplay of your character. It's like how in Mother 1, the main character has asthma, and that enhances his character. They misunderstood Mother 1. It's over. Alright, the boys are rounding up. The whole gang is here. Meeting of the minds. Meeting of the dead squids. Oh, it's wave 3. I should be doing this. My bad knees. That is so fucking perfect. Oh my god, I'm gonna tell that to so many people. I'm just gonna regurgitate that information because it makes me laugh. I couldn't get the egg. It was taking too long to float. It's over. There's likely a good side to that perk as well, but I didn't pay any attention. What possible good side could there be? You have bad knees, but they're easy to repair. You have bad knees. But what could the but be? What could it be? We've got to come up with the positive for that perk now. What does having bad knees give you an edge in? You've got bad knees, but everyone gives you pity and sympathy for it, so your charisma rolls are stronger. You've got bad knees, but you've gotten used to it over the years, so your pain tolerance is increased. This is still so stupid. Even when it almost makes sense, it's like the dumbest thing I've ever said. They also hinted to some kleptomania perk as well. What is this, Darkest Dungeon? I don't think you can do that well in a single-player game like that. can sell stuff you steal, but you also steal stuff at random. That could be kind of interesting, I'm not gonna lie. And by interesting, I mean the situations it would put you in could be interesting. Until it's done it like 20 times and you're fucking sick of it because it keeps happening and it's not really adding anything to your gameplay experience other than making you repeat the same exact experience over and over again. Oh no, I stole this guy's bobblehead, it's over. I gotta go to the police again. Break out of jail. Same old Outer Worlds. Uh-oh. God damn it, I'm so stupid. Ignore the gameplay. I look at the chat, and now, with the new setup, the tablet is so, like, slightly out of the way that I'm struggling to look at the screen and read the chat at the same time. And I'm just kind of wandering. Throughout this entire stream, you've no doubt seen me just wander. Probably why we've been losing so much today. Oh no. Toxic streamer... Oh, toxic streamer trait number 55, kid! Can't read and play. He's cooked, cat. I need to throw this egg in. I threw it in a wall! We would've won! Oh my god, I threw the game! My fault. All of these just seem like silly streamer playthrough perks. That's their target demographic now. Unfortunately for them... Oh, I got one egg. I really am throwing... I need to, like... need to lock in a little bit more. That was really embarrassing. To be fair, you did type bad knees as a perk in my chat room. It's completely fucked my brain. I'm still recovering. I'm still having a hard time believing that's even real. I think that's the worst score I've ever gotten in a round of Salmon Run on stream. That was really upsetting. You know what's funny? I don't tend to look at the view count too often. But I do know this, before I read my score aloud, I had one more viewer than I do now. Coincidence? Think not. Someone left immediately after they saw that I got 1 point. Who knows, maybe they were leaving anyway. But it's fucking hilarious. Bro, this dude got 1 point. I should not be watching him. I will get worse by fucking osmosis. Got 2,200 hours in this game. I'm garbage. What have I learned in these 2,200 hours? What was the point? So what if I got really good with Splatlings? I could only get 1 point, what was the point? So the bad knees flaw in game makes it so you also move much faster. Okay, here's what's interesting about that. That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, you see, your knees suck. So you're really light on your feet. You're really good at running on account of your bad knees. Are they grasping at straws? Is that what's going on? God damn it, they didn't need a sequel for that game. No one even wants that. They're not gonna sell any copies. They're just gonna... Oh god, they're Borderlands 4ing it. They're just gonna waste a bunch of money. And then get mad when no one buys their game. And they're gonna make another sequel anyways. How does this kind of thing even happen? I do think it's still, like, It still makes me laugh very hard that the Borderlands 4 tagline. Borderlands 4 will be $80, but real fans will find a way to afford it. I haven't seen a single person say anything good about Borderlands in a full decade. What real fans, Randy? What do you mean? Have I... You know what? I think I could show the image. I could probably pull it up. It's like Randy giving a thumbs up. Randy from Gearbox. That's his full name. Randy from Gearbox giving a thumbs up with the tagline, "Real fans will find a way to afford it." This dude has lost touch with reality. Oh my god. This is the world we live in now. That's a cool Ouroboros right there that I've discovered. That's not so much an Ouroboros, it's like a twin snake. What would you call this? What's the mythical equivalent of what I'm looking at right now? BO4 will be $70 now. The magician went back on their decision. No way! He figured it out! He figured out that it wasn't gonna work! I can't believe it! I didn't think he had it in him. I didn't think he had a single brain cell. That's really interesting. After this round, I'm pulling up the fucking Borderlands 4 ad. I can't get it out of my mind. Look what a good guy I am. Randy, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Randy, no. You don't get points for overpricing your game and lowering it to a slightly less overpriced, but still overpriced price. That's too many prices for one sentence. Ooh. We're okay. I do think, you know what, this might be a double-edged sword completely. It probably is. I've played a lot of TF2, right? I like free-to-play games for a number of reasons. You don't have to spend money on a free-to-play game if you don't want to. You can still get the full game. And TF2 as an example in particular, if you want every weapon in TF2, you can spend $1 and get them all. From like marketplace.tf or manco.store, you can just fucking get all the weapons in the game for a single fucking dollar. That's it. That ended up really bad. But if you're having a really good time with the game, and you would like a thing that costs like $5, and you think it would enhance your experience of playing the game, you have that option. Just like how you have the option to say, no, I don't think that's worth it, and then not spend your money, and still enjoy the whole game. I think in a perfect world, AAA becomes free-to-play with minimal microtransactions. Not minimal. Microtransactions that don't impede on your ability to experience the full game. I think that would be good. And I say this as a fucking moron. You don't want to know how many tours of MVM 2 cities I've completed. You do not want to know the number. And I will tell it to you anyways. Keep in mind, I am a fucking moron. Back when I had, like... Oh god, there's a really good word for it, but I'm stupid, as we've established. Give me 1 sec while I pull up the Randy ad. I found it! It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be very big. Watch out. Isn't it glorious? My best friend texted that to me at like 2 a.m. one night, and I couldn't stop laughing. It took me forever to get to sleep, because I couldn't stop thinking about Randy and his fucking awful decision-making. Never had a friend group that wanted to play MVM. Everyone I knew was too much into the competitive side. The cool thing about MVM is that even in solo queue, you can have a really good time. There's a lot of fun people in that solo queue environment. Oh shit. It's real. Randy was there, he gave a thumbs up. Alright, here's the deal. This is going to destroy your opinion of me. Outer Worlds 2 is also going down to 70 bucks? No way. 4 days ago. Sometimes it just takes them a while, but they kinda learn a little bit. That's neat. 70 bucks is still too much, but, I mean, maybe in a couple months they'll try again. And eventually, the game will come out at the price accurate to the experience you're paying for. $5. Alright, it's time for me to destroy my reputation on the internet. The Blue Sky post today? Salmon running my reputation into the ground? It's time to bring that to truth. The amount of MVM tours I've completed in Tale of Two Cities is 75. $4 per ticket? Nope. $4 per attempt. $1 per ticket. 75 times 4. $300 on MVM alone. Back when I had superfluous income. Damn it! Superfluous is the wrong word, and income is not a word. What's the word? There's a really accurate word for when you have, like, extra income that's not really hurting you to spend. Gratuitous is not quite it. This is me, again, getting stuck looking for the perfect word. But we'll just go ahead and move on. That's another toxic streamer trait of mine. Woo! It wasn't particularly impactful for me at the time to spend like $4 on a tour of MVM. I have an unknown number of hundreds in euros in just keys in TF2. Only gotten one unusual hat. I opened like 2 crates, and I got an unusual weapon, and I realized if I just never open another crate, I can be happy. I have an unusual shotgun now. It make me smile. Nonetheless, out of 75 tours of MVM, this is my ultimate anti-gambling ad. It is gambling at the end of the day, just with a video game look. CSGO weapon skin gambling is kind of similar in this regard. You have to spend money to open the things. Your odds of getting an Australian weapon, which is the whole reason that people do MVM for, outside of the fun factor, which I do quite enjoy the fun part, but I could just not pay and have the fun anyways. Should have done that. On average, you will get an Australian, if you do 2 cities, 1 in every 30 to 40 tours. At 75 tours complete, I have gotten a grand total of 0 Australian weapons. All the money I spent on that turned to dust in my hands. I had a good time playing the game, yes. It was fun gambling for the Australian like that, sure. In some sort of primal way, it's hard to debate that. Should I have spent that money, though? Unequivocally, the answer is no. Obviously, it didn't give me the outcome I wanted, even if I had fun doing it. It was just an easy way to waste about a $300 buy-in over the years that I played MVM. I think it's just a bad idea. If anyone's, like, just wanting to hear about my opinion on gambling in video games. Just don't do it. Especially because, yeah, I spent $300 to not get a single Australian. If I really want an Australian, they're not too expensive. I can just spend like 30 bucks and get the one that I want. Oh, it's frustrating. Mindless horde shooters are fun though. I even had 2 extra accounts back in the day. Back in the day to AFK farm for stuff to sell for keys in my main account. I will say, it's fun and engaging to engage twice over with the TF2 economy, because it's one of the few in-game like economies in a video game that feels like it really works. In the past, yeah, you could use weapons from random drops and turn that into legitimate value, which was awesome. Nowadays, things are a lot stupider, for obvious inflation-related reasons. Hence, I said earlier, you can get every weapon in the game for a single dollar. Unless you care about strange counters. And that, my friend, is my Achilles heel. Nothing gives me the dopamine in the game where you can, like, use one weapon for so long that you get good with it ultimately. We got 70 that way. That was pretty cool. Nothing does it for me quite like having a number represent how much time you have spent with that particular weapon. I love strange counters in TF2. I have almost every weapon in a strange quality if it's not obscenely expensive. That's it. So no huntsman. That was my golden goose. Not golden goose. What's the word for it? That was my white whale. There we go. I spent, like, genuinely years of my time playing TF2 browsing all the different sites where you could buy a strange huntsman, be it the Steam Marketplace, Marketplace.tf, Manco.store, any of them, to see if the price of huntsman had gone low enough that I could stand to buy it. That is a bad thing to get into. And it's one of the reasons that I got really into Splatoon, because in Splatoon, you don't have to fucking pay for that. All the weapons automatically count things, like how many wins you've gotten with them, how many points of turf you've inked. Unfortunately, it doesn't count kills or assists, which is something that I hope they add. Oh god, I'm dying over here. They can be really nice. Okay, we can breathe again. It's leukemia. Sometimes it just destroys me momentarily from the inside. But we're good. We're making it. So, I think Splatoon 4, I think it'd be really nice if it counted kills and assists. I think that'd be a really cool thing to have. You'll have to forgive me if every once in a while I just, like, stop being able to speak and breathe. These fucking sprite cell side effects. They fuck with me in ways that are unseen. I feel like I discover new side effects frequently. It's great. You know what, I hope I didn't worry anyone with that little call-out. If you don't know, yes, I have leukemia. I'm okay. Fret not. It's not the bad kind that will kill me. It's the kind that, as long as I have a medication, it will not kill me. Yippee. I'll be okay. But there's an issue with this that, scares me a lot. Probably TMI, but I don't care, dude. It's my stream. I get to say what I want. I take a pill every single day. We talk about money a lot, and why it's good to be frugal. This is one of the big motivators for me to not spend money. The pill I take every day. No. To stay alive. Sprycel the Satinate. With insurance. Is $50 per pill. Disposable income. That was the thing I was saying earlier. We figured it out. I found the right term. It very much scares me that one day, like, the thing is, I'm not scared that, like, leukemia is just gonna up and kill me. Because why would I be? I'm alright, you know? I'm not worried. What I am scared of is that the economy will fall apart to such a degree that I won't be able to afford my $50 pill. And then leukemia will kill me. You know what's funny? You can see it. The second things become scary, the frames start dropping to match the intensity of the situation on display. Well, we almost made it through the whole stream without dropped frames. That's really sad. At least they're gone now. How many did we drop? 500? I guess that's not bad for a couple seconds of really, really bad frame drops. You're in luck. Trump did say he will lower the price by somewhere between 30% and 1500%. Oh boy! He said that? That means he's gonna do it! Right? It constantly scares me, if I'm being honest. That one day, I won't be able to afford the medication that keeps leukemia from killing. It, like, to completely level with you. That shit terrifies me. It's one of the reasons that I'm going back to school right now. Being the kind of, like, human being that I am, which is a little all over the place, pretty susceptible to the pitfalls that ADHD creates. I have a tough time with most kinds of work. Finding a job that lets me be me, not struggle specifically with it, while letting me still do my, personal projects is a difficult thing. I guess that's kind of just the endless chase. It's one of the reasons I'm going back to school, to hopefully find that kind of job. To where I can, you know, comfortably afford the life-saving medication, while being able to stream and do the things that make me happy. Time to move countries. Considering it, it's just, from what I hear, it's a grass is greener situation, and everything is kind of fucked in its own special little way. Trusting Trump is akin to believing that a hungry lion wouldn't eat you in an isolated space. Also, hello. those go really hard back to back. You know what? You're not supposed to get political on a stream. I tend to ignore that advice. The snakes are converging on my location. I tend to talk a lot about a couple political issues that really, really bug me. The, Israel-Palestine one is the one that, like, is the most frustrating to me in every moment. Because, I mean, the New York Times just put out an article that says, no, there is no genocide happening in Gaza right now. By a guy who is a staunch supporter of the idea. That's the one that particularly frustrates me. But I will say, as far as anything Trump-related goes, how do I even word this? I have never, for a fucking second, had faith that anything that he would do to any system of America's would be a good thing. It's a sad world. Yeah. I feel like from the first moment he was in office in 2016, things have only gotten worse. And there hasn't been a single decision made that I've been like, wow, you know, that's got a good twist to it. And that really frustrates me. It makes me feel very powerless as an American who has consistently voted against him in every election. Hell, here's a story I've never fucking told. When I was in college, I had a group of friends that were very good people to me. They were very fun to be around. I liked them a lot. I still value them as people. We keep in touch very, very occasionally. This group was kind of just the opposite of left-leaning, just like outright. And I've never really considered myself particularly left-leaning. But every time I think about it, it just so happens that my stance on all these issues... Oh my god, would you look at that? The left also kind of has these stances. How wacky is that? Probably not left-leaning, though. It's probably in my head. Thing is, this group was very much not left-leaning. And they kind of played it up like it's a joke. The entire time I knew them. Like, they're gonna vote for Trump because it will be hilarious. Things he will do will be hilarious. It'll be great. These were the same people that, were staunch supporters when Ben Shapiro came to give a talk at our college, and got really frustrated when the overall liberally leaning campus shouted him off of the stage until he left. We should at least hear him out. Who knows, maybe he's got things to say. When one of these people figured out that I did not vote for Trump in the 2016 election, he, like, completely changed in his way that he would treat me. I was no longer, like, a trustworthy person in his eyes. A dude that was previously, like, one of the warmest individuals I've ever met. Suddenly, it was like I had betrayed him. I think about this pretty often, because it's very confusing that this can be the reaction that people have to having a political view that is more, I want people to be okay and able to afford things that let them live. I want people to have rights. It's weird that that can be construed as like, are you fucking kidding me? But that's just the world we live in now. It's the world we lived in 2016. It's kind of fucked up, if I'm being honest, because, yeah, I didn't expect anything good to come of a Trump presidency, and here we are. A good 9 years later. Act 2. He's been a president for months this time, and things have gotten so much worse that it's almost difficult to name them all. Political content detected. Stream cancelled. That's what's gonna be in the YouTube description, by the way. Political content detected, because YouTube's AI is very funny. Very good at its job. That's what it's all about. The only thing it cares about is if this guy's talking politics, and if he is, get him out of here! What was I bringing this up for? Shit, that got me a little emotional to think about. This dude was very, very 4chan filled, by the way. if that doesn't explain anything, I don't know what will. I guess I'm just kind of rambling about something from my past that I think about a lot. There might not be a moral to the story, other than that, like, people are fickle creatures whose allegiances aren't always for the best interests of others, but sometimes are because the beliefs they have seemingly coincide with the things that they want. Even if reality isn't quite as kind to that depiction of things. I am dead. It's a good day to be dead. But, anyone that's still here, thank you for letting me ramble a little bit about politics and weird things. I guess, a part of this whole streaming thing is I like to talk about things that have happened to me, even if they're kind of, like, weird and hard to think about and hard to describe. It's just, like, I don't know. Sometimes I tell a story with a purpose. Other times I tell a story because it helps me kind of reflect on the reality of things that have happened in the past. It also, I feel like, helps kind of describe my worldview and how it's been shaped. It's alright, we're only the drop of the ocean in the grand scheme of things. I read that wrong, you worded it like an actual human being, and I added the word "the" in the wrong place. I'm pretty good at this streaming thing, I don't know if you've noticed. Talks politics for like 30 minutes. Misreads a chat message. Dude, I think this guy's got it going on. Anyways. To fucking bookend it, I do hope things get better. Slick movement, I'm dead. Damn it! That would have been so cool! The idea was there, the execution was not. I do hope things will get better, and I do think it's possible. I just think, a lot of systems in the world kind of need a forceful overhaul by people that actually care. People that aren't just, you know, in it for the money and the fame and the whatever gets people like Trump ticking. I don't even know anymore. Dude's got everything a human being could possibly want. Now he just wants to fuck with people's lives. Pretend he's doing a good thing. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I'm doing great, thank you for asking. How about you? That's good to hear, man. It's been a minute. I thought about you a lot. Genuinely, one of the things that happened in one of the first streams you came by, I had a hard time understanding why the fuck I did what I did. And it fucking, now that I look at it, it makes me laugh. You were, I think, the first person ever, Belarov, on one of my streams, to give a genuine compliment. It wasn't even, you know what, it was just a thank you for streaming. Do you remember my reaction? I said, oh, fuck you, fuck you. I got really hostile for no reason. And I learned on that day, I don't know how to take it when people say nice things to me. It taught me a valuable lesson. I've thought about that a lot. Got it. I think I've gotten a little bit more comfortable with, like, if someone says something nice, you just thank them, you know? I'm dead. Only say shit about you. New philosophy. But that shit made me laugh. I have no idea why I did it. It's common courtesy. I think, a lot of the, especially at this point, a lot of streaming things, while I am getting used to a lot of things, to a degree, where, I need to go off the wall, I need to go off the wall, there we go. To a degree where I'm getting pretty comfortable with the moment-to-moment of streaming. At the same time, there are things that I am just not used to. And the only way for me to, like, find out how a normal human reacts to them is to experience them and figure it out for myself. Or I could just copy other people. We all love plagiarism in this household. But I think that was one of the things, there's a lot of times I feel like where I keep running into a new thing that's like, oh shit, I didn't know I was capable of being this much of a fucking moron on stream. Wow. Sometimes it's when I talk about politics and I can't express my thoughts correctly. But I think that might just be a part of being human that I'm getting more comfortable with. If I don't have a fully realized thought, I don't think it's a disservice to air it anyways and try to communicate what I'm feeling. I guess that's why I tend to go on all these stupid rants about things that nobody cares about. One thing I do fear is this pipeline. Because, obviously, I do not stream with the intent of becoming a big success streamer. It's my philosophy that that's a bad idea. If you want to stream, and your goal and reason for streaming is that you want to make it a thing that you can do full-time as a job, I think that's one of the most dangerous but infectious concepts that exists. Because there are people that do it as a job, but at the same time, it's my philosophy that anyone approaching streaming or content creation with that kind of philosophy is playing a dangerous game and is setting themselves up for failure, for disappointment. It's another one of my philosophies that I kind of like goes hand in hand with. Don't take yourself too seriously, no matter what happens. And the reason I'm getting into this is because I watched that video that I mentioned earlier, where someone was beating all the gyms in Fire Red with all the teams that random trainers in Victory Road had. And on a quick aside in the video, I did like the video by the way, I watched the whole thing, it was very fun. But twice in the video, he just like, without batting an eye, said thanks for the 5 gifted, thanks for the 5 gifted, without really giving it, I feel like, the attention that a $25 donation minimum deserves. That freaks me out, dude. That anyone can get so jaded and comfortable with streaming that they would genuinely see someone give them money and be like, yeah, cool, moving on. Well, that shit scares me. I don't ever want to be that guy. Hell, I'm still one of those people that is not very comfortable with the idea of even opening up, like... I've mentioned this one stream, I have the option to become Twitch partner right now. And I'm ignoring it. Because, seriously, I do not want to make people watch ads on my stream. That would fucking suck. I hate that as an incentive for people giving me money. I think that's hideous. Things like this are very, very much against my moral compass, and I don't know, man, I have a very hard time just, like, pushing my moral compass into positions that I'm uncomfortable with. Don't put yourself into that position. 99% of Twitch can't even comprehend a simple dialogue. I can't imagine I'll ever become that person. But that's the other thing about streaming. It's a gradual process, and I feel like that was the philosophy. Never take yourself too seriously. I feel like it's a slippery slope, slowly taking yourself too seriously. And I feel like that is one of the results of it. You either give your full attention or just don't read the donation/subs, reading it out halfway and then forgetting it as soon as you close your mouth is just why. Yeah! It freaks me out, dude! It'll only get worse as time goes on. Yeah. Oh, man. There's so many clashing philosophies I have on streaming as well. Obviously, that idea of I don't want to, like, not thank someone for giving me something that is, like, genuinely fucking crazy that anyone would give me. That being money, which is like, what? Don't do that. In fact, I think if I do end up opening subs, I will just be like, please don't. Please don't sub. If anyone does like a big gift, I'll just say, please don't have done that. if ever I do open it, because I don't really want to. But again, $50 for a pill is a scary thing. It's hard equating all of this with everything. I think, I like to believe that my moral backbone is a bit stronger than me being susceptible to just getting money flashed in my face and letting that change me as a person. I like to believe that, but it's something only time can tell me if it's true. That's also why I keep trying to find very small streamers. That's legitimate. That's very legitimate. It's hard to find creators that you can trust for any reason. There are, like... I've probably talked about... I think I know I've talked about Ding Dong VG in the past, on this stream. The other one that comes to mind immediately is Fine Sauce. Because I know these two creators will not take a single fucking sponsorship for their lives. That is, like... That's it. That's what it's all about. I was not going anywhere with that. I just wanted to bring it up. Am I broken? God damn it. I will say, the thing I wanted to bookend earlier that I completely abandoned because I have a broken brain that does not function in the way that I would hope that it would. When you do a thing, and you start to feel like you're doing it well, that slippery slope of taking yourself too seriously, you will feel it creep. You will feel the creep of that feeling. And I feel like it's a constant endeavor to keep yourself from letting it in, you know? It might just be, like, the fucking... Was I about to say the goat in your brain? That's stupid. It might just be, like, one of the two wolves in your brain. One of these, like, just primal responses that, like, we have to stupid things like this. Because we're social creatures, but we weren't designed to have this kind of social environment. That as human beings, we might just be susceptible to these kinds of feelings. And I think it's something you really do have to keep watch for every fucking second if you're creating things. I've seen way too many creators start with good things and execute things well, and slip down that slope in a matter of, like, months or years. And I know I'm still fucking nobody, and I'm... for one, I'm kinda glad about that, because it gives me a lot of time to figure this kind of shit out. No, he's dead! But seeing all these other people completely slip down that slope really scares me into thinking about how it might impact me. Like H3H3. Oh my god, like H3H3. If you want evidence of how money completely fucking warps a person, there are very few cases I can think of that are that severe. Not like a decade ago. He was fighting a free speech lawsuit on the side of free speech. Dude is now on the other side. He's, like, suing somebody because they used their free speech. Speaking of which, I don't think he's actually suing them. I think he's just threatening to sue them. But if you want interesting political stuff, like a very realistic and accurate coverage of things happening in Gaza, the guy he's suing, Noah Samson, is actually pretty fucking on it with these videos. Even if, it does make me very, very sad to watch at this point. I have a hard time watching them anymore because of how fucking sad the Gaza stuff makes me, man. I told you I felt helpless when, Trump got elected despite me, voting against it as much as I possibly could in every instance I could. That does not even compare to how helpless I feel watching the things happen in Gaza that are happening. And seeing the world just kinda, like, shrug its shoulders. Not the people of the world, the countries and the leaders themselves. It is so fucking wacky. He started so well but ended up as a maniac. I'm kind of surprised, too, because H3H3 was not the, definitely not the worst example of how money corrupts a person. Like, I was so sure there were so many better examples, but now I genuinely can't think of a better one. I know of a lot of people who were, like, born into money, and that corrupted them, so when they got even more money, they were just fucked. Uh-oh. There's a lot of easy targets in that topic. Like, the Pauls, the Beasts. There's a lot of easy, ones to point to. I never thought H3H3 would be the most emblematic of that kind of thing. He was always a liberal Zionist rather than a true progressive. Yeah, I believe it. I think, one of the interesting things about progressive ideologies is that I'm probably gonna die, and this team is gonna hate me forever. One of the interesting things about progressive ideologies is they can do a big service to a lot of people. Typically those people typically those people are the underdogs that need a situation like this to progress to a point where they can actually function with it. H3H3 was in a position that very much would benefit a progressive ideology, which you think would have rubbed off on him and kind of shown him that being progressive can be a very, very good thing for a lot of reasons. But then when it doesn't serve you, and might even go against the things that you do, changing sides as the, like, go-to response is something that I feel like should be harder for people. But time and time again, it's what's happened, and he's not the only example of it. Then there's White Boy 7th Street. He ended up getting into drugs despite the massive following for that is fucking disheartening to hear. You have no idea how hard that hit me, dude. That was a name I never thought I'd fucking hear again. I've always wondered what happened to him. I'm gonna bounce with the roller for a little bit. To soothe my soul. I need it. God damn it. He had it all, man. Wealth, fame, a high KD. Where did it all go wrong? He's rotting in jail. No fucking way. That is insane. First of all, like, actually thank you for letting me know that, because, I mean, there's no way you could have known that I had been, like, secretly wondering for the past 10 years, hey, I wonder what happened to White Boy 7th Street. And then moving on with my life and never Googling it. That is fucking insane to hear, genuinely. Ah. That better not happen with any of these Splatubers. They're a different breed, they better be. They're designed to be better. We were having a conversation earlier on this very stream where we were like, the cool thing about gyro aiming and mouse aiming is that the skill ceiling feels infinite. You never stop improving. And there's not really much that you can do in a console shooter that only uses sticks. There are things you can do, and okay, I wasn't gonna continue with that sentence when I was first talking about it. There are things you can do to improve. I wasn't gonna say that, but before I, like, said it, fucking images of White Boy 7th Street were popping up into my head, and I was like, oh, damn. I remember him being pretty good, actually. I'm sure there was a way he figured out to do things well in the games. Maybe I'm being too harsh on regular dual-stick shooter games. Because there is something to it. Fucking wild. I'm having like a personal revelation here. I'm in shock now. I'm broken. One thing I will say, we've talked about a lot of political shit in this stream. I know not everyone likes to hear that. That's not what this little anecdote is about. This is not an anecdote. My language is breaking. My brain. What I did want to say is that while I may have ideas about politics and how things are going, my understanding is kind of inherently warped by my own experience, and very often it's missing the greater picture. I do feel pretty comfortable in a lot of the things and claims that I make about the political world and things that are and have happened and the ways they've impacted people. But obviously, this goes without saying. I spent $300 on MVM, thereby certifying me as a fucking idiot. So any claims I make, you're free to take them with a grain of salt, because that might sound very overly disparaging. But it's true. I may have thoughts that I believe are well-rounded. But again, the world of politics is not my world. It's not the thing that I know a lot about. No matter how many methods we try to get away from politics, politics will come right back to us. That's one of the, like, funniest things to me. Surely, everyone in this chat has had this realization already. I don't have to tell you it. Yeah, politics literally touches everything else we do, forever, all of the time. It's all politics. Video games getting more expensive? That's politics. Healthcare getting inaffordable? Can't afford rent and food? That's politics. Everything has something to do with politics. That goes without saying. And I think that is what makes it so dangerous to kind of seek escapism. It's one of the reasons that I don't quite like video games as escapism, and that's purely what video games are. I'm okay. Just fell off a ledge. There are a lot of people, and I'm sure, like, a lot of us in the chat room. Is that egg gonna move? What the fuck happened with that egg? No, not just me! I'm stupid! What even killed me? I just, like, spontaneously combusted. Hold on, let me watch the fucking monitor for that. I need to see what happened to me. Oh no, what killed me? I have no fucking clue! Holy shit! They took away my Rice Krispies. Ah. They took away my cookies in the fucking lunch line in middle school. I never forgave Michelle Obama for that shit. She ruined my life. I do think there's a very, very good percentage of people who have been so overstimulated? No, that's not the right word. Overloaded with politics, be it propaganda, nonsense, lies, things that are disheartening to hear, any number of things. I think there's such a good portion of people who feel so overloaded from that that they have just chosen to completely ignore it and avoid thinking and talking about it as much as they can. Not only do I think that's, like, part of the reason things are getting as bad as they are, I think that's part of the strategy of those opposed to progress. I really do think that's, like, they've figured out that if they can just constantly say shit that's so infuriating that no one wants to pay attention to the real, like, nitty-gritty of things anymore, they can get away with doing things. I really do think that's a thing. Like, evidence and anything Trump has ever fucking done. It's the easiest thing to point out. Dude is just constantly saying shit with either no intent to follow it up or just the intent to be inflammatory. How did people forget that he was gonna, like, force Mexico to pay for a wall somehow? And then just abandoned it? That was such a loud thing that he was talking about constantly, and so many people fixated on it at the time that they forgot some of the things that he was doing that were actually fucking dog shit. They've started to use the, like, oversaturation of politics as a smokescreen to get away with bullshit. That is the end of people avoiding wanting to talk about politics because it frustrates and demoralizes them. And I understand where they're coming from. In this very stream, we've talked so much about how helpless it feels when no matter what you do, things just keep getting worse and going against how you vote. Am I dead? Not dead. Yippee. I think that is dangerous. And it's scary because I think that might just be how we're wired. It's another, like, intrinsic property of being human. We just got this stupid monkey brain, you know? If we're overloaded with something that frustrates us, sometimes the only way to not be frustrated is to not think about it. Which directly serves people who are wanting to do things without our dissent. You know what? This is obvious shit. Everyone knows this. Is this what I've been doing all stream? Just, like, saying things that people know? Like, treating it like it's novel? This is the kind of shit that I think about when I end stream. Was I just, like... Platforming is not the right word. It's not high-horsing. Was I just, like, standing on an invisible podium, saying, like, things as though I think they were novel to people when everyone just understands them already? Probably. Oh well. I did say, a part of me just saying the shit that I think. In hopes for me to get a better understanding of both the things that I am thinking and the things that I believe other people think. And if I'm being honest, I can't imagine anyone is, like, watching this stream and... I can't imagine anyone is watching this stream and not on the same page as all the things that I just said. Oops. I gotta catch myself with that. Although, there isn't necessarily a negative to, sharing your opinions and thoughts on something. God damn it! The more you understand, the less you'll understand. Oh. My brain's breaking. Because I just presented myself with literally two, like, reasons. One, to do a thing, and two, to not do a thing. And in my mind, they're both pretty fucking equally valid. That's not good. Let's talk about something stupid. A long time ago, dinosaurs ruled the earth. I can't say that again, I've already said that in the stream. A long time ago, Game Grumps had taken the internet by storm. And I will not lie to you, there was a time in my life, you know me, I like to watch VODs as background music. Fuck, background music! As background noise. Before VODs were as commonplace, at least in my own understanding of what they were, I'm gonna be dead soon. Before those were as effervescent on the internet as they are now, Game Grumps and Let's Plays were huge. Well, at a certain point, I just kinda couldn't stand to watch Game Grumps anymore. Fuck if I know why anymore. It's been like a decade, probably more. Please let me not be dead. Thank you. I could have thrown these the whole fucking time, and I'm just like stupid, since thinking about things. I'm gonna go with this guy on the platform. So, a long, long time ago, Game Grumps ruled the earth. Randomly, I saw a thing by the former editor of Game Grumps, Barry. He just so happened to be making like a streaming channel where he would do regular streams. And I was like, this is a cool idea. I like VODs. Give me more VODs. Yum. And then I promptly forgot about it for 7 years. The other day, I was looking for more VODs to consume. And by more VODs to consume, I mean, I was looking for a playthrough of a game that I did not want to play because I don't like playing the game, but I like the story. And I looked up, anyone, please, anyone have streamed the game who can cover it tolerably. There's a difficult, like, line to walk when it comes to covering a game that's mostly text. It's easy for someone to just be like, I'm gonna commit to doing voices for every character. I'm gonna commit to not doing voices for any character. And I think there's a healthy medium between doing what voices you can and not, like, going overboard to such a degree that it becomes really frustrating to watch you stream. And I was just looking through streams in this game, and fucking Barry, turns out, has a VOD channel with the exact fucking game. I didn't expect it, but I've been watching his streams lately, and it fucking makes me smile. I'm really glad that, I mean, he's already been streaming for like 7 years. I'm really glad that he fucking was able to find a personal niche like that and find some success doing it. Because from what I fucking remember about Game Grumps, he always seemed to be like the understated guy that did everything. He seemed to be the guy that did like most of the work. And he's pretty fucking good at streaming as well. This is an ad for a Barry stream. The bottom line is, if you ever want to watch someone stream Professor Layton, now you know. Now you know of an option that did not annoy me. It's really easy to, end up annoying me with all the voices that people do. I think, one of my favorite things to look for, I guess, in playthroughs of a video game if there's a game with a lot of text, and I can find, like, a group of voice actors that played through the game and did a bunch of voices, even if they're amateurish, that ends up being, like, an immaculate way to experience certain video games. Especially if they're video games that you just can't fucking stand playing. There's a lot of games out there like that, to be honest. There's so many good stories in video games, and so many of them are locked behind frustrating mechanics. I'll say it. I'll go ahead and say it. While I was sick, I watched streams of every single Ace Attorney game. Because Ace Attorney is very fun. Don't get me wrong. I fucking hate the investigations. I'll just come out and say it. I fucking hate them. Oh man, it's so frustrating. Walk into a room. You have to... Oh, I'm dead. You have to guess the right room to walk into. You have to click everywhere on this fucking screen with your stylus and hope you're clicking the right pixel. Only then can you move on. Do this 10 times. Then you can go to the interesting part of the game, which is the trial. Oh my god. That franchise frustrates me so much. If you ever want to just... Well, if you ever wanted to just consume those games, I do think a stream is such a good format, if you really hate the investigations like I do. It's a little nitpick, but it was enough of a nitpick to prevent me from even beating the first Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game. The first one. Oh my god, it just frustrated me to no end. And keep in mind, it's not that I'm impatient either. I am currently playing through 3 monotypes of Pokemon. You do not get to do that without some stupid form of patience. I'm in a huge RPG kick. I just could not be bothered to click random pixels for hours on end on a screen. Oh man, this has become a rant. I will say though, despite hating the investigations, I really fucking loved the Ace Attorney stories. They were really fun. All the trials were just really good to watch. Things happen that are very interesting, and if you know those games very well, I have a suggestion. I recently discovered a new set of dub outtakes that I have fucking fallen in love with. One thing I think I've talked about before on stream, Berserk. I watched Berserk the first time, Berserk 97, with all of the outtakes from the dub spliced in as though they legitimately take place in the story. I think that was the best way to have experienced the story, because it hooked me so hard that I just, like, binged the whole thing. Fantastic. Turns out Ace Attorney has a similar set of dubs where the voice actors are just fucking comedy gold. If you know Ace Attorney very well, I can't recommend these, like, shitty dub outtakes enough. I don't know why these things make me smile so much. But they do. Oh my god, has it really been 5 hours and... It's almost been 6 hours, what the fuck? Wait, it has been... You're joking. I intended for this to be a 4-hour stream. It's almost been 7 hours. That might be why I'm just rambling about things I've been thinking about lately. I'm falling apart. It made it more natural, I bet. It added a lot to the experience. It's about all I can say. For some reason, when dub actors just, like, throw away their lines and just, like, say the stupidest shit possible, that is a supreme form of content to me. And I'm kind of mad that I can't find more dub outtakes like that. What more? It might tie into, like, one of my big affinities for fan dubs and abridging and stupid shit like that. It's a lot like a different form it's taken. The branching paths from an abridged series. Things evolve. Or maybe they evolved into abridged series. What is the evolution of piss take dubs? What do we know about piss take dub? It's the tagline of today's stream. What do we know about piss take dubs? No one is gonna know what that means. That sentence holds no water for even the most hardened English speakers. Alright, I have some bad news. This stream went on for way too fucking long. Unfortunately, if you watched some of my VOD channel uploads, you might have noticed that I had to split up the 10-hour Salmon Run stream into 2 parts. YouTube, it has a file size limit. And with the way I record these streams, I keep the bitrate real clean. Because if anyone's watching it on the VOD channel, I want them to have a good time, you know? I want them to be able to see everything in pristine clarity. I use variable frame rate. Or is it? It's not constant bitrate. I think it might start with a C though. It's been a while since I've fucked with my bitrate settings, but I really like the bitrate that I record with. Unfortunately, it leads to massive file sizes. Which is one of the reasons I can't work on too many videos at the same time, because I've run out of space on my 3 hard drive. It happened in the last video. It's fucked. So, this is all to say, I might have to end the stream quite soon. I have had long streams before get uploaded to YouTube. As a single part, like, the Pikmin 2 final stream upload was like 11 hours. Longest stream I ever did. I was in pieces by the end of it mentally. Rambling incoherently. Cursing Miyamoto's name while shaking my fist in the air because rocks that explode were falling from the ceiling in the caves. That game, like, shattered my psyche. It took me days to recover. Pikmin 2 is one of the best games ever made. That's the takeaway. That was a large upload. The issue is, with the high bitrate, the file sizes being as big as they are, I don't know that I can upload a Salmon Run VOD that is more than 8 hours. This stream was supposed to be 4 hours long. Here we are at the 7-hour mark. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm not tired. Which is cool. But it does make me sad to think that I'll have to split the video into 2 parts if I continue. So I need to start gearing down. I need to end the stream soon. And I'm sorry. This is fun though. God damn it. This is gonna take so long to render. Oh god. I'm taking bets now. The file size of the video. My bet is 300 gigabytes of the raw VOD. But if I process it, it could be like 200. I might be able to upload that. Taking all bets. I'll let the winners know in the next stream. I do think, having watched a lot of Splatoon streams, and VODs as well, I think having a high bitrate is a necessity for this game. There's something about the vibrance of the colors, and the pace of the gameplay, and how chaotic it is, with explosions everywhere, so many entities on screen at once. Stream! Fuck! On screen at once. There's just so much going on that it's really, really difficult for everything to be tracked well without some really frustrating to see loss in quality. The best way I can articulate this is look at the screen right now on Twitch. You might notice some weird fuzziness, as well as some oddities with the look of it. That is because Twitch has a hard cap to the bitrate you can use. It's not a problem for a lot of other games that I play, but Splatoon, it is very, very bad when you don't have a high bitrate. The bitrate you are seeing on Twitch is locked to 6,000 for me. But on the VOD channel, that shit is cranked up. No issues. Glorious HD. And I'd like to keep it that way, even if it means I'll have no storage space on my computer for the rest of my streaming career. One thing I will say, I do have a complaint about it. My complaint isn't that I'm running out of storage space, so much as, very specifically, I built my own PC, okay? Certain things were possible when you're building your own PC. Some of the things that I just decided not to buy because I'm a cheapskate. No, frugal. Frugal makes it sound like I'm doing a good job. Saving money. Yes. I'm a cheapskate. Thing is, I did not install a Bluetooth module. I did not install a speaker. I did not install other things too. Wi-Fi. I have to hardwire my computer and it doesn't work. These would have been hundreds of dollars to get them all. And that's money that just I didn't need to spend. I felt like I could use wired controllers. I could use the USB ports to get things done. I could use, you know, an Ethernet cable. I'll be fine, right? There is one big issue with this computer that I've got here. It has 4 USB ports. Do you want to know how many things are plugged into the USB ports of my computer right now? The issue is, there are 4 USB ports, but 2 of them are USB 3. You might not know what that means, but I'm gonna assume you do. It's the USB that's blue. USB 3. Get it? Because 3 is blue. Electric blue probably has something to do with it. That's a lie. The situation is, here are the things plugged into those 4 USB ports and the choices I have made. Because you have to be very particular if you only have this many ports with what goes where. The microphone. Mandatory USB 3. If it wasn't a USB 3, you'd be hearing a whole lot of loss in quality right now. The other thing I can't live without being in USB 3, as someone that plays PC shooters, the mouse needs to be there. If it's not, it reads like less ticks per second. You end up suffering a lot because of it, if you're using a standard? A typical USB port instead of a USB 3 with a mouse. With a Bluetooth mouse, in particular. So that leaves 2 ports. Here's the issue. My keyboard is a USB keyboard. My headphones go in the headphone jack. That doesn't count. I have an external hard drive. 2 of them, in fact. I can't fit both of them in at once unless I use a USB splitter. I am using a USB splitter. On top of that, I have the GameCube controller splitter thing that lets me put a GameCube controller in, because, god damn it, you play 10,000 hours of Melee, you can't not have a GameCube controller plugged into your computer at all time. It's just part of existing when you play them with Melee. You've gotta have it plugged in. You might have noticed that's a lot. The USB splitter is not so bad for the GameCube controller. here's why I went on this whole, like, rampage of dialogue. If you are running your hard drives, your external hard drives, through a USB splitter in a USB port that is not USB 3, you get one hell of a lot of slowdown when you move things between them. It makes things take a lot longer. It's one of the reasons that I can't stream every day. Because, like, I've said this before, I like to upload everything to the VOD channel. I like to keep it. I like to keep it. I like to keep it all. It makes me happy to have. It takes a long-ass time. For a couple things. Obviously, processing it in a video editor, which is something that I like to do to trim out the little pre-stream I am setting things up. I like to trim that out so I don't put it on the VOD channel, so no one who clicks on a VOD of mine on the YouTube channel gets their time wasted. Couldn't do that to you. I couldn't do that to anyone. So it takes a while to process the thing. If you've ever rendered like an 8-hour Splatoon VOD, you know where I'm coming from. Thing is, then I have to actually upload the thing to YouTube, and that's another process that just takes longer because things are on the hard drive. It's these little frustrations that make me wish I'd put a little bit more thought into the motherboard I was using. Because if I could have just, like, 2 more USB 3 ports, oh man, life would be so much faster. I'd be able to stream every day, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe not. Though I will say, as we kind of wind down here, I am going to be streaming in 2 days, probably some Dark Souls. We probably won't finish the game on that stream, if I'm being honest. I thought we could do it in 2 streams, how fucking foolish I was. We still have to do all of Artorias in the Abyss, as well as, everyone who isn't the 3 kings. The 4 kings. Everyone who isn't the 4 kings. So that's Seath the Seatless, the First of the Dead, Gravelord Nito, and the Witches of Izalith. The Bed of Chaos, which is one of those bosses that could genuinely, like, take 5 minutes or multiple hours. It almost feels like RNG fighting the Bed of Chaos. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm able to get through it pretty quickly. That being said, I kind of doubt that I'll be able to beat Dark Souls in 1 stream. At this point. We're pretty far, but... especially because I've taken, like, a couple weeks off. I'm probably gonna be at the game again. We were doing so well in the first stream, because we got to kind of, like, warm up from the beginning of the game. But I took, like, 2 weeks off from the game. I came back and it took me, like, 2 hours to beat Ornstein and Smog. That was the first thing we did when we got back into the game. Alright, I took a break from Dark Souls. Time to start it up again. Let's see where we're at. Oh no. That ended up being a little rough and a little embarrassing, considering it's like my 4th favorite game of all time. But I still enjoy that game, so I'm glad to stream it. So 2 days, Dark Souls stream. 2 more days, another Salmon Run stream, because there's an all-random Triumvirate rotation. It's gonna be great. That guy just jumped. How did he do that? Who taught you how to do that? Good for him. You know, I have a clip somewhere on this Switch of one of the scrappers on the elevator in Marooner's Bay just fucking flying up into the sky. One of these days I'll find it. 470 something clips. Not gonna be easy. Anyways, those are the plans for the immediate future. As soon as we're done with Dark Souls, we're back into RimWorld. Unfortunately, though I would like to, like, really focus on the games that I still haven't necessarily completed. Risk of Rain 2, it's been a minute. I am very suddenly in an RPG kick. 100%. I'm aching to play Final Fantasy IV on stream. It is my favorite Final Fantasy, and it's one that not a lot of people play. I want to show people that fucking game. It means so much to me, that stupid little game. I have tales to tell. I can do most of the voices, it's gonna be great. But now it's time to gamble. Are you ready? Check it out. 3 chunks of sub power up. That's not sub power up. 3 chunks of sub defense. The goal is 7. If we can get to 10 because we got 7 chunks, we win the stream. 56 chances. Let's see how it goes. 1. That's off to a start. I should mention before we move on that I played 2 rotations where I got 26 items in both. I got a grand total of 1 bomb defense from both of those rotations. This game's RNG makes me want to cry sometimes. 2! Off to a start. Still 2. I am getting some QSJ and SCU, which is nice. 3! That's beautiful. 4? We might actually make it. There's no way. No, we're running out, right? 8 left. 5. That's pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty damn good. That's a good number. That is more in one day than I've gotten in, like, ages of Salmon Run. By the way, I told you we are desperate for chunks. This was an experience. If you haven't seen it yet, I organized all of my fits. All of my shooters, rollers, chargers, every single class. I color-coded them, I organized them all. Because 5 freshest fits is not enough, I need to save them all somewhere. This is my solution. I really like how it was organized. And then after I finished, I realized that I didn't have my leader fit correct, so I needed to fucking add 3 leader fits. So then I'm gonna have to move up all of these images that come after leader. It's great, it's good. I'm glad. So, as a bit of a callback, let's watch some clips that have happened to me recently. For one, I would like to show this mysterious shark. Look at him go. He's impressive, isn't he? How he just, like, vibrates in place. It's pretty cool of him. Very unique. And then, this is me getting murdered by a friend in PvE. I beg him for mercy, I beg him not to, and he just kills me anyways. The Great Betrayal. How better can I beg than to just, like, violently shake my head no? That's all I've got, that's my last option. We're done here. Thank you everyone who came by this stream. It's been a pretty good one. We talked about a lot of things. I played a lot of Salmon Run, and I got 5 whole chunks of bomb defense. It's been a good one. I'll be back, obviously, in 2 days, like I said. Oh man, we got an Explo rotation too. It's been a good one. It's been a really good one. Thank you everyone who came by. Seriously, it means the world to me that people actually fucking show up to these stupid little streams that I do. Really cool of you guys. Oh no, there's another new feature of the stream. Oh god. If you know these streams really well, you probably know that I quite like to end the stream by doing something stupid, making a noise or saying something dumb, and then rapidly hitting the end stream button. Unfortunately, I am now on the couch, which is 5 feet away from my computer. I can no longer do those bits. So I'm gonna get up now and go stop the stream. Thanks again for coming by. Take care! So long!